Section 10 of The Captive by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Life with Albertine 10. Alas, as soon as she stood before me, the fair dairymaid with the ribbed tresses, stripped of all that I had imagined and of the desire that had been aroused in me, was reduced to her own proportions. The throbbing cloud of my suppositions no longer enveloped her in a shimmering haze. She acquired an almost beggarly air from having, in place of the 10, the score that I recalled in turn without being able to fix any of them in my memory, but a single nose, rounder than I'd thought, which made her appear rather a fool, and had, in any case, lost the faculty of multiplying itself. This flyaway, caught on the wing, inert, crushed, incapable of adding anything to its own paltry appearance, had no longer my imagination to collaborate with it. Fallen into the inertia of reality, I sought to rebound. Her cheeks, which I had not seen in the shop, appeared to me so pretty that I became alarmed, and, to put myself in countenance, said to the young dairymaid, "Would you be so kind as to pass me the Figaro, which is lying there? I must make sure of the address to which I am going to send you." Thereupon she picked up the newspaper. She disclosed, as far as her elbow, the red sleeve of her jersey, and handed me the conservative sheet with a neat and courteous gesture, which pleased me by its intimate rapidity, its pliable contour, and its scarlet hue. While I was opening the Figaro in order to say something, and without raising my eyes, I asked the girl, "What do you call that red knitted thing you're wearing? It is very becoming." She replied, "It's my golf," for by a slight downward tendency common to all fashions, the garments and styles which, a few years earlier, seemed to belong to the relatively smart world of Albertine's friends, were now the portion of working girls. "Are you quite sure it won't be giving you too much trouble?" I said, while I pretended to be searching the columns of the Figaro, "if I send you rather a long way?" As soon as I myself appeared to find the service at all arduous that she would be performing by taking a message for me, she began to feel that it would be a trouble to her. "The only thing is, I have to be going out presently on my bike. Good Lord, you know, Sunday's the only day we've got." "But won't you catch cold going bareheaded like that?" "Oh, I shan't be bareheaded. I shall have my polo, and I could get on without it with all the hair I have." I raised my eyes to the blaze of curling tresses, and felt myself caught in their swirl, and swept away with a throbbing heart amid the lightning and the blasts of a hurricane of beauty. I continued to study the newspaper, but albeit this was only to keep myself in countenance and to gain time, while I merely pretended to read, I took in, nevertheless, the meaning of the words that were before my eyes, and my attention was caught by the following: "To the programme already announced for this afternoon in the great hall of the Trocadero must be added the name of Mademoiselle Léa, who has consented to appear in Les Fourberies de Nerine. She will, of course, sustain the part of Nerine, in which she is astounding in her display of spirit and bewitching gaiety." It was as though a hand had brutally torn from my heart the bandage beneath which its wound had begun since my return from Baalbek to heal. The flood of my anguish escaped in torrents. Léa, that was the actress friend of the two girls at Baalbek whom Albertine, without appearing to see them, had one afternoon at the casino watched in the mirror. It was true that at Baalbek, Albertine, at the name of Leah, had adopted a special tone of compunction in order to say to me, almost shocked that anyone could suspect such a pattern of virtue, "Oh no, she's not in the least that sort of woman. She's a very respectable person." Unfortunately for me, when Albertine made a statement of this sort, it was never anything but the first stage towards other divergent statements. Shortly after the first came this second, "I don't know her." In the third phase, after Albertine had spoken to me of someone who was above suspicion, and whom, in the second place, she did not know, she first of all forgot that she had said that she did not know her, and then, in a speech in which she contradicted herself unawares, informed me that she did know her. This first act of oblivion completed, and the fresh statement made, a second oblivion began, to wit, that the person was above suspicion. "Isn't so-and-so," I would ask, "one of those women?" "Why, of course, everybody knows that." Immediately, the note of compunction was sounded afresh to utter a statement which was a vague echo, greatly reduced, of the first statement of all. "I'm bound to say that she has always behaved perfectly properly with me. Of course, she knows that I would send her about her business if she tried it on. Still, that makes no difference. I'm obliged to give her credit for the genuine respect which she has always shown for me. It is easy to see she knew the sort of person she had to deal with." We remember the truth because it has a name, is rooted in the past, but a makeshift lie is quickly forgotten. Albertine forgot this latest lie, her fourth, and one day, when she was anxious to gain my confidence by confiding in me, went so far as to tell me, with regard to the same person who at the outset had been so respectable, and whom she did not know, "She took quite a fancy to me at one time. She asked me 3 or 4 times to go home with her and to come upstairs to her room. I saw no harm in going home with her where everybody could see us in broad daylight in the open air, but when we reached her front door I always made some excuse, and I never went upstairs." Shortly after this, Albertine made an allusion to the beautiful things that this lady had in her room. By proceeding from one approximation to another, I should no doubt have arrived at making her tell me the truth, which was perhaps less serious than I had been led to believe, for although perhaps easy-going with women, she preferred a male lover, and now that she had myself, would not have given a thought to Leah. In any case, with regard to this person, I was still at the first stage of revelation, and was not aware whether Albertine knew her. Already, in the case of many women at any rate, it would have been enough for me to collect and present to my mistress in a synthesis her contradictory statements in order to convict her of her misdeeds which, like astronomical laws, it is a great deal easier to deduce by a process of reasoning than to observe, to surprise in the act. But then she would have preferred to say that one of her statements had been a lie, the withdrawal of which would thus bring about the collapse of my whole system of evidence, rather than admit that everything which she had told me from the start was simply a tissue of falsehood. There are similar tissues in the 1001 Nights, which we find charming. They pain us, coming from a person whom we love, and thereby enable us to penetrate a little deeper in our knowledge of human nature, instead of being content to play upon the surface. Grief penetrates into us and forces us, out of painful curiosity, to penetrate other people, whence emerge truths which we feel that we have no right to keep hidden, so much so that a dying atheist who has discovered them, certain of his own extinction, indifferent to fame, will nevertheless devote his last hours on earth to an attempt to make them known. Of course, I was still at the first stage of enlightenment with regard to Leah. I was not even aware whether Albertine knew her. No matter, it all came to the same thing. I must at all costs prevent her from, at the Trocadero, renewing this acquaintance or making the acquaintance of this stranger. I have said that I did not know whether she knew Leah. I ought, however, to have learned it at Baalbec from Albertine herself. For defective memory obliterated from my mind, as well as from Albertine's, a great many of the statements that she had made to me. Memory, instead of being a duplicate, always present before our eyes, of the various events of our life, is rather an abyss, from which, at odd moments, a chance resemblance enables us to draw up, restored to life, dead impressions. But even then, there are innumerable little details which have not fallen into that potential reservoir of memory, and which will remain forever beyond our control. To anything that we do not know to be related to the real life of the person whom we love, we pay but scant attention. We forget immediately what she has said to us about some incident or people that we do not know, and her expression while she was saying it. And so, when, in due course, our jealousy is aroused by these same people, and seeks to make sure that it is not mistaken, that it is they who are responsible for the haste with which our mistress shows in leaving the house, her annoyance when we have prevented her from going out by returning earlier than usual, our jealousy, ransacking the past in search of a clue, can find nothing. Always retrospective, it is like a historian who has to write the history of a period for which he has no documents. Always belated, it dashes like a mad bull to the spot where it will not find the proud and brilliant creature who is infuriating it with his darts, and whom the crowd admire for his splendour and his cunning. Jealousy fights the empty air. Uncertain as we are in those dreams in which we are distressed because we cannot find in his empty house a person whom we have known well in life, but who here, perhaps, is really another person and has merely borrowed the features of our friend, uncertain as we are even more after we awake when we seek to identify this or that detail of our dream. What was our mistress's expression when she told us of this? Did she not look happy? Was she not actually whistling? A thing that she never does unless there is some amorous thought in her mind. In the time of our love, if our presence teased her and irritated her a little, has she not told us something that is contradicted by what she now affirms, that she knows or does not know such and such a person? We do not know, we shall never find out. We strain after the unsubstantial fragments of a dream, and all the time our life with our mistress continues, our life indifferent to what we do not know to be important to us, attentive to what is perhaps of no importance, hag-ridden by people who have no real connection with us, full of lapses of memory, gaps, vain anxieties, our life as fantastic as a dream. I realized that the young dairymaid was still in the room. I told her that the place was certainly a long way off, that I did not need her. Whereupon she also decided that it would be too much trouble. "There's a fine match coming off. I don't want to miss it." I felt that she must already be devoted to sport, and that in a few years' time she would be talking about living her own life. I told her that I certainly did not need her any longer, and gave her 5 francs. Immediately, having little expected this largesse, and telling herself that if she earned 5 francs for doing nothing, she would have a great deal more for taking my message, she began to find that her match was of no importance. I could easily have taken your message. I can always find time. But I thrust her from the room. I needed to be alone. I must at all costs prevent Albertine from any risk of meeting Leah's girlfriends at the Trocadero. I must try, and I must succeed. To tell the truth, I did not yet see how, and during these first moments I opened my hands, gazed at them, cracked my knuckles. Whether because the mind which cannot find what it is seeking in a fit of laziness allows itself to halt for an instant at a spot where the most unimportant things are distinctly visible to it, like the blades of grass on the embankment which we see from the carriage window trembling in the wind when the train halts in the open country, an immobility that is not always more fertile than that of the captured animal which, paralyzed by fear or fascinated, gazes without moving a muscle, or that I might hold my body in readiness, with my mind at work inside it, and in my mind the means of action against this or that person, as though it were no more than a weapon from which would be fired the shot that was to separate Albertine from Leah and her two friends. It is true that earlier in the morning, when Françoise had come in to tell me that Albertine was going to the Trocadero, I had said to myself, Albertine is at liberty to do as she pleases, and had supposed that until evening came, in this radiant weather, her actions would remain without any perceptible importance to myself. It was not only the morning sun, as I had thought, that had made me so careless. It was because, having obliged Albertine to abandon the plans that she might perhaps have initiated or even completed at the Verdurins, and having restricted her to attending a performance which I myself had chosen, so that she could not have made any preparations, I knew that whatever she did would of necessity be innocent. Just as, if Albertine had said a few moments earlier, "If I kill myself, it's all the same to me," it would have been because she was certain that she would not kill herself. Surrounding myself and Albertine, there had been this morning, far more than the sunlight in the air, that atmosphere which we do not see, but by the translucent and changing medium of which we do see, I her actions, she the importance of her own life, that is to say, those beliefs which we do not perceive, but which are no more assimilated to a pure vacuum than is the air that surrounds us, composing round about us a variable atmosphere, sometimes excellent, often unbreathable. They deserve to be studied and recorded as carefully as the temperature, the barometric pressure, the weather, for our days have their own singularity, physical and moral. My belief, which I had failed to remark this morning, and yet in which I had been joyously enveloped until the moment when I had looked a second time at the Figaro, that Albertine would do nothing that was not harmless, this belief had vanished. I was living no longer in the fine sunny day, but in a day carved out of the other by my anxiety lest Albertine might renew her acquaintance with Leah, and more easily still with the two girls, should they go, as seemed to me probable, to applaud the actress at the Trocadero, where it would not be difficult for them, in one of the intervals, to come upon Albertine. I no longer thought of Mademoiselle Vinteuil. The name of Leah had brought back to my mind, to make me jealous, the image of Albertine in the casino watching the two girls. For I possessed in my memory only series of Albertines, separate from one another, incomplete, outlines, snapshots, and so my jealousy was restricted to an intermittent expression, at once fugitive and fixed, and to the people who had caused that expression to appear on Albertine's face. I remembered her when, at Baalbek, she received undue attention from the two girls, or from women of that sort. I remembered the distress that I used to feel when I saw her face subjected to an active scrutiny, like that of a painter preparing to make a sketch, entirely covered by them, and doubtless on account of my presence, submitting to this contact without appearing to notice it, with a passivity that was perhaps clandestinely voluptuous. And before she recovered herself and spoke to me, there was an instant during which Albertine did not move, smiled into the empty air with the same air of feigned spontaneity and concealed pleasure, as if she were posing for somebody to take her photograph, or even seeking to assume before the camera a more dashing pose, that which she had adopted at Doncières when we were walking with Saint-Loup, and laughing and passing her tongue over her lips, she pretended to be teasing a dog. Certainly, at such moments, she was not at all the same as when it was she that was interested in little girls who passed us. Then, on the contrary, her narrow, velvety gaze fastened itself upon, glued itself to, the passer-by, so adherent, so corrosive, that you felt that when she removed it, it must tear away the skin. But at that moment, this other expression, which did at least give her a serious air, almost as though she were in pain, had seemed to me a pleasant relief after the toneless, blissful expression she had worn in the presence of the two girls, and I should have preferred the sombre expression of the desire that she did perhaps feel at times to the laughing expression caused by the desire which she aroused. However she might attempt to conceal her consciousness of it, it bathed her, enveloped her, vaporous, voluptuous, made her whole face appear rosy. But everything that Albertine held at such moments suspended in herself, that radiated round her and hurt me so acutely, how could I tell whether, once my back was turned, she would continue to keep it to herself, whether, to the advances of the two girls, now that I was no longer with her, she would not make some audacious response? Indeed, these memories caused me intense grief. They were like a complete admission of Albertine's failings, a general confession of her infidelity, against which were powerless the various oaths that she swore to me and I wished to believe, the negative results of my incomplete researches, the assurances, made perhaps in connivance with her, of André. Albertine might deny specified betrayals by words that she let fall, more emphatic than her declarations to the contrary. By that searching gaze alone, she had made confession of what she would fain have concealed, far more than any specified incident, what she would have let herself be killed sooner than admit, her natural tendency. For there is no one who will willingly deliver up his soul. Notwithstanding the grief that these memories were causing me, could I have denied that it was the programme of the matinee at the Trocadero that had revived my need for Albertine? She was one of those women in whom their misdeeds may at a pinch take the place of absent charms, and no less than their misdeeds, the kindness that follows them and restores to us that sense of comfort which, in their company, like an invalid who is never well for 2 days in succession, we are incessantly obliged to recapture. And then, even more than their misdeeds while we are in love with them, there are their misdeeds before we made their acquaintance, and first and foremost, their nature. What makes this sort of love painful is, in fact, that there pre-exists a sort of original sin of woman, a sin which makes us love them, so that when we forget it, we feel less need of them, and to begin to love afresh, we must begin to suffer afresh. At this moment, the thought that she must not meet the two girls again, and the question of whether or not she knew Leah, were what was chiefly occupying my mind, in spite of the rule that we ought not to take an interest in particular facts except in relation to their general significance, and notwithstanding the childishness, as great as that of longing to travel or to make friends with women, of shattering our curiosity against such elements of the invisible torrent of painful realities which will always remain unknown to us, as have happened to crystallize in our mind. But even if we should succeed in destroying that crystallization, it would at once be replaced by another. Yesterday I was afraid lest Albertine should go to see Madame Verdurins. Now my only thought was of Leah. Jealousy, which wears a bandage over its eyes, is not merely powerless to discover anything in the darkness that enshrouds it. It is also one of those torments where the task must be incessantly repeated, like those of the Danaids or of Ixion. Even if her friends were not there, what impression might she not form of Leah, beautified by her stage attire, haloed with success? What thoughts would she leave in Albertine's mind? What desires which, even if she repressed them, would in my house disgust her with a life in which she was unable to gratify them? Besides, how could I tell that she was not acquainted with Leah, and would not pay her a visit in her dressing-room? And even if Leah did not know her, who could assure me that, having certainly seen her at Baalbek, she would not recognize her and make a signal to her from the stage that would entitle Albertine to seek admission behind the scenes? A danger seems easy to avoid after it has been conjured away. This one was not yet conjured. I was afraid that it might never be, and it seemed to me all the more terrible. And yet this love for Albertine, which I felt almost vanish when I attempted to realize it, seemed in a measure to acquire a proof of its existence from the intensity of my grief at this moment. I no longer cared about anything else. I thought only of how I was to prevent her from remaining at the Trocadero. I would have offered any sum in the world to Leah to persuade her not to go there. If, then, we prove our choice by the action that we perform rather than the idea that we form, I must have been in love with Albertine. But this renewal of my suffering gave no further consistency to the image that I beheld of Albertine. She caused my calamities like a deity that remains invisible. Making endless conjectures, I sought to shield myself from suffering without thereby realizing my love. First of all, I must make certain that Leah was really going to perform at the Trocadero. After dismissing the dairymaid, I telephoned to Bloch, whom I knew to be on friendly terms with Leah, in order to ask him. He knew nothing about it and seemed surprised that the matter could be of any importance to me. I decided that I must set to work immediately, remembered that Françoise was ready to go out and that I was not, and as I rose and dressed, made her take a motor car. She was to go to the Trocadero, engage a seat, look high and low for Albertine, and give her a note from myself. In this note, I told her that I was greatly upset by a letter which I had just received from that same lady on whose account she would remember that I had been so wretched one night at Baalbek. I reminded her that, on the following day, she had reproached me for not having sent for her, and so I was taking the liberty, I informed her, of asking her to sacrifice her matinee and to join me at home so that we might take a little fresh air together, which might help me to recover from the shock. But as I should be a long time in getting ready, she would oblige me, seeing that she had Françoise as an escort, by calling at the Trois Quartiers. This shop, being smaller, seemed to me less dangerous than the Bon Marché, to buy the scarf of white tulle that she required. My note was probably not superfluous. To tell the truth, I knew nothing that Albertine had done since I had come to know her, or even before. But in her conversation, she might, had I mentioned it to her, have replied that I had misunderstood her, there were certain contradictions, certain embellishments, which seemed to me as decisive as catching her red-handed, but less serviceable against Albertine, who, often caught out in wrongdoing like a child, had invariably, by dint of sudden strategic changes of front, stultified my cruel onslaught and re-established her own position, cruel most of all to myself. She employed, not from any refinement of style, but in order to correct her imprudences, abrupt breaches of syntax, not unlike that figure which the grammarians call anakaluthon, or some such name, having allowed herself, while discussing women, to say, "I remember the other day she would at once catch her breath, after which I became she. It was something that she had witnessed as an innocent spectator, not a thing that she herself had done. It was not herself that was the heroine of the anecdote. I should have liked to recall how exactly the sentence began, so as to conclude for myself, since she had broken off in the middle, how it would have ended. But as I had heard the end, I found it hard to remember the beginning, from which perhaps my air of interest had made her deviate, and was left still anxious to know what she was really thinking, what she really remembered. The first stages of falsehood on the part of our mistress are like the first stages of our own love, or of a religious vocation. They take shape, accumulate, pass without our paying them any attention. When we wish to remember in what manner we began to love a woman, we are already in love with her. When we dreamed about her before falling in love, we did not say to ourselves, "This is the prelude to a love affair, we must pay attention," and our dreams took us by surprise, and we barely noticed them. So also, except in cases that are comparatively rare, it is only for the convenience of my narrative that I have frequently in these pages confronted one of Albertine's false statements with her previous assertion upon the same subject. This previous assertion, as often as not, since I could not read the future and did not at the time guess what contradictory affirmation was to form a pendant to it, had slipped past unperceived, heard, it is true, by my ears, but without my isolating it from the continuous flow of Albertine's speech. Later on, faced with the self-evident lie, or seized by an anxious doubt, I would fain have recalled it, but in vain. My memory had not been warned in time, and had thought it unnecessary to preserve a copy. I urged Françoise, when she had got Albertine out of the hall, to let me know by telephone, and to bring her home, whether she was willing or not. "That would be the last straw, that she should not be willing to come and see monsieur," replied Françoise. "But I don't know that she's as fond as all that of seeing me." "Then she must be an ungrateful wretch," went on Françoise, in whom Albertine was renewing, after all these years, the same torment of envy that Eulalie used at one time to cause her in my aunt's sick room. Unaware that Albertine's position in my household was not of her own seeking, but had been decided by myself, a fact which, from motives of self-esteem and to make Françoise angry, I preferred to conceal from her, she admired and execrated the girl's dexterity, called her, when she spoke of her to the other servants, a play actress, a wheedler who could twist me round her little finger. She dared not yet declare open war against her, showed her a smiling countenance, and sought to acquire merit in my sight by the services which she performed for her in relations with myself, deciding that it was useless to say anything to me, and that she would gain nothing by doing so. But if the opportunity ever arose, if ever she discovered a crack in Albertine's armour, she was fully determined to enlarge it, and to part us for good and all. Ungrateful? No, Françoise, I think it is I that am ungrateful. You don't know how good she is to me. It was so soothing to give the impression that I was loved. Be quick as you can. All right, I'll get a move on. Her daughter's influence was beginning to contaminate Françoise's vocabulary. So it is that all languages lose their purity by the admission of new words. For this decadence of Françoise's speech, which I had known in its golden period, I was myself indirectly responsible. Françoise's daughter would not have made her mother's classic language degenerate into the vilest slang to converse with her in dialect. She had never given up the use of it, and when they were both in my room at once, if they had anything private to say, instead of shutting themselves up in the kitchen, they armed themselves right in the middle of my room with a screen more impenetrable than the most carefully shut door by conversing in dialect. I supposed merely that the mother and daughter were not always on the best of terms, if I was to judge by the frequency with which they employed the only word that I could make out, mesasperat, unless it was that the object of their exasperation was myself. Unfortunately, the most unfamiliar tongue becomes intelligible in time when we are always hearing it spoken. I was sorry that this should be dialect, for I succeeded in picking it up, and should have been no less successful had Françoise been in the habit of expressing herself in Persian. In vain might Françoise, when she became aware of my progress, accelerate the speed of her utterance, and her daughter likewise. It was no good. The mother was greatly put out that I understood their dialect, then delighted to hear me speak it. I am bound to admit that her delight was a mocking delight, for, albeit I came in time to pronounce the words more or less as she herself did, she found between our two ways of pronunciation an abyss of difference which gave her infinite joy. She began to regret that she no longer saw people to whom she had not given a thought for years, but who, it appeared, would have rocked with laughter, which would have done her good to hear, if they could have heard me speaking their dialect so badly. In any case, no joy came to mitigate her sorrow that, however badly I might pronounce it, I understood it well. Keys become useless when the person whom we seek to prevent from entering can avail himself of a skeleton key or a jemmy. Dialect having become useless as a means of defence, she took to conversing with her daughter in a French which rapidly became that of the most debased epochs. I was now ready, but Françoise had not yet telephoned. I ought perhaps to go out without waiting for a message. But how could I tell that she would find Albertine, that the latter would not have gone behind the scenes, that even if Françoise did find her, she would allow herself to be taken away? Half an hour later, the telephone bell began to tinkle, and my heart throbbed tumultuously with hope and fear. There came, at the bidding of an operator, a flying squadron of sounds, which, with an instantaneous speed, brought me the words of the telephonist, not those of Françoise, whom an inherited timidity and melancholy, when she was brought face to face with any object unknown to her father's, prevented from approaching a telephone receiver, although she would readily visit a person suffering from a contagious disease. She had found Albertine in the lobby by herself, and Albertine had simply gone to warn André that she was not staying any longer, and then had hurried back to Françoise. She wasn't angry. Oh, I beg your pardon. Will you please ask the person whether the young lady was angry? The lady asked me to say that she wasn't at all angry. Quite the contrary, in fact. Anyhow, if she wasn't pleased, she didn't show it. They are starting now for the Trois Quartiers and will be home by 2:00. I gathered that 2:00 meant 3, for it was past 2:00 already. But Françoise suffered from one of those peculiar, permanent, incurable defects which we call maladies. She was never able either to read or to announce the time correctly. I have never been able to understand what went on in her head. When Françoise, after consulting her watch, if it was 2:00, said, "It is 1," or "It is 3:00," I have never been able to understand whether the phenomenon that occurred was situated in her vision, or in her thought, or in her speech. The one thing certain is that the phenomenon never failed to occur. Humanity is a very old institution. Heredity, cross-breeding, have given an irresistible force to bad habits, to vicious reflexes. One person sneezes and gasps because he is passing a rose bush. Another breaks out in an eruption at the smell of wet paint, has frequent attacks of colic if he has to start on a journey, and grandchildren of thieves, who are themselves millionaires and generous, cannot resist the temptation to rob you of 50 francs. As for knowing in what consisted Françoise's incapacity to tell the time correctly, she herself never threw any light upon the problem, for notwithstanding the anger that I generally displayed at her inaccurate replies, Françoise never attempted either to apologize for her mistake or to explain it. She remained silent, pretending not to hear, and thereby making me lose my temper altogether. I should have liked to hear a few words of justification, were it only that I might smite her hip and thigh, but not a word, an indifferent silence. In any case, about the timetable for the day there could be no doubt. Albertine was coming home with Françoise at 3:00. Albertine would not be meeting Leah or her friends. Whereupon the danger of her renewing relations with them, having been averted, at once began to lose its importance in my eyes, and I was amazed, seeing with what ease it had been averted, that I should have supposed that I would not succeed in averting it. I felt a keen impulse of gratitude to Albertine, who, I could see, had not gone to the Trocadero to meet Leah's friends, and showed me, by leaving the performance and coming home at a word from myself, that she belonged to me more than I had imagined. My gratitude was even greater when a bicyclist brought me a line from her, bidding me be patient, and full of the charming expressions that she was in the habit of using. "My darling, dear Marcel, I return less quickly than this cyclist, whose machine I would like to borrow in order to be with you sooner. How could you imagine that I might be angry, or that I could enjoy anything better than to be with you? It would be nice to go out, just the two of us together. It would be nicer still if we never went out except together. The ideas you get into your head. What a Marcel! What a Marcel! Always and ever, your Albertine." End of section 10. Section 11 of The Captive by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Life with Albertine, 11. The frocks that I bought for her, the yacht of which I had spoken to her, the wrappers from Fortunese, all these things having, in disobedience on Albertine's part, not their recompense, but their complement, appeared to me now as so many privileges that I was enjoying, for the duties and expenditure of a master are part of his dominion, and define it, prove it fully as much as his rights. And these rights, which she recognized in me, were precisely what gave my expenditure its true character. I had a woman of my own, who, at the first word that I sent to her unexpectedly, made my messenger telephone humbly that she was coming, that she was allowing herself to be brought home immediately. I was more of a master than I had supposed. More of a master, in other words, more of a slave. I no longer felt the slightest impatience to see Albertine. The certainty that she was at this moment engaged in shopping with Françoise, or that she would return with her at an approaching moment which I would willingly have postponed, illuminated like a calm and radiant star a period of time which I would now have been far better pleased to spend alone. My love for Albertine had made me rise and get ready to go out, but it would prevent me from enjoying my outing. I reflected that on a Sunday afternoon like this, little shop-girls, midinettes, prostitutes, must be strolling in the bois, and with the words midinettes, little shop-girls, as had often happened to me with a proper name, the name of a girl read in the account of a ball, with the image of a white bodice, a short skirt, since beneath them I placed a stranger who might perhaps come to love me, I created out of nothing desirable women, and said to myself, how charming they must be. But of what use would it be to me that they were charming, seeing that I was not going out alone? Taking advantage of the fact that I still was alone, and drawing the curtains together so that the sun should not prevent me from reading the notes, I sat down at the piano, turned over the pages of Vinteuil's sonata, which happened to be lying there, and began to play. Seeing that Albertine's arrival was still a matter of some time, but was, on the other hand, certain, I had at once time to spare and tranquillity of mind. Floating in the expectation, big with security, of her return, escorted by Françoise, and in my confidence in her docility, as in the blessedness of an inward light as warming as the light of the sun, I might dispose of my thoughts, detach them for a moment from Albertine, apply them to the sonata. In the latter, indeed, I did not take pains to remark how the combinations of the voluptuous and anxious motifs corresponded even more closely now to my love for Albertine, from which jealousy had been absent for so long that I had been able to confess to Swann my ignorance of that sentiment. No, taking the sonata from another point of view, regarding it in itself as the work of a great artist, I was carried back upon the tide of sound to the days at Cambrai. I do not mean at Montjouvain and along the Méséglise way, but to walks along the Guermantes way, when I had myself longed to become an artist. In definitely abandoning that ambition, had I forfeited something real? Could life console me for the loss of art? Was there in art a more profound reality, in which our true personality finds an expression that is not afforded it by the activities of life? Every great artist seems indeed so different from all the rest, and gives us so strongly that sensation of individuality for which we seek in vain in our everyday existence. Just as I was thinking thus, I was struck by a passage in the sonata, a passage with which I was quite familiar, but sometimes our attention throws a different light upon things which we have long known, and we remark in them what we have never seen before. As I played the passage, for all that in it Vinteuil had been trying to express a fancy which would have been wholly foreign to Wagner, I could not help murmuring, Tristan, with the smile of an old friend of the family discovering a trace of the grandfather in an intonation, a gesture of the grandson who had never set eyes on him. And as the friend then examines a photograph which enables him to estimate the likeness, so, in front of Vinteuil's sonata, I set up on the music rest the score of Tristan, a selection from which was being given that afternoon, as it happened, at the L'Amoureux concert. I had not, in admiring the Bayreuth master, any of the scruples of those people whom, like Nietzsche, their sense of duty bids to shun in art as in life the beauty that tempts them, and who, tearing themselves from Tristan as they renounce Parsifal, and in their spiritual asceticism, progressing from one mortification to another, arrive, by following the most bloody of viae crucis, at exalting themselves to the pure cognition and perfect adoration of Le Postillon de Longjumeau, I began to perceive how much reality there is in the work of Wagner, when I saw in my mind's eye those insistent, fleeting themes which visit an act, withdraw, only to return, and sometimes distant, drowsy, almost detached, or at other moments, while remaining vague, so pressing and so near, so internal, so organic, so visceral, that one would call them the resumption not so much of a musical motif as of an attack of neuralgia. Music, very different in this respect from Albertine's society, helped me to descend into myself, to make there a fresh discovery, that of the difference that I had sought in vain in life, in travel, a longing for which was given me, however, by this sonorous tide, which sent its sunlit waves rolling to expire at my feet. A twofold difference. As the spectrum makes visible to us the composition of light, so the harmony of a Wagner, the colour of an Elster, enable us to know that essential quality of another person's sensations, into which love for another person does not allow us to penetrate. Then there is diversity inside the work itself, by the sole means that it has of being effectively diverse, to wit, combining diverse individualities. Where a minor composer would pretend that he was portraying a squire or a knight, whereas he would make them both sing the same music, Wagner, on the contrary, allots to each denomination a different reality, and whenever a squire appears, it is an individual figure, at once complicated and simplified, that, with a joyous, feudal clash of warring sounds, inscribes itself in the vast, sonorous mass. Whence the completeness of a music that is indeed filled with so many different musics, each of which is a person. A person, or the impression that is given us by a momentary aspect of nature. Even what is most independent of the sentiment that it makes us feel preserves its outward and entirely definite reality. The song of a bird, the ring of a hunter's horn, the air that a shepherd plays upon his pipe, cut out against the horizon their silhouette of sound. It is true that Wagner had still to bring these together, to make use of them, to introduce them into an orchestral whole, to make them subservient to the highest musical ideals, but always respecting their original nature, as a carpenter respects the grain, the peculiar essence of the wood that he is carving. But notwithstanding the richness of these works, in which the contemplation of nature has its place by the side of action, by the side of persons who are something more than proper names, I thought how markedly, all the same, these works participate in that quality of being, albeit marvellously, always incomplete, which is the peculiarity of all the great works of the 19th century, with which the greatest writers of that century have stamped their books. But watching themselves at work, as though they were at once author and critic, have derived from this self-contemplation a novel beauty, exterior and superior to the work itself, imposing upon it retrospectively a unity, a greatness which it does not possess. Without pausing to consider him who saw in his novels, after they had appeared, a human comedy, nor those who entitled heterogeneous poems or essays The Legend of the Ages or The Bible of Humanity, can we not say all the same of the last of these that he is so perfect an incarnation of the 19th century that the greatest beauties in Michelet are to be sought not so much in his work itself as in the attitudes that he adopts when he is considering his work, not in his History of France, nor in his History of the Revolution, but in his prefaces to his books. Prefaces, that is to say, pages written after the books themselves, in which he considers the books, and with which we must include here and there certain phrases beginning as a rule, "Shall I say?" which is not a scholar's precaution, but a musician's cadence. The other musician, he who was delighting me at this moment, Wagner, retrieving some exquisite scrap from a drawer of his writing table to make it appear as a theme, retrospectively necessary, in a work of which he had not been thinking at the moment when he composed it, then having composed a first mythological opera, and a second, and afterwards others still, perceiving all of a sudden that he had written a tetralogy, must have felt something of the same exhilaration as Balzac, when, casting over his works the eye at once of a stranger and of a father, finding in one the purity of a Raphael, in another the simplicity of the Gospel, as he shed a retrospective illumination upon them, that they would be better brought together in a cycle in which the same characters would reappear, and added to his work, in this act of joining it together, a stroke of the brush, the last and the most sublime. A unity that was ulterior, not artificial, otherwise it would have crumbled into dust like all the other systematizations of mediocre writers, who, with the elaborate assistance of titles and subtitles, give themselves the appearance of having pursued a single and transcendent design. Not fictitious, perhaps indeed all the more real for being ulterior, for being born of a moment of enthusiasm when it is discovered to exist among fragments which need only to be joined together. A unity that has been unaware of itself, therefore vital and not logical, that has not banned variety, chilled execution. It emerges, only applying itself this time to the work as a whole, like a fragment composed separately, born of an inspiration not required by the artificial development of a theme, which comes in to form an integral part of the rest. It emerges, only applying itself this time to the work as a whole, like a fragment composed separately, born of an inspiration not required by the artificial development of a theme, which comes in to form an integral part of the rest. Before the great orchestral movement that precedes the return of Iseult, it is the work itself that has attracted to it the half-forgotten air of a shepherd's pipe. And no doubt, just as the swelling of the orchestra at the approach of the ship, when it takes hold of these notes on the pipe, transforms them, infects them with its own intoxication, breaks their rhythm, clarifies their tone, accelerates their movement, multiplies their instrumentation, so no doubt Wagner himself was filled with joy when he discovered in his memory a shepherd's air, incorporated it in his work, gave it its full wealth of meaning. This joy, moreover, never forsakes him. In him, however great the melancholy of the poet, it is consoled, surpassed, that is to say, destroyed, alas, too soon, by the delight of the craftsman. But then, no less than the similarity I had remarked just now between Vinteuil's phrase and Wagner's, I was troubled by the thought of this Vulcan-like craftsmanship. Could it be this that gave to great artists the illusory appearance of a fundamental originality incommensurable with any other, the reflection of a more than human reality, actually the result of industrious toil? If art be no more than that, it is not more real than life, and I had less cause for regret. I went on playing Tristan. Separated from Wagner by the wall of sound, I could hear him exult, invite me to share his joy. I could hear ring out all the louder the immortally youthful laugh and the hammer blows of Siegfried, in which, moreover, more marvellously struck were those phrases, the technical skill of the craftsman serving merely to make it easier for them to leave the earth, birds akin not to Lohengrin's swan, but to that aeroplane which I had seen at Baalbek convert its energy into vertical motion, float over the sea, and lose itself in the sky. Perhaps as the birds that soar highest and fly most swiftly have a stronger wing, one required one of these frankly material vehicles to explore the infinite, one of these 120 horsepower machines, mark mystery, in which nevertheless, however high one flies, one is prevented to some extent from enjoying the silence of space by the overpowering roar of the engine. For some reason or other, the course of my musings, which hitherto had wandered among musical memories, turned now to those men who have been the best performers of music in our day, among whom, slightly exaggerating his merit, I included Morel. At once my thoughts took a sharp turn, and it was Morel's character, certain eccentricities of his nature, that I began to consider. As it happened, and this might be connected, though it should not be connected with the neurasthenia to which he was a prey, Morel was in the habit of talking about his life, but always presented so shadowy a picture of it that it was difficult to make anything out. For instance, he placed himself entirely at M. de Charlus' disposal, on the understanding that he must keep his evenings free, as he wished to be able, after dinner, to attend a course of lectures on algebra. M. de Charlus conceded this, but insisted upon seeing him after the lectures. "Impossible, it's an old Italian painting." This witticism means nothing when written down like this, but M. de Charlus, having made Morel read L'Éducation sentimentale, in the penultimate chapter of which Frédéric Moreau uses this expression, it was Morel's idea of a joke never to say the word impossible without following it up with "it's an old Italian painting." The lectures go on very late, and I've already given a lot of trouble to the lecturer, who would naturally be annoyed if I came away in the middle. But there's no need to attend lectures. Algebra is not a thing like swimming or even English. You can learn it equally well from a book, replied M. de Charlus, who had guessed from the first that these algebra lectures were one of those images of which it was impossible to make out anything. It was perhaps some affair with a woman, or if Morel was seeking to earn money in shady ways and had attached himself to the secret police, a nocturnal expedition with detectives, or possibly, what was even worse, an engagement as one of the young men whose services may be required in a brothel. A great deal easier from a book, Morel assured M. de Charlus, for it's impossible to make head or tail of the lectures. Then why don't you study it in my house, where you would be far more comfortable? M. de Charlus might have answered, but took care not to do so, knowing that at once, preserving only the same essential element that the evening hours must be set apart, the imaginary algebra course would change to a compulsory lesson in dancing or in drawing, in which M. de Charlus might have seen that he was mistaken, partially at least, for Morel did often spend his time at the Baron's in solving equations. M. de Charlus did raise the objection that algebra could be of little use to a violinist. Morel replied that it was a distraction which helped him to pass the time and to conquer his neurasthenia. No doubt M. de Charlus might have made inquiries, have tried to find out what actually were these mysterious and ineluctable lectures on algebra that were delivered only at night. But M. de Charlus was not qualified to unravel the tangled skein of Morel's occupations, being himself too much caught in the toils of social life. The visits he received or paid, the time he spent at his club, dinner parties, evenings at the theatre, prevented him from thinking about the problem, or for that matter about the violent and vindictive animosity which Morel had, it was reported, indulged, and at the same time sought to conceal in the various environments, the different towns in which his life had been spent, and where people still spoke of him with a shudder, with bated breath, never venturing to say anything definite about him. It was, unfortunately, one of the outbursts of this neurotic irritability that I was privileged to hear that day when, rising from the piano, I went down to the courtyard to meet Albertine, who still did not appear. As I passed by Jupin's shop, in which Morel and the girl who, I supposed, was shortly to become his wife, were by themselves, Morel was screaming at the top of his voice, thereby revealing an accent that I had never heard in his speech, a rustic tone, suppressed as a rule, and very strange indeed. His words were no less strange, faulty from the point of view of the French language, but his knowledge of everything was imperfect. "Will you get out of here? Grand pied de rue! Grand pied de rue! Grand pied de rue!" he repeated to the poor girl, who at first had certainly not understood what he meant, and now, trembling and indignant, stood motionless before him. "Didn't I tell you to get out of here? Grand pied de rue! Grand pied de rue! Go and fetch your uncle till I tell him what you are, you whore!" Just at that moment, the voice of Jupin, who was coming home, talking to one of his friends, was heard in the courtyard, and as I knew that Morel was an utter coward, I decided that it was unnecessary to join my forces with those of Jupin and his friend, who in another moment would have entered the shop, and I retired upstairs again to escape Morel, who, for all his having pretended to be so anxious that Jupin should be fetched, probably in order to frighten and subjugate the girl, an act of blackmail which rested, probably, upon no foundation, made haste to depart as soon as he heard his voice in the courtyard. The words I have set down here are nothing. They would not explain why my heart throbbed so as I went upstairs. These scenes of which we are witnesses in real life find an incalculable element of strength in what soldiers call, in speaking of a military offensive, the advantage of surprise. and however agreeably I might be soothed by the knowledge that Albertine, instead of remaining at the Trocadero, was coming home to me, I still heard ringing in my ears the accent of those words 10 times repeated, Grand pied de rue, grand pied de rue, which had so appalled me. Gradually, my agitation subsided. Albertine was on her way home. I should hear her ring the bell in a moment. I felt that my life was no longer what it might have become, and that to have a woman in the house like this with whom quite naturally, when she returned home, I should have to go out, to the adornment of whose person the strength and activity of my nature were to be ever more and more diverted, made me, as it were, a bough that has blossomed, but is weighed down by the abundant fruit into which all its reserves of strength have passed. In contrast to the anxiety that I had been feeling only an hour earlier, the calm that I now felt at the prospect of Albertine's return was more ample than that which I had felt in the morning before she left the house. Anticipating the future, of which my mistress's docility made me practically master, more resistant, as though it were filled and stabilized by the imminent, importunate, inevitable, gentle presence. It was the calm, dispensing us from the obligation to seek our happiness in ourselves, that is born of family feeling and domestic bliss. Family and domestic. Such was again no less than the sentiment which had brought me such great peace while I was waiting for Albertine, that which I felt later on when I drove out with her. She took off her glove for a moment, whether to touch my hand or to dazzle me by letting me see on her little finger, next to the ring that Madame Bontemps had given her, another upon which was displayed the large and liquid surface of a clear sheet of ruby. "What, another ring, Albertine? Your aunt is generous." "No, I didn't get this from my aunt," she said with a laugh. "It was I who bought it, now that, thanks to you, I can save up ever so much money. I don't even know whose it was before. A visitor who was short of money left it with the landlord of an hotel where I stayed at Le Mans. He didn't know what to do with it, and would have let it go for far much less than it was worth, but it was still far too dear for me. Now that, thanks to you, I'm becoming a smart lady, I wrote to ask him if he still had it, and here it is." "That makes a great many rings, Albertine. Where will you put the one that I'm going to give you? Anyhow, it is a beautiful ring. I can't quite make out what that is carved around the ruby. It looks like a man's head grinning, but my eyes aren't strong enough. They might be as strong as you like. You'd be no better off. I can't make it out either." In the past it had often happened, as I read somebody's memoirs or a novel in which a man always goes out driving with a woman, takes tea with her, that I longed to be able to do likewise. I had thought sometimes that I was successful, as for instance when I took Salou's mistress out with me, or went to dinner with her. But in vain might I summon to my assistance the idea that I was at that moment actually impersonating the character that I had envied in the novel. That idea assured me that I ought to find pleasure in Rachel's society, and afforded me none. For whenever we attempt to imitate something that has really existed, we forget that this something was brought about not by the desire to imitate, but by an unconscious force, which itself also is real. But this particular impression, which I had been unable to derive from all my desire to taste a delicate pleasure in going out with Rachel, behold, I was now tasting it without having made the slightest effort to procure it, but for quite different reasons, sincere, profound. To take a single instance, for the reason that my jealousy prevented me from letting Albertine go out of my sight, and the moment that I was able to leave the house, from letting her go anywhere without me. I tasted it only now because our knowledge is not of the external objects which we try to observe, but of involuntary sensations. Because in the past a woman might be sitting in the same carriage as myself, she was not really by my side, so long as she was not created afresh there at every moment by a need of her, such as I felt of Albertine. So long as the constant caress of my gaze did not incessantly restore to her those tints that need to be perpetually refreshed, so long as my senses, appeased it might be, but still endowed with memory, did not place beneath those colours savour and substance, so long as, combined with the senses and with the imagination that exalts them, jealousy was not maintaining the woman in equilibrium by my side, by a compensated attraction as powerful as the law of gravity. Our motor car passed swiftly along the boulevards, the avenues whose lines of houses, a rosy congelation of sunshine and cold, reminded me of calling upon Madame Swann in the soft light of her chrysanthemums before it was time to ring for the lamps. I had barely time to make out, being divided from them by the glass of the motor car as effectively as I should have been by that of my bedroom window, a young fruit seller, a dairymaid standing in the doorway of her shop, illuminated by the sunshine, like a heroine whom my desire was sufficient to launch upon exquisite adventures, on the threshold of a romance which I might never know. For I could not ask Albertine to let me stop, and already the young women were no longer visible, whose features my eyes had barely distinguished, barely caressed their fresh complexions in the golden vapour in which they were bathed. The emotion that I felt grip me when I caught sight of a wine merchant's girl at her desk, or a laundress chatting in the street, was the emotion that we feel on recognizing a goddess. Now that Olympus no longer exists, its inhabitants dwell upon the earth. And when, in composing a mythological scene, painters have engaged to pose as Venus or Ceres, young women of humble birth, who follow the most sordid callings, so far from committing sacrilege, they have merely added, restored to them the quality, the various attributes which they had forfeited. "What did you think of the Trocadero, you little gadabout?" "I'm jolly glad I came away from it to go out with you. As architecture, it's pretty measly, isn't it? It's by Daviud, I fancy." "But how learned my little Albertine is becoming. Of course it was Daviud who built it, but I couldn't have told you offhand." "While you're asleep, I read your books, you old lazy bones." "Listen, child, you are changing so fast and becoming so intelligent." This was true, but even had it not been true, I was not sorry that she should have the satisfaction, failing any other, of saying to herself that at least the time she spent in my house was not being entirely wasted, that I don't mind telling you things that would be generally regarded as false, and which are all on the way to a truth that I am seeking. You know what is meant by impressionism?" "Of course." "Very well, then. This is what I mean. You remember the church at Marcouville-l'Orgueilleuse, which Elster disliked because it was new? Isn't it rather a denial of his own impressionism when he subtracts such buildings from the general impression in which they are contained, to bring them out of the light in which they are dissolved, and scrutinize, like an archaeologist, their intrinsic merit? When he begins to paint, have not a hospital, a school, a poster upon a hoarding the same value as a priceless cathedral which stands by their side in a single indivisible image? Remember how the facade was baked by the sun, how that carved frieze of saints swam upon the sea of light, What does it matter that a building is new, if it appears to be old, or even if it does not? All the poetry that the old quarters contain has been squeezed out to the last drop. But if you look at some of the houses that have been built lately for rich tradesmen in the new districts, where the stone is all freshly cut and still white, don't they seem to rend the torrid air of noon in July, at the hour when the shopkeepers go home to luncheon in the suburbs, with a cry as harsh as the odour of the cherries waiting for the meal to begin in the darkened dining room, where the prismatic glass knife rests project a multicoloured fire as beautiful as the windows of Chartres? How wonderful you are! If I ever do become clever, it will be entirely owing to you. Why, on a fine day, tear your eyes away from the Trocadero, whose giraffe-like towers remind one of the Charterhouse of Pavia? It reminded me also, standing up like that on its hill, of a Mantegna that you have. I think it's of St. Sebastian, where in the background there's a city like an amphitheatre, and you would swear you saw the Trocadero. There you see, but how did you come across my Mantegna? You are amazing. We had now reached a more plebeian quarter, and the installation of an ancillary Venus behind each counter made it, as it were, a suburban altar at the foot of which I would gladly have spent the rest of my life. As one does on the eve of a premature death, I drew up a mental list of the pleasures of which I was deprived by Albertine's setting a full stop to my freedom. At Passy, it was in the open street, so crowded were the footways that a group of girls, their arms encircling one another's waist, left me marvelling at their smile. I had not time to see it clearly, but it is hardly probable that I exaggerated it. In any crowd, after all, in any crowd of young people, it is not unusual to come upon the effigy of a noble profile. So that these assembled masses on public holidays are, to the voluptuary, as precious as is to the archaeologist the congested state of a piece of ground in which digging will bring to light ancient medals. We arrived at the Bois. I reflected that if Albertine had not come out with me, I might at this moment, in the enclosure of the Champs-Élysées, have been hearing the Wagnerian tempest set all the rigging of the orchestra a-scream, draw to itself, like a light spindrift, the tune of the shepherd's pipe, which I had just been playing to myself, set it flying, mould it, deform it, divide it, sweep it away in an ever-increasing whirlwind. I was determined, at any rate, that our drive should be short, and that we should return home early, for, without having mentioned it to Albertine, I had decided to go that evening to the Verdurins. They had recently sent me an invitation, which I had flung into the waste-paper basket with all the rest. But I changed my mind for this evening, for I meant to try to find out who the people were that Albertine might have been hoping to meet there in the afternoon. To tell the truth, I had reached that stage in my relations with Albertine when, if everything remains the same, if things go on normally, a woman ceases to serve us except as a starting point towards another woman. She still retains a corner in our heart, but a very small corner. We hasten out every evening in search of unknown women, especially unknown women who are known to her and can tell us about her life. Herself, after all, we have possessed, have exhausted everything that she has consented to yield to us of herself. Her life is still herself, but that part of herself which we do not know, the things as to which we have questioned her in vain, and which we shall be able to gather from fresh lips. If my life with Albertine was to prevent me from going to Venice, from travelling, at least I might, in the meantime, had I been alone, have made the acquaintance of the young midinettes scattered about in the sunlight of this fine Sunday, in the sum total of whose beauty I gave a considerable place to the unknown life that animated them. The eyes that we see, are they not shot through by a gaze as to which we do not know what images, memories, expectations, disdains it carries, a gaze from which we cannot separate them? The life that the person who passes by is living, will it not impart, according to what it is, a different value to the knitting of those brows, to the dilatation of those nostrils? Albertine's presence debarred me from going to join them, and perhaps also from ceasing to desire them. The man who would maintain in himself the desire to go on living, and his belief in something more delicious than the things of daily life, must go out driving, for the streets, the avenues, are full of goddesses, but the goddesses do not allow us to approach them. Here and there, among the trees, at the entrance to some cafe, a waitress was watching like a nymph on the edge of a sacred grove, while beyond her 3 girls were seated by the sweeping arc of their bicycles that were stacked beside them, like 3 immortals leaning against the clouds, or the fabulous coursers upon which they performed their mythological journeys. I remarked that whenever Albertine looked for a moment at these girls with a profound attention, she at once turned to gaze at myself, but I was not unduly troubled, either by the intensity of this contemplation, or by its brevity, for which its intensity compensated. As for the latter, it often happened that Albertine, whether from exhaustion or because it was an intense person's way of looking at other people, used to gaze thus in a sort of brown study at my father, it might be, or at Françoise. And as for the rapidity with which she turned to look at myself, it might be due to the fact that Albertine, knowing my suspicions, might prefer, even if they were not justified, to avoid giving them any foothold. This attention, moreover, which would have seemed to me criminal on Albertine's part, and quite as much so if it had been directed at young men, I fastened, without thinking myself reprehensible for an instant, almost deciding, indeed, that Albertine was reprehensible for preventing me, by her presence, from stopping the car and going to join them, upon all the midinettes. We consider it innocent to desire a thing, and atrocious that the other person should desire it. And this contrast between what concerns ourselves on the one hand, and on the other the person with whom we are in love, is not confined only to desire, but extends also to falsehood. What is more usual than a lie, whether it is a question of masking the daily weakness of a constitution which we wish to be thought strong, of concealing a vice, or of going off, without offending the other person, to the thing that we prefer? It is the most necessary instrument of conversation, and the one that is most widely used. But it is this which we actually propose to banish from the life of her whom we love. We watch for it, scent it, detest it everywhere. It appalls us. It is sufficient to bring about a rupture. It seems to us to be concealing the most serious faults. except when it does so effectively conceal them that we do not suspect their existence. A strange state, this, in which we are so inordinately sensitive to a pathogenic agent which its universal swarming makes inoffensive to other people, and so serious to the wretch who finds that he is no longer immune to it. The life of these pretty girls, because of my long periods of seclusion I so rarely met any, appeared to me, as to everyone in whom facility of realization has not destroyed the faculty of imagination, a thing as different from anything that I knew, as desirable as the most marvellous cities that travel can hold in store for us. The disappointment that I had felt with the women I had known, in the cities which I had visited, did not prevent me from letting myself be caught by the attraction of others, or from believing in their reality. Thus, just as seeing Venice, that Venice for which the spring weather too filled me with longing, and which marriage with Albertine would prevent me from knowing, seeing Venice in a panorama which Ski would probably have declared to be more beautiful in tone than the place itself, would to me have been no substitute for the journey to Venice, the length of which, determined without any reference to myself, seemed to me an indispensable preliminary. Similarly, however pretty she might be, the midinette whom a procuress had artificially provided for me could not possibly be a substitute for her who, with her awkward figure, was strolling at this moment under the trees, laughing with a friend. The girl that I might find in a house of assignation, were she even better looking than this one, could not be the same thing, because we do not look at the eyes of a girl whom we do not know as we should look at a pair of little discs of opal or agate. We know that the little ray which colours them, or the diamond dust that makes them sparkle, is all that we can see of a mind, a will, a memory, in which is contained the home life that we do not know, the intimate friends whom we envy. The enterprise of taking possession of all this, which is so difficult, so stubborn, is what gives its value to the gaze, far more than its merely physical beauty, which may serve to explain why the same young man can awaken a whole romance in the imagination of a woman who has heard somebody say that he is the Prince of Wales, whereas she pays no more attention to him after learning that she is mistaken. To find the midinette in the house of assignation is to find her emptied of that unknown life which permeates her, and which we aspire to possess with her. It is to approach a pair of eyes that have indeed become mere precious stones, a nose whose quivering is as devoid of meaning as that of a flower. No, that unknown midinette who was passing at that moment, it seemed to me as indispensable, if I wished to continue to believe in her reality, to test her resistance by adapting my behaviour to it, challenging a rebuff, returning to the charge, obtaining an assignation, waiting for her as she came away from her work, getting to know, episode by episode, all that composed the girl's life, traversing the space that, for her, enveloped the pleasure which I was seeking, and the distance which her different habits, her special mode of life, set between me and the attention, the favour which I wished to obtain and capture, as making a long journey in the train, if I wished to believe in the reality of Venice, which I should see, and which would not be merely a panoramic show in a world exhibition. But this very parallel between desire and travel made me vow to myself that one day I would grasp a little more closely the nature of this force, invisible, but as powerful as any faith, or as, in the world of physics, atmospheric pressure, which exalted to such a height cities and women, so long as I did not know them, and slipped away from beneath them as soon as I had approached them, made them at once collapse and fall flat upon the dead level of the most commonplace reality. Farther along, another girl was kneeling beside her bicycle, which she was putting to rights. The repair finished, the young racer mounted her machine, but without straddling it as a man would have done. For a moment the bicycle swerved, and the young body seemed to have added to itself a sail, a huge wing. And presently we saw dart away at full speed the young creature, half human, half winged, angel or peri, pursuing her course. This was what a life with Albertine prevented me from enjoying. Prevented me, did I say? Should I not have thought rather what it provided for my enjoyment? If Albertine had not been living with me, had been free, I should have imagined, and with reason, every woman to be a possible, a probable object of her desire, of her pleasure. They would have appeared to me like those dancers who, in a diabolical ballet representing the temptations to one person, plunge their darts into the heart of another. Midinets, schoolgirls, actresses, how I should have hated them all. Objects of horror, I should have accepted them from the beauty of the universe. My bondage to Albertine, by permitting me not to suffer any longer on their account, restored them to the beauty of the world. Inoffensive, having lost the needle that stabs the heart with jealousy, I was able to admire them, to caress them with my eyes, another day more intimately, perhaps. By secluding Albertine, I had at the same time restored to the universe all those rainbow wings which sweep past us in public gardens, ballrooms, theatres, and which became tempting once more to me because she could no longer succumb to their temptation. They composed the beauty of the world. They had at one time composed that of Albertine. It was because I had beheld her as a mysterious bird, then as a great actress of the beach, desired, perhaps won, that I had thought her wonderful. As soon as she was a captive in my house, the bird that I had seen one afternoon advancing with measured step along the front, surrounded by the congregation of the other girls, like seagulls alighted from who knows whence, Albertine had lost all her colours, with all the chances that other people had of securing her for themselves. Gradually, she had lost her beauty. It required excursions like this, in which I imagined her, but for my presence, accosted by some woman or by some young man, to make me see her again amid the splendour of the beach, albeit my jealousy was on a different plane from the decline of the pleasures of my imagination. But notwithstanding these abrupt reversions, in which, desired by other people, she once more became beautiful in my eyes, I might very well divide her visit to me in two periods. An earlier, in which she was still, although less so every day, the glittering actress of the beach, and a later period, in which, become the grey captive, reduced to her dreary self, I required those flashes in which I remembered the past to make me see her again in colour. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Captive by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Life with Albertine 12. The Death of Bergotte. Sometimes, in the hours in which I felt most indifferent towards her, there came back to me the memory of a far-off moment when, upon the beach, before I had made her acquaintance, a lady being near her with whom I was on bad terms, and with whom I was almost certain now that she had had relations, she burst out laughing, staring me in the face in an insolent fashion. All round her hissed the blue and polished sea. In the sunshine of the beach, Albertine, in the midst of her friends, was the most beautiful of them all. She was a splendid girl, who, in her familiar setting of boundless waters, had, precious in the eyes of the lady who admired her, inflicted upon me this unpardonable insult. It was unpardonable, for the lady would perhaps return to Baalbek, would notice perhaps on the luminous and echoing beach that Albertine was absent, but she would not know that the girl who was living with me was wholly mine. The vast expanse of the blue water, her forgetfulness of the fondness that she had felt for this particular girl and would divert to others, had closed over the outrage that Albertine had done me, enshrining it in a glittering and unbreakable casket. Then hatred of that woman gnawed at my heart, of Albertine also, but a hatred mingled with admiration of the beautiful, courted girl with her marvellous hair, whose laughter upon the beach had been an insult. Shame, jealousy, the memory of my earliest desires and of the brilliant setting had restored to Albertine the beauty, the intrinsic merit of other days. And thus there alternated, with the somewhat oppressive boredom that I felt in her company, a throbbing desire, full of splendid storms and of regrets, according to whether she was by my side in the bedroom, or I set her at liberty in my memory upon the front, in her gay seaside frocks, to the sound of the musical instruments of the sea. Albertine, now extracted from that environment, possessed and of no great value, now plunged back into it, escaping from me into a past which I should never be able to know, hurting me in her friend's presence as much as the splash of the wave or the heat of the sun. Albertine restored to the beach, or brought back again into my room in a sort of amphibious love. Farther on, a numerous band were playing ball. All these girls had come out to make the most of the sunshine, for these days in February, even when they are brilliant, do not last long, and the splendour of their light does not postpone the hour of its decline. Before that hour drew near, we passed some time in twilight, because after we had driven as far as the Seine, where Albertine admired, and by her presence prevented me from admiring, the reflections of red sails upon the wintry blue of the water, a solitary house in the distance, like a single red poppy against the clear horizon, of which Saint-Cloud seemed, further off again, to be the fragmentary, crumbling, rugged petrification. We left our motor car and walked a long way together. Indeed, for some moments I gave her my arm, and it seemed to me that the ring which her arm formed round it united our two persons in a single self, and linked our separate destinies together. At our feet, our parallel shadows, where they approached and joined, traced an exquisite pattern. No doubt it already seemed to me a marvellous thing at home that Albertine should be living with me, that it should be she that came and lay down on my bed. But it was, so to speak, the transportation of that marvel out of doors into the heart of nature, that by the shore of that lake in the Bois, of which I was so fond, beneath the trees, that it should be her and none but her shadow, the pure and simplified shadow of her leg, of her bust, that the sun had to depict in monochrome by the side of mine upon the gravel of the path. And I found a charm that was more immaterial, doubtless, but no less intimate than in the drawing together, the fusion of our bodies in that of shadows. Then we returned to our car, and it chose for our homeward journey a succession of little winding lanes along which the wintry trees, clothed like ruins in ivy and brambles, seemed to be pointing the way to the dwelling of some magician. No sooner had we emerged from their dusky cover than we found, upon leaving the Bois, the daylight still so bright that I imagined I should still have time to do everything that I wanted to do before dinner, when, only a few minutes later, at the moment when our car approached the Arc de Triomphe, it was with a sudden start of surprise and dismay that I perceived over Paris the moon prematurely full, like the face of a clock that has stopped and makes us think that we are late for an engagement. We had told the driver to take us home. To Albertine, this meant also coming to my home. The company of those women, however dear to us, who are obliged to leave us and return home, does not bestow that peace which I found in the company of Albertine, seated in the car by my side, a company that was conveying us not to the void in which lovers have to part, but to an even more stable and more sheltered union in my home, which was also hers, the material symbol of my possession of her. To be sure, in order to possess, one must first have desired. We do not possess a line, a surface, a mass, unless it is occupied by our love. But Albertine had not been for me, during our drive, as Rachel had been in the past, a futile dust of flesh and clothing. The imagination of my eyes, my lips, my hands, had at Baalbek so solidly built, so tenderly polished her body, that now, in this car, to touch that body, to contain it, I had no need to press my own body against Albertine, nor even to see her. It was enough to hear her, and if she was silent, to know that she was by my side. My interwoven senses enveloped her altogether, and when, as we arrived at the front door, she quite naturally alighted, I stopped for a moment to tell the chauffeur to call for me later on, but my gaze enveloped her still while she passed ahead of me under the arch, and it was still the same inert, domestic calm that I felt as I saw her thus solid, flushed, opulent, and captive, returning home quite naturally with myself, as a woman who was my own property, and protected by its walls, disappearing into our house. Unfortunately, she seemed to feel herself a prisoner there, and to share the opinion of that Madame de la Rochefoucauld, who, when somebody asked her whether she was not glad to live in so beautiful a home as Liancourt, replied, "There is no such thing as a beautiful prison," if I was to judge by her miserable, weary expression that evening as we dined together in my room. I did not notice it at first. It was I that was made wretched by the thought that, if it had not been for Albertine, for with her I should have suffered too acutely from jealousy in an hotel where all day long she would have been exposed to contact with a crowd of strangers, I might at that moment be dining in Venice, in one of those little restaurants, barrel-vaulted like the hold of a ship, from which one looks out on the Grand Canal through arched windows framed in Moorish mouldings. I ought to add that Albertine greatly admired in my room a big bronze by Barbadienne, which, with ample justification, Bloch considered extremely ugly. He had perhaps less reason to be surprised at my having kept it. I had never sought, like him, to furnish for artistic effect, to compose my surroundings. I was too lazy, too indifferent to the things that I was in the habit of seeing every day. Since my taste was not involved, I had a right not to harmonize my interior. I might perhaps, even without that, have discarded the bronze. But ugly and expensive things are of great use, for they enjoy, among the people who do not understand us, who have not our taste, and with whom we cannot fall in love, a prestige that would not be shared by some proud object that does not reveal its beauty. Now the people who do not understand us, precisely the people with regard to whom alone it may be useful to us to employ a prestige which our intellect is enough to assure us among superior people. Albertine might indeed be beginning to show taste. She still felt a certain respect for the bronze, and this respect was reflected upon myself in a consideration which, coming from Albertine, mattered infinitely more to me than the question of keeping a bronze which was a trifle degrading, since I was in love with Albertine. But the thought of my bondage ceased of a sudden to weigh upon me, and I looked forward to prolonging it still farther, because I seemed to perceive that Albertine was painfully conscious of her own. True that whenever I had asked her whether she was not bored in my house, she had always replied that she did not know where it would be possible to have a happier time, but often these words were contradicted by an air of nervous exhaustion, of longing to escape. Certainly, if she had the tastes with which I had credited her, this inhibition from ever satisfying them must have been as provoking to her as it was calming to myself. Calming to such an extent that I should have decided that the hypothesis of my having accused her unjustly was the most probable, had it not been so difficult to fit into this hypothesis the extraordinary pains that Albertine was taking never to be alone, never to be disengaged, never to stop for a moment outside the front door when she came in, to insist upon being accompanied whenever she went to the telephone by someone who would be able to repeat to me what she had said, by Françoise or André, always to leave me alone, without appearing to do so on purpose, with the latter, after they had been out together, so that I might obtain a detailed report of their outing. With this marvellous docility were contrasted certain quickly repressed starts of impatience, which made me ask myself whether Albertine was not planning to cast off her chain. Certain subordinate incidents seemed to corroborate my supposition. Thus, one day when I had gone out by myself in the Passy direction and had met Giselle, we began to talk about one thing and another. Presently, not without pride at being able to do so, I informed her that I was constantly seeing Albertine. Giselle asked me where she could find her, since there was something that she simply must tell her. "Why, what is it?" "I may perhaps be able to tell you, though that need not prevent you from seeing her." "Oh, girls she knew years ago, I don't remember their names," Giselle replied vaguely, and beat a retreat. She left me, supposing herself to have spoken with such prudence that the whole story must seem to me perfectly straightforward. But falsehood is so unexacting, needs so little help to make itself manifest. If it had been a question of friends of long ago, whose very names she no longer remembered, why must she speak about them to Albertine? This must, akin to an expression dear to Madame Cotard, in the nick of time, could be applicable only to something particular, opportune, perhaps urgent, relating to definite persons. Besides, something about her way of opening her mouth as though she were going to yawn, with a vague expression, as she said to me, almost drawing back her body, as though she began to reverse her engine at this point in our conversation. "Oh, I don't know, I don't remember their names," made her face, and in harmony with it her body, as clear a picture of falsehood as the wholly different air, tense, excited, of her previous must was of truth. I did not question Giselle. Of what use would it have been to me? Certainly she was not lying in the same fashion as Albertine, and certainly Albertine's lies pained me more, but they had obviously a point in common, the fact of the lie itself, which in certain cases is self-evident, not evidence of the truth that the lie conceals. We know that each murderer, in turn, imagines that he has arranged everything so cleverly that he will not be caught, and so it is with liars, particularly the woman with whom we are in love. We do not know where she has been, what she has been doing, but at the very moment when she speaks of something else, beneath which lies hidden the thing that she does not mention, the lie is immediately perceived, and our jealousy increased, since we are conscious of the lie and cannot succeed in discovering the truth. With Albertine, the impression that she was lying was conveyed by many of the peculiarities which we have already observed in the course of this narrative, but especially by this, that when she was lying, her story broke down either from inadequacy, omission, improbability, or, on the contrary, from a surfeit of petty details intended to make it seem probable. Probability, notwithstanding the idea that the liar has formed of it, is by no means the same as truth. Whenever, while listening to something that is true, we hear something that is only probable, which is perhaps more so than the truth, which is perhaps too probable, the ear that is at all sensitive feels that it is not correct, as with a line that does not scan, or a word read aloud in mistake for another. Our ear feels this, and if we are in love, our heart takes alarm. Why do we not reflect at the time, when we change the whole course of our life, because we do not know whether a woman went along the Rue de Paris or the Rue Washington, why do we not reflect that these few hundred yards of difference, and the woman herself, will be reduced to the 100th millionth part of themselves, that is to say, to dimensions far beneath our perception, if we only have the wisdom to remain for a few years without seeing the woman, and that she who has out-Gullivered Gulliver in our eyes will shrink to a Lilliputian whom no microscope, of the heart at least, for that of the disinterested memory is more powerful and less fragile, can ever again perceive. However it may be, if there was a point in common, the lie itself, between Albertine's lies and Giselle's, still Giselle did not lie in the same fashion as Albertine, nor indeed in the same fashion as André, but their respective lies dovetail so neatly into one another, while presenting a great variety, that the little band had the impenetrable solidity of certain commercial houses, booksellers, for example, or printing presses, where the wretched author will never succeed, notwithstanding the diversity of the persons employed in them, in discovering whether he is being swindled or not. The editor of the newspaper or review lies with an attitude of sincerity all the more solemn in that he is frequently obliged to conceal the fact that he himself does exactly the same things and indulges in the same commercial practices that he denounced in other editors, or theatrical managers in other publishers, when he chose as his battle cry, when he raised against them the standard of sincerity. The fact of a man's having proclaimed, as leader of a political party or in any other capacity, that it is wicked to lie, obliges him, as a rule, to lie more than other people, without on that account abandoning the solemn mask, doffing the august tiara of sincerity. The sincere gentleman's partner lies in a different and more ingenuous fashion. He deceives his author as he deceives his wife, with tricks from the vaudeville stage. The secretary of the firm, a blunt and honest man, lies quite simply, like an architect, who promises that your house will be ready at a date when it will not have been begun. The head reader, an angelic soul, flutters from one to another of the three, and without knowing what the matter is, gives them, by a brotherly scruple and out of affectionate solidarity, the precious support of a word that is above suspicion. These 4 persons live in a state of perpetual dissension, to which the arrival of the author puts a stop. Over and above their private quarrels, each of them remembers the paramount military duty of rallying to the support of the threatened corps. Without realizing it, I had long been playing the part of this author among the little band. If Giselle had been thinking, when she used the word must, of someone of Albertine's friends who was proposing to go abroad with her as soon as my mistress should have found some pretext or other for leaving me, and had meant to warn Albertine that the hour had now come or would shortly strike, she, Giselle, would have let herself be torn to pieces rather than tell me so. It was quite useless, therefore, to ply her with questions. Meetings such as this with Giselle were not alone in accentuating my doubts. For instance, I admired Albertine's sketches. Albertine's sketches, the touching distractions of the captive, moved me so that I congratulated her upon them. "No, they're dreadfully bad. I've never had a drawing lesson in my life." "But one evening at Baalbek you sent word to me that you had stayed home to have a drawing lesson." I reminded her of the day, and told her that I had realized at the time that people did not have drawing lessons at that hour in the evening. Albertine blushed. "It is true, I was not having drawing lessons. I told you a great many lies at first, that I admit, but I never lied to you now." I would so much have liked to know what were the many lies that she had told me at first, but I knew beforehand that her answers would be fresh lies. And so I contented myself with kissing her. I asked her to tell me only one of those lies. She replied, "Oh, well, for instance, when I said that the sea air was bad for me." I ceased to insist in the face of this unwillingness to reveal. To make her chain appear lighter, the best thing was, no doubt, to make her believe that I was myself about to break it. In any case, I could not at that moment confide this mendacious plan to her. She had been too kind in returning from the Trocadero that afternoon. What I could do, far from distressing her with the threat of a rupture, was at the most to keep to myself those dreams of a perpetual life together which my grateful heart kept forming. As I looked at her, I found it hard to restrain myself from pouring them out to her, and she may perhaps have noticed this. Unfortunately, the expression of such dreams is not contagious. The case of an affected old woman like M de Charlus, who, by dint of never seeing in his imagination anything but a stalwart young man, thinks that he has himself become a stalwart young man, all the more so the more affected and ridiculous he becomes. This case is more general. It is the tragedy of an impassioned lover that he does not take into account the fact that, while he sees in front of him a beautiful face, his mistress is seeing his face, which is not made any more beautiful, far from it, when it is distorted by the pleasure that is aroused in it by the sight of beauty. Nor indeed does love exhaust the whole of this case. We do not see our own body, which other people see, and we follow our own thought, the object invisible to other people, which is before our eyes. This object the artist does sometimes enable us to see in his work, whence it arises that the admirers of his work are disappointed in its author, upon whose face that internal beauty is imperfectly reflected. Every person whom we love, indeed to a certain extent every person, is to us like Janus, presenting to us the face that we like if that person leaves us, the repellent face if we know him or her to be perpetually at our disposal. In the case of Albertine, the prospect of her continued society was painful to me in another fashion which I cannot explain in this narrative. It is terrible to have the life of another person attached to our own, like a bomb which we hold in our hands, unable to get rid of it without committing a crime. But let us take as a parallel the ups and downs, the dangers, the anxieties, the fear of seeing believed in time to come false and probable things which one will not be able then to explain, feelings that one experiences if one lives in the intimate society of a madman. For instance, I pitied M de Charlus for living with Morel. Immediately the memory of the scene that afternoon made me feel the left side of my breast heavier than the other, leaving out of account the relations that may or may not have existed between them. M de Charlus must have been unaware at the outset that Morel was mad. Morel's beauty, his stupidity, his pride, must have deterred the Baron from exploring so deeply until the days of melancholy when Morel accused M de Charlus of responsibility for his sorrows without being able to furnish any explanation, abused him for his want of confidence by the aid of false but extremely subtle reasoning, threatened him with desperate resolutions, while throughout all this there persisted the most cunning regard for his own most immediate interests. But all this is only a comparison. Albertine was not mad. I learnt that a death had occurred during the day, which distressed me greatly, that of Bergotte. It was known that he had been ill for a long time past, not, of course, from the illness from which he had suffered originally, and which was natural. Nature hardly seems capable of giving us any but quite short illnesses, but medicine has annexed to itself the art of prolonging them. Remedies, the respite that they procure, the relapses that a temporary cessation of them provokes, compose a sham illness to which the patient grows so accustomed that he ends by making it permanent, just as children continue to give way to fits of coughing long after they have been cured of the whooping cough. Then remedies begin to have less effect, the doses are increased, they cease to do any good, but they have begun to do harm thanks to that lasting indisposition. Nature would not have afforded them so long a tenure. It is a great miracle that medicine can almost equal nature in forcing a man to remain in bed, to continue on pain of death the use of some drug. From that moment, the illness artificially grafted has taken root, has become a secondary but genuine illness, with this difference only that natural illnesses are cured, but never those which medicine creates, for it knows not the secret of their cure. For years past, Bergotte had ceased to go out of doors. Anyhow, he had never cared for society, or had cared for it for a day only, to despise it as he despised everything else, and in the same fashion which was his own, namely to despise a thing not because it was beyond his reach, but as soon as he had reached it. He lived so simply that nobody suspected how rich he was, and anyone who had known would still have been mistaken, for he would have thought him a miser, whereas no one was ever more generous. He was generous above all towards women. Girls, one ought rather to say, who were ashamed to receive so much in return for so little. He excused himself in his own eyes, because he knew that he could never produce such good work as in an atmosphere of amorous feelings. Love is too strong a word. Pleasure that is at all deeply rooted in the flesh is helpful to literary work, because it cancels all other pleasures, for instance the pleasures of society, those which are the same for everyone. And even if this love leads to disillusionment, it does at least stir, even by so doing, the surface of the soul, which otherwise would be in danger of becoming stagnant. Desire is therefore not without its value to the writer in detaching him first of all from his fellow men and from conforming to their standards, and afterwards in restoring some degree of movement to a spiritual machine which, after a certain age, tends to become paralyzed. We do not succeed in being happy, but we make observation of the reasons which prevent us from being happy, and which would have remained invisible to us but for these loopholes opened by disappointment. Dreams are not to be converted into reality, that we know. We would not form any, perhaps, were it not for desire, and it is useful to us to form them in order to see them fail and to be instructed by their failure. And so Bergotte said to himself, "I'm spending more than a multimillionaire would spend upon girls, but the pleasures or disappointments that they give me make me write a book which brings me money." Economically, this argument was absurd, but no doubt he found some charm in thus transmuting gold into caresses and caresses into gold. We saw at the time of my grandmother's death how a weary old age loves repose. Now in society there is nothing but conversation. It may be stupid, but it has the faculty of suppressing women who are nothing more than questions and answers. Removed from society, women become once more what is so reposeful to a weary old man, an object of contemplation. In any case, it was no longer a question of anything of this sort. I have said that Bergotte never went out of doors, and when he got out of bed for an hour in his room, he would be smothered in shawls, plaids, all the things with which a person covers himself before exposing himself to intense cold or getting into a railway train. He would apologize to the few friends whom he allowed to penetrate to his sanctuary, and, pointing to his tartan plaids, his travelling rugs, would say merrily, "After all, my dear fellow, life, as Anaxagoras has said, is a journey." Thus he went on growing steadily older, a tiny planet that offered a prophetic image of the greater, when gradually heat will withdraw from the earth, then life itself. Then the resurrection will have come to an end, for if, among future generations, the works of men are to shine, there must first of all be men. If certain kinds of animals hold out longer against the invading chill, when there are no longer any men, and if we suppose Bergotte's fame to have lasted so long, suddenly it will be extinguished for all time. It will not be the last animals that will read him, for it is scarcely probable that, like the apostles on the day of Pentecost, they will be able to understand the speech of the various races of mankind without having learnt it. In the months that preceded his death, Bergotte suffered from insomnia, and what was worse, whenever he did fall asleep, from nightmares, which, if he awoke, made him reluctant to go to sleep again. He had long been a lover of dreams, even of bad dreams, because thanks to them and to the contradiction they present to the reality which we have before us in our waking state, they give us, at the moment of waking, if not before, the profound sensation of having slept. But Bergotte's nightmares were not like that. When he spoke of nightmares, he used in the past to mean unpleasant things that passed through his brain. Latterly, it was as though, proceeding from somewhere outside himself, that he would see a hand armed with a damp cloth which, passed over his face by an evil woman, kept scrubbing him awake, an intolerable itching in his thighs, the rage, because Bergotte had murmured in his sleep that he was driving badly, of a raving lunatic of a cabman who flung himself upon the writer, biting and gnawing his fingers. Finally, as soon as in his sleep it had grown sufficiently dark, nature arranged a sort of undress rehearsal of the apoplectic stroke that was to carry him off. Bergotte arrived in a carriage beneath the porch of Swann's new house and tried to alight. A stunning giddiness glued him to his seat. The porter came forward to help him out of his carriage. He remained seated, unable to rise, to straighten his legs. He tried to pull himself up with the help of the stone pillar that was by his side, but did not find sufficient support in it to enable him to stand. He consulted doctors who, flattered at being called in by him, saw in his virtue as an incessant worker — it was 20 years since he had written anything — in his overstrain, the cause of his ailments. They advised him not to read thrilling stories — he never read anything — to benefit more by the sunshine, which was indispensable to life. He had owed a few years of comparative health only to his rigorous seclusion indoors. To take nourishment, which made him thinner and nourished nothing but his nightmares. One of his doctors was blessed with the spirit of contradiction, and whenever Bergotte consulted him in the absence of the others, and in order not to offend him, suggested to him as his own ideas what the others had advised, this doctor, thinking that Bergotte was seeking to have prescribed for him something that he himself liked, at once forbade it, and often for reasons invented so hurriedly to meet the case that in face of the material objections which Bergotte raised, this argumentative doctor was obliged in the same sentence to contradict himself, but for fresh reasons repeated the original prohibition. Bergotte returned to one of the first of these doctors, a man who prided himself on his cleverness, especially in the presence of one of the leading men of letters, and who, if Bergotte insinuated, "I seem to remember, though, that Dr. X told me, long ago, of course, that might congest my kidneys and brain," would smile sardonically, raise his finger, and announce, "I said use, I did not say abuse. Naturally, every remedy, if one takes it in excess, becomes a two-edged sword." There is in the human body a certain instinct for what is beneficial to us, as there is in the heart for what is our moral duty, an instinct which no authorization by a doctor of medicine or divinity can replace. We know that cold baths are bad for us. We like them. We can always find a doctor to recommend them, not to prevent them from doing us harm. From each of these doctors, Bergotte took something which, in his own wisdom, he had forbidden himself for years past. After a few weeks, his old troubles had reappeared. The new had become worse. Maddened by an unintermittent pain, to which was added insomnia, broken only by brief spells of nightmare, Bergotte called in no more doctors, and tried with success but to excess different narcotics, hopefully reading the prospectus that accompanied each of them, a prospectus which proclaimed the necessity of sleep, but hinted that all the preparations which induce it, except that contained in the bottle round which the prospectus was wrapped, which never produced any toxic effects, were toxic, and therefore made the remedy worse than the disease. Bergotte tried them all. Some were of a different family from those to which we are accustomed, preparations, for instance, of amyl and ethyl. When we absorb a new drug entirely different in composition, it is always with a delicious expectancy of the unknown. Our heart beats as at first assignation. To what unknown forms of sleep, of dreams, is the newcomer going to lead us? He is inside us now. He has the control of our thoughts. In what fashion are we going to fall asleep? And once we are asleep, by what strange paths, up to what peaks, into what unfathomed gulfs is he going to lead us? With what new grouping of sensations are we to become acquainted on this journey? Will it bring us to the end of illness, to blissful happiness, to death? Bergotte's death had come to him overnight, when he had thus entrusted himself to one of these friends, a friend, or an enemy rather, who proved too strong for him. The circumstances of his death were as follows. An attack of uremia, by no means serious, had led to his being ordered to rest. But one of the critics, having written somewhere that in Vermeer's street in Delft, lent by the gallery at The Hague for an exhibition of Dutch painting, a picture which he adored and imagined that he knew by heart, a little patch of yellow wall, which he could not remember, was so well painted that it was, if one looked at it by itself, like some priceless specimen of Chinese art, of a beauty that was sufficient in itself. Bergotte ate a few potatoes, left the house, and went to the exhibition. At the first few steps that he had to climb, he was overcome by giddiness. He passed in front of several pictures, and was struck by the stiffness and futility of so artificial a school, nothing of which equalled the fresh air and sunshine of a Venetian palazzo or of an ordinary house by the sea. At last he came to the Vermeer, which he remembered as more striking, more different from anything else that he knew, but in which, thanks to the critic's article, he remarked for the first time some small figures in blue, that the ground was pink, and finally the precious substance of the tiny patch of yellow wall. His giddiness increased. He fixed his eyes like a child upon a yellow butterfly which it is trying to catch, upon the precious little patch of wall. "That is how I ought to have written," he said. "My last books are too dry. I ought to have gone over them with several coats of paint, made my language exquisite in itself, like this little patch of yellow wall." Meanwhile, he was not unconscious of the gravity of his condition. In a celestial balance there appeared to him, upon one of its scales, his own life, while the other contained the little patch of wall so beautifully painted in yellow. He felt that he had rashly surrendered the former for the latter. "All the same," he said to himself, "I have no wish to provide the feature of this exhibition for the evening papers." He repeated to himself, "Little patch of yellow wall with a sloping roof. Little patch of yellow wall." While doing so, he sank down upon a circular divan, and then at once he ceased to think that his life was in jeopardy, and reverting to his natural optimism, told himself, "It is just an ordinary indigestion from those potatoes. They weren't properly cooked. It's nothing." A fresh attack beat him down. He rolled from the divan to the floor as visitors and attendants came hurrying to his assistance. He was dead. Permanently dead? Who can say? Certainly, our experiments in spiritualism prove no more than the dogmas of religion that the soul survives death. All we can say is that everything is arranged in this life as though we entered it carrying the burden of obligations contracted in a former life. There is no reason inherent in the conditions of life on this earth that can make us consider ourselves obliged to do good, to be fastidious, to be polite even, nor make the talented artist consider himself obliged to begin over again a score of times a piece of work the admiration aroused by which will matter little to his body devoured by worms, like the patch of yellow wall painted with so much knowledge and skill by an artist who must forever remain unknown and is barely identified under the name Vermeer. All these obligations which have not their sanction in our present life seem to belong to a different world, founded upon kindness, scrupulosity, self-sacrifice, a world entirely different from this, which we leave in order to be born into this world, before perhaps returning to the other to live once again beneath the sway of those unknown laws which we have obeyed because we bore their precepts in our hearts, knowing not whose hand had traced them there, those laws to which every profound work of the intellect brings us nearer, and which are invisible only, and still, to fools. So that the idea that Bergotte was not wholly and permanently dead is by no means improbable. They buried him, but all through the night of mourning, in the lighted windows, his books, arranged 3 by 3, kept watch like angels with outspread wings, and seemed, for him who was no more, the symbol of his resurrection. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Captive by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Life with Albertine 13. The Verdurins quarrel with M de Charlus. I learned, I have said, that day that Bergotte was dead, and I marvelled at the carelessness of the newspapers which, each of them reproducing the same paragraph, stated that he had died the day before. For the day before, Albertine had met him, as she informed me that very evening, and indeed she had been a little late in coming home, for she had stopped for some time talking to him. She was doubtless the last person to whom he had spoken. She knew him through myself, who had long since ceased to see him, but as she had been anxious to make his acquaintance, I had, a year earlier, written to ask the old master whether I might bring her to see him. He had granted my request, a trifle hurt, I fancy, that I should be visiting him only to give pleasure to another person, which was a proof of my indifference to himself. These cases are frequent. Sometimes the man or woman whom we implore to receive us, not for the pleasure of conversing with them again, but on behalf of a third person, refuses so obstinately that our protégé concludes that we have boasted of an influence which we do not possess. More often, the man of genius or the famous beauty consents, but humiliated in their glory, wounded in their affection, feel for us afterwards only a diminished, sorrowful, almost contemptuous attachment. I discovered long after this that I had falsely accused the newspapers of inaccuracy, since on the day in question Albertine had not met Bergotte. But at the time I'd never suspected this for a single instant, so naturally had she told me of the incident, and it was not until much later that I discovered her charming skill in lying with simplicity. The things that she said, the things that she confessed, were so stamped with the character of formal evidence, what we see, what we learn from an unquestionable source, that she sowed thus in the empty spaces of her life episodes of another life, the falsity of which I did not then suspect and began to perceive only at a much later date. I have used the word confessed for the following reason. Sometimes a casual meeting gave me a jealous suspicion in which by her side there figured in the past, or alas in the future, another person. In order to appear certain of my facts, I mentioned the person's name, and Albertine said, "Yes, I met her a week ago, just outside the house. I had to be polite and answer her when she spoke to me. I walked a little way with her, but there never has been anything between us. There never will be." Now, Albertine had not even met this person, for the simple reason that the person had not been in Paris for the last 10 months. But my mistress felt that a complete denial would sound hardly probable. Whence this imaginary brief encounter, related so simply that I could see the lady stop, bid her good day, walk a little way with her. The evidence of my senses, if I had been in the street at that moment, would perhaps have informed me that the lady had not been with Albertine. But if I had knowledge of the fact, it was by one of those chains of reasoning in which the words of people in whom we have confidence insert strong links, and not by the evidence of my senses. To invoke this evidence of the senses, I should have had to be in the street at that particular moment, and I had not been. We may imagine, however, that such an hypothesis is not improbable. I might have gone out and have been passing along the street at the time at which Albertine was to tell me in the evening, not having seen me there, that she had gone a little way with the lady, and I should then have known that Albertine was lying. But is that quite certain even then? A religious obscurity would have clouded my mind. I should have begun to doubt whether I had seen her by herself. I should barely have sought to understand by what optical illusion I had failed to perceive the lady, and should not have been greatly surprised to find myself mistaken. For the stellar universe is not so difficult of comprehension as the real actions of other people, especially of the people with whom we are in love, strengthened as they are against our doubts by the fables devised for their protection. For how many years on end can they not allow our apathetic love to believe that they have in some foreign country a sister, a brother, a sister-in-law, who have never existed? The evidence of the senses is also an operation of the mind in which conviction creates the evidence. We have often seen her sense of hearing convey to Françoise not the word that was uttered, but what she thought to be its correct form, which was enough to prevent her from hearing the correction implied in a superior pronunciation. Our butler was cast in a similar mode. M de Charlus was in the habit of wearing at this time, for he was constantly changing, very light trousers, which were recognizable a mile off. Now our butler, who thought that the word pisotière, the word denoting what M. de Rambuteau had been so annoyed to hear the Duc de Guermantes call a Rambuteau stall, was really pistière, never once in the whole of his life heard a single person say pisotière, albeit the word was frequently pronounced thus in his hearing. But the error is more obstinate than faith, and does not examine the grounds of its belief. Constantly the butler would say, I'm sure Monsieur le Baron de Charlus must have caught a disease to stand about as long as he does in a pistière. That's what comes of running after girls at his age. You can tell what he is by his trousers. This morning, Madame sent me with a message to Neuilly. As I passed the pistière in the Rue de Bourgogne, I saw Monsieur le Baron de Charlus go in. When I came back from Neuilly, quite an hour later, I saw his yellow trousers in the same pistière, in the same place, where he always goes so that people shan't see him. I can think of no one more beautiful, more noble, or more youthful than a certain niece of Madame de Guermantes. But I have heard of the porter of a restaurant, where I used sometimes to dine, say as she went by, "Just look at that old trollop, what a style! And she must be 80 if she's a day." As far as age went, I find it difficult to believe that he meant what he said. But the pages clustered round him, who tittered whenever she went past the hotel on her way to visit, at their house in the neighbourhood, her charming great-aunts, Mesdames de Fezensac and de Bellerie, saw upon the face of the young beauty the 80 years with which, seriously or in jest, the porter had endowed the old trollop. You would have made them shriek with laughter had you told them that she was more distinguished than one of the 2 cashiers of the hotel, who, devoured by eczema, ridiculously stout, seemed to them a fine-looking woman. Perhaps sexual desire alone would have been capable of preventing their error from taking form, if it had been brought to bear upon the passage of the alleged old trollop, and if the pages had suddenly begun to covet the young goddess. But for reasons unknown, which were most probably of a social nature, this desire had not come into play. There is, moreover, ample room for discussion. The universe is true for us all, and dissimilar to each of us. If we were not obliged to preserve the continuity of our story, to confine ourselves to frivolous reasons, how many more serious reasons would permit us to demonstrate the falsehood and flimsiness of the opening pages of this volume, in which, from my bed, I hear the world awake, now to one sort of weather, now to another. Yes, I have been forced to whittle down the facts, and to be a liar, but it is not one universe. There are millions, almost as many as the number of human eyes and brains in existence that awake every morning. To return to Albertine, I have never known any woman more amply endowed than herself with the happy aptitude for a lie that is animated, coloured with the self-same tints of life, unless it be one of her friends, one of my blossoming girls also, rose-pink as Albertine, but one whose irregular profile, concave in one place, then convex again, was exactly like certain clusters of pink flowers, the name of which I have forgotten, but which have long and sinuous concavities. This girl was, from the point of view of storytelling, superior to Albertine, for she never introduced any of those painful moments, those furious innuendos, which were frequent with my mistress. I have said, however, that she was charming when she invented a story which left no room for doubt, for one saw then in front of her the thing, albeit imaginary, that she was saying, using it as an illustration of her speech. Probability alone inspired Albertine, never the desire to make me jealous. For Albertine, without perhaps any material interest, liked people to be polite to her. And if in the course of this work I have had and shall have many occasions to show how jealousy intensifies love, it is the lover's point of view that I have adopted. But if that lover be only the least bit proud, and though he were to die of a separation, he will not respond to a supposed betrayal with a courteous speech. He will turn away, or without going will order himself to assume a mask of coldness. and so it is entirely to her own disadvantage that his mistress makes him suffer so acutely. If, on the contrary, she dispels, with a tactful word, with loving caresses, the suspicions that have been torturing him for all his show of indifference, no doubt the lover does not feel that despairing increase of love to which jealousy drives him, but ceasing in an instant to suffer, happy, affectionate, relieved from strain as one is after a storm when the rain has ceased and one barely hears still at long intervals from the tall horse-chestnut trees the clinging drops which already the reappearing sun has dyed with colour, he does not know how to express his gratitude to her who has cured him. Albertine knew that I liked to reward her for her kindnesses, and this perhaps explained why she used to invent, to exculpate herself, confessions as natural as these stories, the truth of which I never doubted, one of them being that of her meeting with Bergotte when he was already dead. Previously, I had never known any of Albertine's lies, save those that, at Balbec, for instance, Françoise used to report to me, which I have omitted from these pages, albeit they hurt me so coarsely. As she didn't want to come, she said to me, "Couldn't you say to monsieur that you didn't find me, that I'd gone out?" But our inferiors, who love us as Françoise loved me, take pleasure in wounding us in our self-esteem. Chapter 2 begins. The Verdurins quarrel with M de Charlus. After dinner, I told Albertine that, since I was out of bed, I might as well take the opportunity to go and see some of my friends, Madame de Villeparisis, Madame de Guermantes, the Combremets, anyone, in short, whom I might find at home. I omitted to mention only the people whom I did intend to see, the Verdurins. I asked her if she would not come with me. She pleaded that she had no suitable clothes. "Besides, my hair is so awful. Do you really wish me to go on doing it like this?" And by way of farewell, she held out her hand to me in that abrupt fashion, the arm outstretched, the shoulders thrust back, which she used to adopt on the beach at Balbec, and had since then entirely abandoned. This forgotten gesture retransformed the body which it animated into that of the Albertine who as yet scarcely knew me. It restored to Albertine, ceremonious beneath an air of rudeness, her first novelty, her strangeness, even her setting. I saw the sea behind this girl, whom I had never seen shake hands with me in this fashion since I was at the seaside. "My aunt thinks it makes me look older," she added with a sullen air. Oh, that her aunt may be right, thought I. That Albertine, by looking like a child, should make Madame Bontemps appear younger than she is all that her aunt would ask, and also that Albertine shall cost her nothing between now and the day when, by marrying me, she will repay what has been spent on her. But that Albertine should appear less young, less pretty, should turn fewer heads in the street, that is what I, on the contrary, hoped. For the age of a duenna is less reassuring to a jealous lover than the age of the woman's face whom he loves. I regretted only that the style in which I had asked her to do her hair should appear to Albertine an additional bolt on the door of her prison. And it was henceforward this new domestic sentiment that never ceased, even when I was parted from Albertine, to form a bond attaching me to her. I said to Albertine, who was not dressed, or so she told me, to accompany me to the Guermantes or the Combremets, that I should not be certain where I should go, and set off for the Verdurins. At the moment when the thought of the concert that I was going to hear brought back to my mind the scene that afternoon, grand pied de gueux, grand pied de gueux, a scene of disappointed love, of jealous love perhaps, but if so, as bestial as the scene to which a woman might be subjected by, so to speak, an orangutan that was, if one may use the expression, in love with her. At the moment when, having reached the street, I was just going to hail a cab, I heard the sound of sobs, which a man who was sitting upon a curbstone was endeavouring to stifle. I came nearer. The man, who had buried his face in his hands, appeared to be quite young, and I was surprised to see, from the gleam of white in the opening of his cloak, that he was wearing evening clothes and a white tie. As he heard my step, he uncovered a face bathed in tears, but at once, having recognized me, turned away. It was Morel. He guessed that I had recognized him, and, checking his tears with an effort, told me that he had stopped to rest for a moment, he was in such pain. "I have grossly insulted, only today," he said, "a person for whom I had the very highest regard. It was a cowardly thing to do, for she loves me." "She will forget, perhaps, as time goes on," I replied, without realizing that, by speaking thus, I made it apparent that I had overheard the scene this afternoon. But he was so much absorbed in his own grief that it never even occurred to him that I might know something about the affair. "She may forget, perhaps," he said, "but I myself can never forget. I'm too conscious of my degradation. I'm disgusted with myself. However, what I've said, and nothing can unsay it. When people make me lose my temper, I don't know what I'm doing, and it is so bad for me. My nerves are all on edge." For, like all neurasthenics, he was keenly interested in his own health. If, during the afternoon, I had witnessed the amorous rage of an infuriated animal, this evening, within a few hours, centuries had elapsed, and a fresh sentiment, a sentiment of shame, regret, grief, showed that a great stage had been passed in the evolution of the beast destined to be transformed into a human being. Nevertheless, I still heard ringing in my ears his grand pied de gueux, and dreaded an imminent return to the savage state. I had only a very vague impression, however, of what had been happening, and this was but natural, for M de Charlus himself was totally unaware that, for some days past, and especially that day, even before the shameful episode, which was not a direct consequence of the violinist's condition, Morel had been suffering from a recurrence of his neurasthenia. As a matter of fact, he had, in the previous month, proceeded as rapidly as he had been able, a great deal less rapidly than he would have liked, towards the seduction of Jupien's niece, with whom he was at liberty, now that they were engaged, to go out whenever he chose. But whenever he had gone a trifle far in his attempts at violation, and especially when he suggested to his betrothed that she might make friends with other girls whom she would then procure for himself, he had met with a resistance that made him furious. All at once, whether she would have proved too chaste, or, on the contrary, would have surrendered herself, his desire had subsided. He had decided to break with her, but feeling that the Baron, vicious as he might be, was far more moral than himself, he was afraid lest, in the event of rupture, M de Charlus might turn him out of the house. And so he had decided a fortnight ago that he would not see the girl again, would leave M. de Charlus and Jupin to clean up the mess, he employed a more realistic term, by themselves, and before announcing the rupture to off to an unknown destination. For all that his conduct towards Jupin's niece coincided exactly in its minutest details with the plan of conduct which he had outlined to the Baron as they were dining together at Saint-Marc-le-Vêtu, it is probable that his intention was entirely different, and that sentiments of a less atrocious nature, which he had not foreseen in his theory of conduct, had tinged it with sentiment in practice. The sole point in which, on the contrary, the practice was worse than the theory is this, that in theory it had not appeared to him possible that he could remain in Paris after such an act of betrayal. Now, on the contrary, actually to off for so small a matter seemed to him quite unnecessary. It meant leaving the Baron, who would probably be furious, and forfeiting his own position. He would lose all the money that the Baron was now giving him. The thought that this was inevitable made his nerves give way altogether. He cried for hours on end, and in order not to think about it any more, dosed himself cautiously with morphine. Then suddenly he hit upon an idea which no doubt had gradually been taking shape in his mind and gaining strength there for some time, and this was that a rupture with the girl would not inevitably mean a complete break with M. de Charlus. To lose all the Baron's money was a serious thing in itself. Morel, in his uncertainty, remained for some days a prey to dark thoughts, such as came to him at the sight of Bloch. Then he decided that Jupin and his niece had been trying to set a trap for him, and that they might consider themselves lucky to be rid of him so cheaply. He found, in short, that the girl had been in the wrong in being so clumsy, in not having managed to keep him attached to her by a sensual attraction. Not only did the sacrifice of his position with M. de Charlus seem to him absurd, he even regretted the expensive dinners he had given the girl since they became engaged, the exact cost of which he knew by heart, being a true son of the valet who used to bring his book every month for my uncle's inspection. For the word book in the singular, which means a printed volume to humanity in general, loses that meaning among royal princes and servants. To the latter, it means their housekeeping book; to the former, the register in which we inscribe our names. At Balbec one day, when the Princesse de Luxembourg told me that she had not brought a book with her, I was about to offer her Le Pêcheur d'Islande and Tartarin de Tarascon, when I realized that she had meant not that she would pass the time less agreeably, but that I should find it more difficult to pay a call upon her. Notwithstanding the change in Morel's point of view with regard to the consequences of his behaviour, albeit that behaviour would have seemed to him abominable 2 months earlier, when he was passionately in love with Jupin's niece, whereas during the last fortnight he had never ceased to assure himself that the same behaviour was natural, praiseworthy, it continued to intensify the state of nervous unrest in which finally he had announced the rupture that afternoon. And he was quite prepared to vent his anger, if not, save in a momentary outburst, upon the girl, for whom he still felt that lingering fear, the last trace of love, at any rate upon the Baron. He took care, however, not to say anything to him before dinner, for, valuing his own professional skill above everything, whenever he had any difficult music to play, as this evening at the Verdurins, he avoided, as far as possible, and the scene that afternoon was already more than ample, anything that might impair the flexibility of his wrists. Similarly, a surgeon who is an enthusiastic motorist does not drive when he has an operation to perform. This accounts to me for the fact that while he was speaking to me, he kept bending his fingers gently one after another to see whether they had regained their suppleness. A slight frown seemed to indicate that there was still a trace of nervous stiffness, but so as not to increase it, he relaxed his features, as we forbid ourselves to grow irritated at not being able to sleep or to prevail upon a woman, for fear lest our rage itself may retard the moment of sleep or of satisfaction. And so, anxious to regain his serenity so that he might, as was his habit, absorb himself entirely in what he was going to play at the Verdurins, and anxious, so long as I was watching him, to let me see how unhappy he was, he decided that the simplest course was to beg me to leave him immediately. His request was superfluous, and it was a relief to me to get away from him. I had trembled lest, as we were due at the same house within a few minutes, he might ask me to take him with me, my memory of the scene that afternoon being too vivid not to give me a certain distaste for the idea of having Morel by my side during the drive. It is quite possible that the love, and afterwards the indifference or hatred, felt by Morel for Jupien's niece had been sincere. Unfortunately, it was not the first time that he had behaved thus, that he had suddenly dropped a girl to whom he had sworn undying love, going so far as to produce a loaded revolver, telling her that he would blow out his brains if ever he was mean enough to desert her. He did, nevertheless, desert her in time, and felt, instead of remorse, a sort of rancour against her. It was not the first time that he had behaved thus. It was not to be the last, with the result that the heads of many girls less forgetful of him than he was of them, suffered, as Jupien's niece's head continued long afterwards to suffer, still in love with Morel, although she despised him, suffered, ready to burst, with the shooting of an internal pain, because in each of them, like a fragment of a Greek carving, an aspect of Morel's face, hard as marble and beautiful as an antique sculpture, was embedded in her brain, with his blossoming hair, his fine eyes, his straight nose, forming a protuberance in a cranium not shaped to receive it, upon which no operation was possible. But in the fullness of time, these stony fragments end by slipping into a place where they cause no undue discomfort, from which they will never stir again. We are no longer conscious of their presence. I mean forgetfulness, or an indifferent memory. Meanwhile, I had gained two things in the course of the day. On the one hand, thanks to the calm that was produced in me by Albertine's docility, I found it possible, and therefore made up my mind, to break with her. There was, on the other hand, the fruit of my reflections during the interval that I had spent waiting for her at the piano, the idea that art, to which I would try to devote my reconquered liberty, was not a thing that justified one in making a sacrifice, a thing above and beyond life that did not share in its fatuity and futility, the appearance of real individuality obtained in works of art being due merely to the illusion created by the artist's technical skill. If my afternoon had left behind it other deposits, possibly more profound, they were not to come to my knowledge until much later. As for the two which I was able thus to weigh, they were not to be permanent. For from this very evening, my ideas about art were to rise above the depression to which they had been subjected in the afternoon, while on the other hand my calm, and consequently the freedom that would enable me to devote myself to it, was once again to be withdrawn from me. As my cab, following the line of the embankment, was coming near the Verdurins' house, I made the driver pull up. I had just seen Brichot alighting from the tram at the foot of the Rue Bonaparte, after which he had dusted his shoes with an old newspaper and put on a pair of pearl grey gloves. I went up to him on foot. For some time past, his sight having grown steadily weaker, he had been endowed, as richly as an observatory, with new spectacles of a powerful and complicated kind, which, like astronomical instruments, seemed to be screwed into his eyes. He focused their exaggerated blaze upon myself and recognized me. They, the spectacles, were in marvellous condition, but behind them I could see, minute, pallid, convulsive, expiring, a remote gaze placed under this powerful apparatus, as in a laboratory equipped out of all proportion to the work that is done in it, you may watch the last throes of some insignificant animalcule through the latest and most perfect type of microscope. I offered him my arm to guide him on his way. "This time it is not by great Cherbourg that we meet," he said to me, "but by little Dunkirk," a remark which I found extremely tiresome, as I failed to understand what he meant. And yet I dared not ask Brichot, dreading not so much his scorn as his explanations. I replied that I was longing to see the room in which Swann used to meet Odette every evening. "What, so you know that old story, do you?" he said. "And yet from these days to the death of Swann is what the poet rightly calls grande spatium mortalis aevi." The death of Swann had been a crushing blow to me at the time. The death of Swann. Swann, in this phrase, is something more than a noun in the possessive case. I mean by it his own particular death, the death allotted by destiny to the service of Swann. For we talk of death for convenience, but there are almost as many different deaths as there are people. We are not equipped with a sense that would enable us to see, moving at every speed in every direction, these deaths, the active deaths aimed by destiny at this person or that. Often there are deaths that will not be entirely relieved of their duties until 2 or even 3 years later. They come in haste to plant a tumour in the side of a swan, then depart to attend to their other duties, returning only when, the surgeons having performed their operation, it is necessary to plant the tumour there afresh. Then comes the moment when we read in the Gaulois that Swann's health has been causing anxiety, but that he is now making an excellent recovery. Then, a few minutes before the breath leaves our body, death, like a sister of charity who has come to nurse rather than to destroy us, enters to preside over our last moments, crowns with a supreme halo the cold and stiffening creature whose heart has ceased to beat. And it is this diversity among deaths, the mystery of their circuits, the colour of their fatal badge, that makes so impressive a paragraph in the newspapers, such as this: "We regret to learn that Monsieur Charles Swann passed away yesterday at his residence in Paris after a long and painful illness. a Parisian whose intellectual gifts were widely appreciated, a discriminating but steadfastly loyal friend, he will be universally regretted in those literary and artistic circles where the soundness and refinement of his taste made him a willing and welcome guest, as well as at the Jockey Club, of which he was one of the oldest and most respected members. He belonged also to the Union and the Agricole. He had recently resigned his membership of the Rue Royale. His personal appearance and eminently distinguished bearing never failed to arouse public interest at all the great events of the musical and artistic seasons, especially at private views, at which he was a regular attendant until, during the last years of his life, he became almost entirely confined to his house. The funeral will take place, etc. From this point of view, if one is not somebody, the absence of a well-known title makes the process of decomposition even more rapid. No doubt it is more or less anonymously, without any personal identity, that a man still remains Duc d'Uzès, but the ducal coronet does for some time hold the elements together, as their moulds keep together those artistically designed ices which Albertine admired, whereas the name of ultra-fashionable commoners, as soon as they are dead, dissolve and lose their shape. We have seen M. de Bergotte speak of Cartier as the most intimate friend of the Duc de la Trémoille, as a man greatly in demand in aristocratic circles. To a later generation, Cartier has become something so formless that it would be almost adding to his importance to make him out as related to the jeweller Cartier, with whom he would have smiled to think that anybody could be so ignorant as to confuse him. Swann, on the contrary, was a remarkable personality in both the intellectual and the artistic worlds, and even though he had produced nothing, still he had a chance of surviving a little longer. And yet, my dear Charles, whom I used to know when I was still so young and you were nearing your grave, it is because he, whom you must have regarded as a little fool, has made you the hero of one of his volumes, that people are beginning to speak of you again, and that your name will perhaps live. If in Tissot's picture representing the balcony of the Rue Royale Club, where you figure with Gallifet, Edmond Polignac, and Saint-Maurice, people are always drawing attention to yourself, it is because they know there are some traces of you in the character of Swann. To return to more general realities, it was of this foretold and yet unforeseen death of Swann that I had heard him speak himself to the Duchesse de Guermantes on the evening of her cousin's party. It was the same death whose striking and specific strangeness had recurred to me one evening when, as I ran my eye over the newspaper, my attention was suddenly arrested by the announcement of it, as though traced in mysterious lines interpolated there out of place. They had sufficed to make of a living man someone who can never again respond to what you say to him, to reduce him to a mere name, a written name, that has passed in a moment from the real world to the realm of silence. It was they that even now made me anxious to make myself familiar with the house in which the Verdurins had lived, and where Swann, who at that time was not merely a row of 5 letters printed in a newspaper, had dined so often with Odette. I must add also, and this is what for a long time made Swann's death more painful than any other, albeit these reasons bore no relation to the individual strangeness of his death, that I had never gone to see Gilberte, as I promised him at the Princesse de Guermantes, that he had never told me what the other reason was to which he alluded that evening for his selecting me as the recipient of his conversation with the prince, that 1,000 questions occurred to me, as bubbles rise from the bottom of a pond, which I longed to ask him about the most different subjects. Vermeer, Monsieur de Mouchy, Swann himself, a Boucher tapestry, Combray, questions that doubtless were not very vital, since I had put off asking them from day to day, but which seemed to me of capital importance now that, his lips being sealed, no answer would ever come. No, Brichot went on, it was not here that Swann met his future wife, or rather it was here only in the very latest period, after the disaster that partially destroyed Madame Verdurin's former home. Unfortunately, in my fear of displaying before the eyes of Brichot an extravagance which seemed to me out of place, since the professor had no share in its enjoyment, I had alighted too hastily from the carriage, and the driver had not understood the words I had flung at him over my shoulder in order that I might be well clear of the carriage before Brichot caught sight of me. The consequence was that the driver followed us and asked me whether he was to call for me later. I answered hurriedly in the affirmative, and was regarded with a vastly increased respect by the professor who had come by omnibus. "Ah, so you were in a carriage," he said in solemn tones. "Only by the purest accident. I never take one as a rule. I always travel by omnibus or on foot. However, it may perhaps entitle me to the great honour of taking you home tonight, if you will oblige me by consenting to enter that rattle-trap. We shall be packed rather tight, but you're always so considerate to me." Alas, in making him this offer, I am depriving myself of nothing, I reflected, since in any case I shall be obliged to go home for Albertine's sake. Her presence in my house, at an hour when nobody could possibly call to see her, allowed me to dispose as freely of my time as I had that afternoon, when, seated at the piano, I knew that she was on her way back from the Trocadero, and that I was in no hurry to see her again. But furthermore, as also in the afternoon, I felt that I had a woman in the house, and that on returning home I should not taste the fortifying thrill of solitude. "I accept with great good will," replied Brichot. "At the period to which you allude, our friends occupied in the Rue Montalivet a magnificent ground-floor apartment with an upper landing and a garden behind, less sumptuous, of course, and yet, to my mind, preferable to the old Venetian embassy." Brichot informed me that this evening there was to be at Quai Conti, thus it was that the faithful spoke of the Verdurins drawing-room, since it had been transferred to that address, a great musical tau-rau-rau got up by M de Charlus. He went on to say that in the old days to which I had referred, the little nucleus had been different, and its tone not at all the same, not only because the faithful had then been younger. He told me of elaborate jokes played by Elster, what he called pure buffooneries, as for instance one day when the painter, having pretended to fail at the last moment, had come disguised as an extra waiter, and, as he handed round the dishes, whispered gallant speeches in the ear of the extremely proper Baroness Putbus, crimson with anger and alarm. Then, disappearing before the end of dinner, he had had a hip bath carried into the drawing-room, out of which, when the party left the table, he had emerged stark naked, uttering fearful oaths. And also of supper parties, to which the guests came in paper costumes, designed, cut out, and coloured by Elster, which were masterpieces in themselves, Brichot having worn, on one occasion, that of a great nobleman of the court of Charles VII, with long turned-up points to his shoes, and another time that of Napoleon I, for which Elster had fashioned a grand cordon of the Legion of Honour out of sealing wax. In short, Brichot, seeing again with the eyes of memory the drawing-room of those days, with its high windows, its low sofas devoured by the midday sun, which had to be replaced, declared that he preferred it to the drawing-room of today. Of course, I quite understood that by drawing-room, Brichot meant, as the word church implies, not merely the religious edifice, but the congregation of worshippers, not merely the apartment, but the people who visited it, the special pleasures that they came to enjoy there, to which, in his memory, these sofas had imparted their form, upon which, when you called to see Madame Verdurins in the afternoon, you waited until she was ready, while the blossom on the horse-chestnuts outside and on the mantelpiece carnations in vases seemed, with a charming and kindly thought for the visitor expressed in the smiling welcome of their rosy hues, to be watching anxiously for the tardy appearance of the lady of the house. But if the drawing-room seemed to him superior to what it was now, it was perhaps because our mind is the old Proteus, who cannot remain the slave of any one shape, and, even in the social world, suddenly abandons a house which has slowly and with difficulty risen to the pitch of perfection, to prefer another which is less brilliant, just as the touched-up photographs which Odette had taken to Otto's, in which she queened it in a princess gown, her hair waved by L'Enterique, did not appeal to Swann so much as a little cabinet picture taken at Nice, in which, in a cloth cape, her loosely dressed hair protruding beneath a straw hat trimmed with pansies and a bow of black ribbon, instead of being 20 years younger, for women as a rule look all the older in a photograph the earlier it is, she looked like a little servant girl 20 years older than she now was. Perhaps, too, he derived some pleasure from praising to me what I myself had never known, from showing me that he had tasted delights that I could never enjoy. If so, he was successful, for merely by mentioning the names of 2 or 3 people who were no longer alive, and to each of whom he imparted something mysterious by his way of referring to them, to that delicious intimacy, he made me ask myself what it could have been like. I felt that everything that had been told me about the Verdurins was far too coarse. Indeed, in the case of Swann, whom I had known, I reproached myself with not having paid him sufficient attention, with not having paid attention to him in a sufficiently disinterested spirit, with not having listened to him properly when he used to entertain me while we waited for his wife to come home for luncheon, and he showed me his treasures, now that I knew that he was to be classed with the most brilliant talkers of the past. Just as we were coming to Madame Verdurin's doorstep, I caught sight of M. de Charlus, steering towards us, the bulk of his huge body, drawing unwillingly in his wake one of those blackmailers or mendicants who nowadays, whenever he appeared, sprang up without fail, even in what were to all appearance the most deserted corners, by whom this powerful monster was, evidently against his will, invariably escorted, although at a certain distance, as is the shark by its pilot. In short, contrasting so markedly with the haughty stranger of my first visit to Baalbek, with his stern aspect, his affectation of virility, that I seemed to be discovering, accompanied by its satellite, a planet at a wholly different period of its revolution, when one begins to see it in full, or a sick man, now devoured by the malady which a few years ago was but a tiny spot, which was easily concealed, and the gravity of which was never suspected. Although the operation that Brichot had undergone had restored a tiny portion of the sight which he had thought to be lost forever, I do not think he had observed the ruffian following in the Baron's steps. Not that this mattered, for ever since La Raspallière, and notwithstanding the professor's friendly regard for M. de Charlus, the sight of the latter always made him feel ill at ease. No doubt, to every man, the life of every other extends along shadowy paths which he does not suspect. Falsehood, however, so often treacherous, upon which all conversation is based, conceals less perfectly a feeling of hostility or of sordid interest, or a visit which we wish to look as though we had not paid, or an escapade with the mistress of a day which we are anxious to keep from our wife, than a good reputation covers up, so as not to let their existence be guessed, evil habits. They may remain unknown to us for a lifetime. An accidental encounter upon a pier at night will disclose them. Even then, this accidental discovery is frequently misunderstood, and we require a third person, who is in the secret, to supply the unimaginable clue of which everyone is unaware. But once we know about them, they alarm us, because we feel that that way madness lies, far more than by their immorality. Madame de Charlus did not possess the slightest trace of any moral feeling, and would have admitted anything of her sons that could be degraded and explained by material interest, which is comprehensible to all mankind. But she forbade them to go on visiting M. de Charlus, when she learned that, by a sort of internal clockwork, he was inevitably drawn upon each of their visits to pinch their chins, and to make each of them pinch his brothers. She felt that uneasy sense of a physical mystery which makes us ask ourselves whether the neighbour with whom we have been on friendly terms is not tainted with cannibalism, and to the Baron's repeated inquiry, "When am I to see your sons again?" she would reply, conscious of the thunderbolts that she was attracting to her defenceless head, that they were very busy working for examinations, preparing to go abroad, and so forth. Irresponsibility aggravates faults and even crimes, whatever anyone may say. Landru, assuming that he really did kill his wives, if he did so from a financial motive which it is possible to resist, may be pardoned, but not if his crime was due to an irresistible sadism. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Captive by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Verdurins quarrel with M. de Charlus, 2. Brichot's coarse pleasantries in the early days of his friendship with the Baron had given place, as soon as it was a question not of uttering commonplaces, but of understanding, to an awkward feeling, which concealed a certain merriment. He reassured himself by recalling pages of Plato, lines of Virgil, because, being mentally as well as physically blind, he did not understand that in those days to fall in love with a young man was like, in our day, Socrates' jokes reveal this more clearly than Plato's theories, keeping a dancing girl before one marries and settles down. M. de Charlus himself would not have understood, he who confused his mania with friendship, which does not resemble it in the least, and the athletes of Praxiteles with obliging boxers. He refused to see that for the last 1900 years a pious courtier under a pious prince would have been an atheist under an atheist prince, as La Bruyère reminds us. All conventional homosexuality, that of Plato's young friends as well as that of Virgil's shepherds, had disappeared, that what survives and increases is only the involuntary, the neurotic kind, which we conceal from other people and disguise to ourselves. And M. de Charlus would not have been wrong in not denying frankly the pagan genealogy. In exchange for a little plastic beauty, how vast the moral superiority. The shepherd in Theocritus, who sighs for the love of a boy, later on will have no reason to be less hard of heart, less dull of wit, than the other shepherd, whose flute sounds for Amaryllis. For the former is not suffering from a malady, he is conforming to the customs of his time. It is the homosexuality that survives in spite of the obstacles, a thing of scorn and loathing that is the only true form, the only form that can be found conjoined in a person with an enhancement of his moral qualities. We are appalled at the apparently close relation between these and our bodily attributes when we think of the slight dislocation of a purely physical taste, the slight blemish in one of the senses, which explain why the world of poets and musicians, so firmly barred against the Duc de Guermantes, opens its portals to M. de Charlus. That the latter should show taste in the furnishing of his home, which is that of an eclectic housewife, need not surprise us, but the narrow loophole that opens upon Beethoven and Veronese. This does not exempt the sane from a feeling of alarm when a madman who has composed a sublime poem, after explaining to them in the most logical fashion that he has been shut up by mistake through his wife's machinations, imploring them to intercede for him with the governor of the asylum, complaining of the promiscuous company that is forced upon him, concludes as follows: "You see that man who is waiting to speak to me on the lawn, whom I am obliged to put up with. He thinks he is Jesus Christ. That alone will show you the sort of lunatics that I have to live among. He cannot be Christ, for I am Christ myself." A moment earlier, you were on the point of going to assure the governor that a mistake had been made. At this final speech, even if you bear in mind the admirable poem at which this same man is working every day, you shrink from him, as Madame de Choisis's sons shrank from M. de Charlus, not that he would have done them any harm, but because of his ceaseless invitations, the ultimate purpose of which was to pinch their chins. The poet is to be pitied, who must, with no Virgil to guide him, pass through the circles of an inferno of sulphur and brimstone, to cast himself into the fire that falls from heaven in order to rescue a few of the inhabitants of Sodom. No charm in his work, the same severity in his life as in those of the unfrocked priests who follow the strictest rule of celibacy, so that no one may be able to ascribe to anything but loss of faith their discarding of the cassock. Making a pretense of not seeing the seedy individual who was following in his wake, whenever the Baron ventured into the boulevards or crossed the waiting room in Saint-Lazare station, these followers might be counted by the dozen who, in the hope of touching him for $1, never let him out of their sight, and afraid at the same time that the other might have the audacity to accost him, the Baron had devoutly lowered his darkened eyelids, which, in contrast to his rice-powdered cheeks, gave him the appearance of a grand inquisitor painted by El Greco. But this priestly expression caused alarm, and he looked like an unfrocked priest. Various compromises to which he had been driven by the need to apologize for his taste and to keep it secret, having had the effect of bringing to the surface of his face precisely what the Baron sought to conceal, a debauched life indicated by moral decay. This last, indeed, whatever be its cause, is easily detected, for it is never slow in taking bodily form, and proliferates upon a face, especially on the cheeks and round the eyes, as physically as the ochreous yellows accumulate there in a case of jaundice, or repulsive reds in the case of skin disease. Nor was it merely the cheeks, or rather the chaps, of this painted face. In the mammiferous chest, the aggressive rump of this body, allowed to deteriorate and invaded by obesity, upon which there now floated, iridescent as a film of oil, the vice at one time so jealously confined by M. de Charlus in the most secret chamber of his heart. Now it overflowed in all his speech. "So this is how you prowl the streets at night, Brichot, with a good-looking young man," he said as he joined us, while the disappointed ruffian made off. "A fine example. We must tell your young pupils at the Sorbonne that this is how you behave. But I must say, the society of youth seems to be good for you, monsieur le professeur. You are as fresh as a rosebud. I have interrupted you, and you looked as though you were enjoying yourselves like a pair of giddy girls, and had no need for an old granny killjoy like myself. I shan't take it to the confessional, since you are almost at your destination." The Baron's mood was all the more blithe, since he knew nothing whatever about the scene that afternoon, Joupien having decided that it was better to protect his niece against a repetition of the onslaught than to inform M. de Charlus. And so the Baron was still looking forward to the marriage, and delighting in the thought of it. One would suppose that it is a consolation to these great solitaries to give their tragic celibacy the relief of a fictitious fatherhood. "But upon my word, Brichot," he went on, turning with a laugh to gaze at us, "I feel quite awkward when I see you in such gallant company. You are like a pair of lovers, going along arm in arm. I say, Brichot, you do go the pace." Ought one to ascribe this speech to the senility of a particular state of mind, less capable than in the past of controlling its reflexes, which in moments of automatism lets out a secret that has been so carefully hidden for 40 years? Or rather to that contempt for plebeian opinion which all the Guermantes felt in their hearts, and of which M. de Charlus' brother, the Duke, was displaying a variant form when, regardless of the fact that my mother could see him, he used to shave standing by his bedroom window in his unbuttoned nightshirt. Had M. de Charlus contracted during the roasting journeys between Doncières and Deauville the dangerous habit of making himself at ease, and, just as he would push back his straw hat in order to cool his huge forehead, of unfastening, at first for a few moments only, the mask that for too long had been rigorously imposed upon his true face? His conjugal attitude towards Morel might well have astonished anyone who had observed it in its full extent. But M. de Charlus had reached the stage when the monotony of the pleasures that his vice has to offer became wearying. He had sought instinctively for novel displays, and, growing tired of the strangers whom he picked up, had passed to the opposite pole, to what he used to imagine that he would always loathe, the imitation of family life or of fatherhood. Sometimes even this did not suffice him. He required novelty, and would go and spend the night with a woman, just as a normal man may, once in his life, have wished to go to bed with a boy, from a curiosity similar, though inverse, and in either case equally unhealthy. The Baron's existence as one of the faithful, living for Charlie's sake entirely among the little clan, had, in stultifying the efforts that he had been making for years to keep up lying appearances, the same influence that a voyage of exploration or residence in the colonies has upon certain Europeans who discard the ruling principles by which they were guided at home. And yet the internal revolution of a mind, ignorant at first of the anomaly contained in its body, then appalled at it after the discovery, and finally growing so used to it as to fail to perceive that it is not safe to confess to other people what the sinner has come in time to confess without shame to himself, had been even more effective in liberating M. de Charlus from the last vestiges of social constraint than the time that he had spent at the Verdurins. No banishment, indeed, to the South Pole or to the summit of Mont Blanc can separate us so entirely from our fellow creatures as a prolonged residence in the seclusion of a secret vice, that is to say, of a state of mind that is different from theirs. A vice, so M. de Charlus used at one time to style it, to which the Baron now gave the genial aspect of a mere failing, extremely common, attractive on the whole, and almost amusing, like laziness, absent-mindedness, or greed. Conscious of the curiosity that his own striking personality aroused, M. de Charlus derived a certain pleasure from satisfying, whetting, sustaining it. Just as a Jewish journalist will come forward day after day as the champion of Catholicism, not probably with any hope of being taken seriously, but simply in order not to disappoint the good-natured amusement of his readers, M. de Charlus would genially denounce evil habits among the little clan, as he would have mimicked a person speaking English, or imitated Mounet Sully, without waiting to be asked, so as to pay his scot with good grace by displaying an amateur talent in society. So that M. de Charlus now threatened Brichot that he would report to the Sorbonne that he was in the habit of walking about with young men, exactly as the circumcised scribe keeps referring in and out of season to the eldest daughter of the church and the Sacred Heart of Jesus, that is to say, without the least trace of hypocrisy, but with a distinctly histrionic effect. It was not only the change in the words themselves, so different from those that he allowed himself to use in the past, that seemed to require some explanation. There was also the change that had occurred in his intonations, his gestures, all of which now singularly resembled the type M. de Charlus used most fiercely to castigate. He would now utter unconsciously almost the same little cries, unconscious in him and all the more deep-rooted, as are uttered consciously by the inverts who refer to one another as she, as though this deliberate camping, against which M. de Charlus had for so long set his face, were, after all, merely a brilliant and faithful imitation of the manner that men of the Charlus type, whatever they may say, are compelled to adopt when they have reached a certain stage in their malady, just as sufferers from general paralysis or locomotor ataxia inevitably end by displaying certain symptoms. As a matter of fact, and this is what this purely unconscious camping revealed, the difference between the stern Charlus, dressed all in black, with his stiffly brushed hair, whom I had known, and the painted young man loaded with rings, was no more than the purely imaginary difference that exists between an excited person who talks fast, keeps moving all the time, and a neurotic who talks slowly, preserves a perpetual phlegm, but is tainted with the same neurasthenia in the eyes of the physician, who knows that each of the two is devoured by the same anguish and marred by the same defects. At the same time, one could tell that M. de Charlus had aged from wholly different signs, such as the extraordinary frequency in his conversation of certain expressions that had taken root in it and used now to crop up at every moment, for instance, the chain of circumstances, upon which the Baron's speech leaned in sentence after sentence, as upon a necessary prop. "Is Charlie here yet?" Wishaw asked M. de Charlus as we came in sight of the door. "Oh, I don't know," said the Baron, raising his arms and half shutting his eyes, with the air of a person who does not wish anyone to accuse him of being indiscreet, all the more so as he had probably been reproached by Morel for things which he had said, and which the other, as timorous as he was vain, as ready to deny M. de Charlus as he was to boast of his friendship, had considered serious, albeit they were quite unimportant. "You know, he never tells me what he's going to do." If the conversations of two people bound by a tie of intimacy are full of falsehood, this occurs no less spontaneously in the conversations that a third person holds with a lover on the subject of the person with whom the latter is in love, whatever be the sex of that person. "Have you seen him lately?" I asked M. de Charlus, with the object of seeming at once not to be afraid of mentioning Morel to him, and not to believe that they were actually living together. "He came in, as it happened, for 5 minutes this morning, while I was still half asleep, and sat down on the side of my bed, as though he wanted to ravish me." I guessed at once that M. de Charlus had seen Charlie within the last hour, for if we ask a woman when she last saw the man whom we know to be, and whom she may perhaps suppose that we suspect of being, her lover, if she has just taken tea with him, she replies, "I saw him for an instant before lunch." Between these two incidents, the only difference is that one is false and the other true, but both are equally innocent, or, if you prefer it, equally culpable. And so we should be unable to understand why the mistress, in this case M. de Charlus, always chooses the false version, did we not know that such replies are determined, unknown to the person who utters them, by a number of factors which appear so out of proportion to the triviality of the incident that we do not take the trouble to consider them. But to a physicist, the space occupied by the tiniest ball of pith is explained by the harmony of action, the conflict or equilibrium of laws of attraction or repulsion which govern far greater worlds. Just as many different laws, acting in opposite directions, dictate the more general responses with regard to the innocence, the platonism, or, on the contrary, the carnal reality of the relations that one has with the person whom one says one saw in the morning when one has seen him or her in the evening. Here we need merely record, without pausing to consider them, the desire to appear natural and fearless, the instinctive impulse to conceal a secret assignation, a blend of modesty and ostentation, the need to confess what one finds so delightful and to show that one is loved, a divination of what the other person knows or guesses but does not say, a divination which, exceeding or falling short of the other person's, makes one now exaggerate, now underestimate it, the spontaneous longing to play with fire, and the determination to rescue something from the blaze. At the same time, speaking generally, let us say that M. de Charlus, notwithstanding the aggravation of his malady, which perpetually urged him to reveal, to insinuate, and sometimes boldly to invent compromising details, did intend, during this period of his life, to make it known that Charlie was not a man of the same sort as himself, and that they were friends and nothing more. This did not prevent him, even though it may quite possibly have been true, from contradicting himself at times, as with regard to the hour at which they had last met, whether he forgot himself at such moments and told the truth, or invented a lie, boastingly, or from a sentimental affectation, or because he thought it amusing to baffle his questioner. "You know that he is to me," the Baron went on, "the best of comrades, for whom I have the greatest affection, as I am certain, Was he uncertain of it, then, that he felt the need to say that he was certain? "He has from me. There's nothing at all between us. Nothing of that sort, you understand. Nothing of that sort," said the Baron, as naturally as though he had been speaking of a woman. "Yes, he came in this morning to pull me out of bed, though he knows I hate anybody to see me in bed. You don't mind? Oh, it's horrible. It's so disturbing. One looks so perfectly hideous. Of course, I'm no longer 25. They won't choose me to be the Queen of the May. Still, one does like to feel that one is looking one's best." It is quite possible that the Baron was in earnest when he spoke of Morel as a good comrade, and that he was being even more truthful than he supposed when he said, "I never know what he's doing. He tells me nothing about his life." Indeed, we may mention, interrupting for a few moments our narrative, which shall be resumed immediately after the closure of this parenthesis, which opens at the moment when M. de Charlus, Brichot, and myself are arriving at Madame Verdurins' front door. We may mention that shortly before this meeting, the Baron had been plunged in grief and stupefaction by a letter which he had opened by mistake, and which was addressed to Morel. This letter, which by a repercussion was to cause intense misery to myself also, was written by the actress Léa, notorious for her exclusive interest in women. And yet her letter to Morel, whom M. de Charlus had never suspected of knowing her even, was written in the most impassioned tone. Its indelicacy prevents us from reproducing it here, but we may mention that Léa addressed him throughout in the feminine gender, with such expressions as, "Go on, you bad woman," or "Of course you are so, my pretty, you know you are." And in this letter, reference was made to various other women, who seemed to be no less Morel's friends than Léa's. On the other hand, Morel's sarcasm at the Baron's expense, and Léa's at that of an officer who was keeping her, and of whom she said, "He keeps writing me letters begging me to be careful. What do you say to that, my little white puss?" revealed to M. de Charlus a state of things no less unsuspected by him than were Morel's peculiar and intimate relations with Léa. What most disturbed the Baron was the word "so." Ignorant at first of its application, he had eventually, at a time already remote in the past, learned that he himself was so. And now the notion that he had acquired of this word was again put to the challenge. When he had discovered that he was so, he had supposed this to mean that his tastes, as Saint-Simon says, did not lie in the direction of women. And here was this word "so" applied to Morel with an extension of meaning of which M. de Charlus was unaware, so much so that Morel gave proof, according to this letter, of his being so by having the same taste as certain women for other women. From that moment, the Baron's jealousy had no longer any reason to confine itself to the men of Morel's acquaintance, but began to extend to the women also, so that the people who were so were not merely those he had supposed to be so, but a whole and vast section of the inhabitants of the planet, consisting of women as well as of men, loving not merely men, but women also. And the Baron, in the face of this novel meaning of a word that was so familiar to him, felt himself tormented by an anxiety of the mind as well as of the heart, born of this twofold mystery which combined an extension of the field of his jealousy with the sudden inadequacy of a definition. M. de Charlus had never in his life been anything but an amateur. That is to say, incidents of this sort could never be of any use to him. He worked off the painful impression that they might make upon him in violent scenes, in which he was a past master of eloquence, or in crafty intrigues, but to a person endowed with the qualities of a Bergotte, for instance, they might have been of inestimable value. This may indeed explain, to a certain extent, since we have to grope blindfold, but choose, like the lower animals, the herb that is good for us, why men like Bergotte have generally lived in the company of persons who were ordinary, false, and malicious. Their beauty is sufficient for the writer's imagination, enhances his generosity, but does not in any way alter the nature of his companion, whose life, situated thousands of feet below the level of his own, her incredible stories, her lies carried farther, and what is more, in another direction than what might have been expected, appear in occasional flashes. The lie, the perfect lie, about people whom we know, about the relations that we have had with them, about our motive for some action, a motive which we express in totally different terms, the lie as to what we are, whom we love, what we feel with regard to the person who loves us, and believes that she is fashioning us in her own image because she keeps on kissing us morning, noon, and night. That lie is one of the only things in the world that can open a window for us upon what is novel, unknown, that can awaken in us sleeping senses to the contemplation of universes that otherwise we should never have known. We are bound to say, insofar as M de Charlus is concerned, that if he was stupefied to learn with regard to Morel a certain number of things which the latter had carefully concealed from him, he was not justified in concluding from this that it was a mistake to associate too closely with the lower orders. We shall indeed see in the concluding section of this work M de Charlus himself engaged in doing things which would have stupefied the member of his families and his friends far more than he could possibly have been stupefied by the revelations of Leah. The revelation that he had found most painful had been that of a tour which Morel had made with Leah, whereas at the time he had assured M de Charlus that he was studying music in Germany. He had found support for this falsehood in obliging friends in Germany, whom he had sent his letters to be forwarded from there to M de Charlus, who, as it happened, was so positive that Morel was there that he had not even looked at the postmark. But it is time to rejoin the Baron as he advances with Brichot and myself towards the Verdurins' door. "And what," he went on, turning to myself, "has become of your young Hebrew friend whom we met at Deauville? It occurred to me that, if you liked, one might perhaps invite him to the house one evening." For M. de Charlus, who did not shrink from employing a private detective to spy upon every word and action of Morel, for all the world like a husband or a lover, had not ceased to pay attention to other young men. The vigilance which he made one of his old servants maintain through an agency upon Morel was so indiscreet that his footmen thought they were being watched, and one of the housemaids could not endure the suspense, never ventured into the street, always expecting to find a policeman at her heels. "She can do whatever she likes. It would be a waste of time and money to follow her, as if her goings-on mattered to us," the old servant ironically exclaimed, for he was so passionately devoted to his master that, albeit he in no way shared the Baron's tastes, he had come in time, with such ardour did he employ himself in their service, to speak of them as though they were his own. "He's the very best of good fellows," M. de Charlus would say of this old servant, for we never appreciate anyone so much as those who combine with other great virtues that of placing themselves unconditionally at the disposal of our vices. It was, moreover, of men alone that M. de Charlus was capable of feeling any jealousy so far as Morel was concerned. women inspired in him no jealousy whatever. This is indeed an almost universal rule with the Charlus type. The love of the man with whom they are in love for a woman is something different, which occurs in another animal species. A lion does not interfere with tigers, does not distress them, if anything, reassures them. Sometimes it is true, in the case of those who exalt their inversion to the level of a priesthood, this love creates disgust. These men resent their friends having succumbed to it, not as a betrayal, but as a lapse from virtue. A Charlus of a different variety from the Baron would have been as indignant at the discovery of Morel's relations with a woman as upon reading in a newspaper that he, the interpreter of Bach and Handel, was going to play Puccini. It is, by the way, for this reason that the young men who, with an eye to their own personal advantage, condescend to the love of men like Charlus, assure them that women inspire them only with disgust, just as they would tell a doctor that they never touch alcohol and care only for spring water. But M. de Charlus, in this respect, departed to some extent from the general rule. Since he admired everything about Morel, the latter's successes with women caused him no annoyance, gave him the same joy as his successes on the platform or at écarté. "But you know, my dear fellow, he has women," he would say, with an air of disclosure, of scandal, possibly of envy, above all of admiration. "He is extraordinary," he would continue. "Everywhere the most famous whores can look at nobody but him. They stare at him everywhere, whether it's on the underground or in the theatre. It's become a nuisance. I can't go out with him to a restaurant without the waiter bringing him notes from at least 3 women. And always pretty women, too. Not that there's anything surprising in that. I was watching him yesterday. I can quite understand it. He has become so beautiful. He looks just like a Bronzino. He's really marvellous." But M. de Charlus liked to show that he was in love with Morel, to persuade other people, possibly to persuade himself, that Morel was in love with him. He applied to the purpose of having Morel always with him, notwithstanding the harm that the young fellow might do to the Baron's social position, a sort of self-esteem. For, and this is frequent among men of good position who are snobs, and in their vanity sever all their social ties in order to be seen everywhere with a mistress, a person of doubtful or a lady of tarnished reputation, whom nobody will invite, and with whom, nevertheless, it seems to them flattering to be associated. He had arrived at that stage at which self-esteem devotes all its energy to destroying the goals to which it has attained, whether because, under the influence of love, a man finds a prestige which he is alone in perceiving in ostentatious relations with the beloved object, or because, by the waning of social ambitions that have been gratified, and the rising of a tide of subsidiary curiosities, all the more absorbing, the more platonic they are, the latter have not only reached, but have passed the level at which the former found it difficult to remain. As for young men in general, M. de Charlus found that to his fondness for them, Morel's existence was not an obstacle, and that indeed his brilliant reputation as a violinist, or his growing fame as a composer and journalist, might in certain instances prove an attraction. Did anyone introduce to the Baron a young composer of an agreeable type, it was in Morel's talents that he sought an opportunity of doing the stranger a favour. "You must," he would tell him, "bring me some of your work, so that Morel can play it at a concert or on tour. There's hardly any decent music written now for the violin. It is a godsend to find anything new, and abroad they appreciate that sort of thing enormously. Even in the provinces there are little musical societies where they love music with a fervour and intelligence that are quite admirable." without any greater sincerity, for all this could serve only as a bait, and it was seldom that Morel condescended to fulfil these promises. Bloch, having confessed that he was something of a poet, when he was in the mood, he had added, with the sarcastic laugh with which he would accompany a platitude when he could think of nothing original, M de Charlus said to me, "You must tell your young Israelite, since he writes verses, that he must really bring me some for Morel. For a composer, that is always the stumbling block, to find something decent to set to music. One might even consider a libretto. It would not be without interest, and would acquire a certain value from the distinction of the poet, from my patronage, and from a whole chain of auxiliary circumstances, among which Morel's talent would take the chief place, for he is composing a lot just now, and writing too, and very pleasantly. I must talk to you about it. As for his talent as a performer, there you know he is already a past master. You shall see this evening how well the lad plays Verdurins' music. He overwhelms me. At his age, to have such an understanding, while he is still such a boy, such a kid. Oh, this evening is only to be a little rehearsal. The big affair is to come off in 2 or 3 days, but it will be much more distinguished this evening. And so we are delighted that you have come," he went on, employing the plural pronoun, doubtless because a king says, "It is our wish." "The programme is so magnificent that I have advised Madame Verdurins to give 2 parties. One in a few days' time, at which she shall have all her own friends, and the other tonight, at which the hostess is, to use a legal expression, deceased. It is I who have issued the invitations, and I have collected a few people from another sphere who may be useful to Charlie, and whom it will be nice for the Verdurins to meet. Don't you agree it is all very well to have the finest music played by the greatest artists? The effect of the performance remains muffled in cotton wool if the audience is composed of the milliner from across the way and of the grocer from around the corner. You know what I think of the intellectual level of the people in society. Still, they can play certain quite important parts, among others that which in public events devolves upon the press, and which is that of being an organ of publicity. You know what I mean. I have, for instance, invited my sister-in-law, Oriane. It is not certain that she will come, but it is, on the other hand, certain that, if she does come, she will understand absolutely nothing. But one does not ask her to understand, which is beyond her capacity, but to talk, a task which is admirably suited to her, and which she never fails to perform. What is the result? Tomorrow, as ever is, instead of the silence of the milliner and the grocer, an animated conversation at the Mortemars, with Oriane telling everyone that she has heard the most marvellous music, that a certain Morel, and so forth. Unspeakable rage of the people not invited, who will say, Palamede thought, no doubt, that we were unworthy. Anyhow, who are these people who are giving the party? A counterblast quite as useful as Oriane's praises, because Morel's name keeps cropping up all the time, and is finally engraved in the memory like a lesson that one has read over 12 times. All this forms a chain of circumstances which may be of value to the artist, to the hostess, may serve as a sort of megaphone for a performance which will thus be made audible to a remote public. Really, it is worth the trouble. You shall see what progress Charlie has made. And what is more, we have discovered a new talent in him. My dear fellow, he writes like an angel, I tell you. M. de Charlus omitted to say that for some time past he had been employing Morel like those great noblemen of the 17th century who scorned to sign or even to write their own slanderous attacks, to compose certain vilely calumnious little paragraphs at the expense of the Comtesse Molay. Their insolence, apparent even to those who merely glanced at them, how much more cruel were they to to the young woman herself, who found in them so skilfully introduced that nobody but herself saw the point, certain passages from her own correspondence, textually quoted, but interpreted in a sense which made them as deadly as the cruelest revenge. They killed the lady. But there is, edited every day in Paris, Balzac would tell us, a sort of spoken newspaper, more terrible than its printed rivals. We shall see later on that this verbal press reduced to nothing the power of a Charlus who had fallen out of fashion, and exalted far above him a Morel who was not worth the millionth part of his former patron. Is this intellectual fashion really so simple, and does it sincerely believe in the nullity of a Charlus of genius, in the incontestable authority of a crass Morel? The Baron was not so innocent in his implacable vengeance, whence, no doubt, that bitter venom on his tongue, the spreading of which seemed to dye his cheek with jaundice when he was in a rage. "You who knew Bergotte," M. de Charlus went on, "I thought at one time that you might perhaps, by refreshing his memory with regard to the youngster's writings, collaborate, in short, with myself, help me to assist a twofold talent, that of a musician and a writer, which may one day acquire the prestige of a Berlioz. As you know, the illustrious have often other things to think about. They are smothered in flattery. They take little interest except in themselves. But Bergotte, who was genuinely unpretentious and obliging, promised me that he would get into the Gaulois, or some such paper, those little articles, a blend of the humorist and the musician, which he really does quite charmingly now, and I'm really very glad that Charlie should combine with his violin this little stroke of Angos's pen. I know that I am prone to exaggeration when he is concerned, like all the old fairy godmothers of the Conservatoire. What, my fellow, you didn't know that? You've never observed my little weakness? I pace up and down for hours on end outside the examination hall. I'm as happy as a queen. As for Charlie's prose, Bergotte assured me that it really was very good indeed." M. de Charlus, who had once been acquainted with Bergotte through Swann, had indeed gone to see him a few days before his death, to ask him to find an opening for Morel in some newspaper for a sort of commentary, half humorous, upon the music of the day. In doing so, M. de Charlus had felt some remorse, for, himself a great admirer of Bergotte, he was conscious that he never went to see him for his own sake, but in order, thanks to the respect, partly intellectual, partly social, that Bergotte felt for him, to be able to do a great service to Morel, or to some other of his friends. That he no longer made use of people in society for any other purpose did not shock M. de Charlus, but to treat Bergotte thus had appeared to him more offensive, for he felt that Bergotte had not the calculating nature of people in society, and deserved better treatment. Only his was a busy life, and he could never find time for anything except when he was greatly interested in something, when, for instance, it affected Morel. What was more, as he was himself extremely intelligent, the conversation of an intelligent man left him comparatively cold, especially that of Bergotte, who was too much the man of letters for his liking, and belonged to another clan, did not share his point of view. As for Bergotte, he had observed the calculated motive of M. de Charlus' visits, but he had felt no resentment, for he had been incapable throughout his life of any consecutive generosity, but anxious to give pleasure, broad-minded, insensitive to the pleasure of administering a rebuke. As for M. de Charlus' vice, he had never partaken of it to the smallest extent, but had found in it rather an element of colour in the person affected face et nefas for an artist, consisting not in moral examples, but in memories of Plato or of Sodom. "But you, fair youth, we never see you at Cape Conti. You don't abuse their hospitality." I explained that I went out as a rule with my cousin. "Do you hear that? He goes out with his cousin. What a particularly pure young man," said M. de Charlus to Brichot. Then, turning again to myself, "But we are not asking you to give an account of your life, my boy. You are free to do anything that amuses you. We merely regret that we have no share in it. Besides, you show very good taste. Your cousin is charming. Ask Brichot. She quite turned his head at Deauville. We shall regret her absence this evening. But you did just as well, perhaps, not to bring her with you. Vinteuil's music is delightful, but I have heard that we are to meet the composer's daughter and her friend, who have a terrible reputation. That sort of thing is always awkward for a girl. They're sure to be there, unless the ladies have been detained in the country, for they were to have been present without fail all afternoon at a rehearsal which Madame Verdurins was giving today, to which she had invited only the bores, her family, the people whom she could not very well have this evening. But a moment ago, before dinner, Charlie told us that the sisters Vinteuil, as we call them, for whom they were all waiting, never came." Notwithstanding the intense pain that I had felt at the sudden association with its effect, of which alone I had been aware of the cause, at length discovered, of Albertine's anxiety to be there that afternoon, the presence publicly announced, but of which I had been ignorant, of Mademoiselle Vinteuil and her friend, my mind was still sufficiently detached to remark that M. de Charlus, who had told us a few minutes earlier that he had not seen Charlie since the morning, was now brazenly admitting that he had seen him before dinner. My pain became visible. "Why, what's the matter with you?" said the Baron. "You are quite green. Come, let us go in. You will catch cold. You don't look at all well." It was not any doubt as to Albertine's virtue that M. de Charlus' words had awakened in me. Many other doubts had penetrated my mind already. At each fresh doubt, we feel that the measure is heaped full, that we cannot cope with it. Then we manage to find room for it all the same, and once it is introduced into our vital essence, it enters into competition there with so many longings to believe, so many reasons to forget, that we speedily become accustomed to it, and end by ceasing to pay it any attention. There remains only, like a partially healed pain, the menace of possible suffering, which, the counterpart of desire, a feeling of the same order, and like it become the centre of our thoughts, radiates through them to an infinite circumference, a wistful melancholy, as desire radiates pleasures, whose origin we fail to perceive, wherever anything may suggest the idea of the person with whom we are in love. But pain revives as soon as a fresh doubt enters our mind complete. Even if we assure ourselves almost immediately, "I shall deal with this. There must be some method by which I need not suffer. It cannot be true." Nevertheless, there has been a first moment in which we suffered as though we believed it. If we had merely members, such as legs and arms, life would be endurable. Unfortunately, we carry inside us that little organ which we call the heart, which is subject to certain maladies, in the course of which it is infinitely impressionable by everything that concerns the life of a certain person, so that a lie, that most harmless of things, in the midst of which we live so unconcernedly, if the lie be told by ourself or by strangers, coming from that person, causes the little heart, which surgeons ought really to be able to excise from us, intolerable anguish. Let us not speak of the brain, for our mind may go on reasoning interminably in the course of this anguish. It does no more to mitigate it than by taking thought can we soothe an aching tooth. It is true that this person is to blame for having lied to us, for she had sworn to us that she would always tell us the truth. But we know from our own shortcomings towards other people how little an oath is worth. We have deliberately believed them when they came from her, the very person to whose interest it has always been to lie to us, and whom, moreover, we did not select for her virtues. It is true that, later on, she would almost cease to have any need to lie to us, at the moment when our heart will have grown indifferent to her falsehood, because then we shall not feel any interest in her life. We know this, and notwithstanding, we deliberately sacrifice our own life, either by killing ourselves for her sake, or by letting ourselves be sentenced to death for having murdered her, or simply by spending, in the course of a few evenings, our whole fortune upon her, which will oblige us presently to commit suicide because we have not a penny in the world. Besides, however calm we may imagine ourselves when we are in love, we always have love in our heart in a state of unstable equilibrium. A trifle is sufficient to exalt it to the position of happiness. We radiate happiness. We smother in our affection not her whom we love, but those who have given us merit in her eyes, who have protected her from every evil temptation. We think that our mind is at ease, and a word is sufficient. Gilberte is not coming. Mademoiselle Vinteuil is expected, to make all the preconceived happiness towards which we were rising collapse, to make the sun hide his face, to open the bag of the winds and let loose the internal tempest which one day we shall be incapable of resisting. That day, the day upon which the heart has become so frail, our friends who respect us are pained that such trifles, that certain persons can so affect us, can bring us to death's door. But what are they to do? If a poet is dying of septic pneumonia, can one imagine his friends explaining to the pneumococcus that the poet is a man of talent and that it ought to let him recover? My doubt, insofar as it referred to Mademoiselle Vinteuil, was not entirely novel, but to a certain extent my jealousy of the afternoon, inspired by Leah and her friends, had abolished it. Once that peril of the Trocadero was removed, I had felt that I had recaptured for all time complete peace of mind. But what was entirely novel to me was a certain excursion as to which André had told me, "When we went to this place and that, we didn't meet anyone," and during which, on the contrary, Mademoiselle Vinteuil had evidently arranged to meet Albertine at Madame Verdurins'. At this moment I would gladly have allowed Albertine to go out by herself, to go wherever she might choose, provided that I might lock up Mademoiselle Vinteuil and her friend somewhere, and be certain that Albertine would not meet them. The fact is that jealousy is, as a rule, partial, of intermittent application, whether because it is the painful extension of an anxiety which is provoked now by one person, now by another, with whom our mistress may be in love, or because of the exiguity of our thought, which is able to realize only what it can represent to itself, and leaves everything else in an obscurity which can cause us only a proportionately modified anguish. Just as we were about to ring the bell, we were overtaken by Saniette, who informed us that Princesse Sherbatov had died at 6 o'clock, and added that he had not at first recognized us. "I envisaged you, however, for some time," he told us in a breathless voice. "Is it aught but curious that I should have hesitated?" To say, "Is it not curious?" would have seemed to him wrong, and he had acquired a familiarity with obsolete forms of speech that was becoming exasperating. "Not but what you are people whom one may acknowledge as friends." His grey complexion seemed to be illuminated by the livid glow of a storm. His breathlessness, which had been noticeable as recently as last summer, only when Monsieur Verdurins jumped down his throat, was now continuous. "I understand that an unknown work of Vinteuil is to be performed by excellent artists, and singularly by Morel." "Why singularly?" inquired the Baron, who detected a criticism in the adverb. "Our friend Saniette," Brichot made haste to exclaim, acting as interpreter, "is prone to speak, like the excellent scholar that he is, the language of an age in which singularly was equivalent to our especially." End of section 14. Section 15 of The Captive by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Section 15. The Verdurins quarrel with M de Charlus. 3. As we entered the Verdurins' hall, M de Charlus asked me whether I was engaged upon any work, and as I told him that I was not, but that I was greatly interested at the moment in old dinner services of plate and porcelain, he assured me that I could not see any finer than those the Verdurins had. That, moreover, I might have seen them at La Raspallière, since, on the pretext that one's possessions are also one's friends, they were so silly as to cart everything down there with them. It would be less convenient to bring everything out for my benefit on the evening of a party. Still, he would tell them to show me anything that I wished to see. I begged him not to do anything of the sort. M. de Charlus unbuttoned his greatcoat, took off his hat, and I saw that the top of his head had now turned silver in patches. But, like a precious shrub, which is not only coloured with autumn tints, but certain leaves of which are protected by bandages of wadding or incrustations of plaster, M. de Charlus received from these few white hairs at his crest only a further variegation added to those of his face. And yet, even beneath the layers of different expressions, paint, and hypocrisy, which formed such a bad make-up, his face continued to hide from almost everyone the secret that it seemed to me to be crying aloud. I was almost put to shame by his eyes, in which I was afraid of his surprising me in the act of reading it as from an open book, by his voice, which seemed to me to be repeating it in every tone with an untiring indecency. But secrets are well kept by such people, for everyone who comes in contact with them is deaf and blind. The people who learned the truth from someone else, from the Verdurins, for instance, believed it, but only for so long as they had not met M. de Charlus. His face, so far from spreading, dissipated every scandalous rumour. For we form so extravagant an idea of certain characters that we would be incapable of identifying one of them with the familiar features of a person of our acquaintance. and we find it difficult to believe in such a person's vices, just as we can never believe in the genius of a person with whom we went to the opera last night. M. de Charlus was engaged in handing over his greatcoat with the instructions of a familiar guest. But the footman to whom he was handing it was a newcomer and quite young. Now, M. de Charlus had by this time begun, as people say, to lose his bearings, and did not always remember what might and what might not be done. The praiseworthy desire that he had felt at Baalbek to show that certain topics did not alarm him, that he was not afraid to declare with regard to someone or other, "He's a nice-looking boy," to utter, in short, the same words as might have been uttered by somebody who was not like himself. This desire he had now begun to express by saying, on the contrary, things which nobody could ever have said who was not like him, things upon which his mind was so constantly fixed that he forgot that they do not form part of the habitual preoccupation of people in general. And so, as he gazed at the new footman, he raised his forefinger in the air in a menacing fashion, and, thinking that he was making an excellent joke, "You are not to make eyes at me like that, do you hear?" said the Baron, and, turning to Brichot, "He has a quaint little face, that boy. His nose is rather fun." And, completing his joke, or yielding to a desire, he lowered his forefinger horizontally, hesitated for an instant, then, unable to control himself any longer, thrust it irresistibly forwards at the footman and touched the tip of his nose, saying, "Biff!" "That's a rum card," the footman said to himself, and inquired of his companions whether it was a joke or what it was. "It's just a way he has," said the butler, who regarded the Baron as slightly touched, a bit balmy. "But he's one of Madame's friends, for whom I've always had the greatest respect. He has a good heart." "Are you coming back this year to Oncarville?" Brichot asked me. "I believe that our hostess has taken La Raspallière again, for all that she has a crow to pick with her landlords. But that is nothing. It is a cloud that passes," he added, in the optimistic tone of the newspapers that say, "Mistakes have been made, it is true, but who does not make mistakes at times?" But I remembered the state of anguish in which I had left Baalbek, and felt no desire to return there. I kept putting off to the morrow my plans for Albertine. "Why, of course he's coming back. We need him. He's indispensable to us," declared M. de Charlus, with the authoritative and uncomprehending egoism of friendliness. At this moment, M. Verdurins appeared to welcome us. When we expressed our sympathy over Princess Shcherbatoff, he said, "Yes, I believe she is rather ill." No, she died at 6 o'clock, exclaimed Sagnette. "Oh, you exaggerate everything," was M. Verdurins' brutal retort, for, since he had not cancelled his party, he preferred the hypothesis of illness, imitating unconsciously the Duc de Guermantes. Sagnette, not without fear of catching cold, for the outer door was continually being opened, stood waiting resignedly for someone to take his hat and coat. "What are you hanging about there for, like a whipped dog?" M. Verdurins asked him. "I'm waiting until one of the persons who are charged with the cloakroom can take my coat and give me a number." "What's that you say?" demanded M. Verdurins, with a stern expression. "Charged with the cloakroom. Are you going off your head? In charge of the cloakroom is what we say, if we've got to teach you your own language like a man who has had a stroke." "Charged with a thing is the correct form," murmured Sagnette in a stifled tone. "The Abbé le Bateau." "You make me tired, you do," cried M. Verdurins in a voice of thunder. "How you do wheeze! Have you been running upstairs to an attic?" The effect of Monsieur Verdurin's rudeness was that the servants in the cloakroom allowed other guests to take precedence of Saniette, and when he tried to hand over his things, replied, "Wait your turn, sir, don't be in such a hurry." "There's a system for you, competent fellows. That's right, my lads," said Monsieur Verdurin, with an approving smile, in order to encourage them in their tendency to keep Saniette waiting till the end. "Come along," he said to us. "The creature wants us all to catch our death, hanging about in his beloved draught. Come and get warm in the drawing-room. Charged with the cloakroom, indeed. What an idiot!" "He is inclined to be a little precious, but he's not a bad fellow," said Brichot. "I never said that he was a bad fellow. I said he was an idiot," was Monsieur Verdurin's harsh retort. Meanwhile, Madame Verdurin was busily engaged with Cotard and ski. Morel had just declined, because M de Charlus could not be present, an invitation from some friends of hers to whom she had promised the services of the violinist. The reason for Morel's refusal to perform at the party which the Verdurins' friends were giving, a reason which we shall presently see reinforced by others of a far more serious kind, might have found its justification in a habit common to the leisured classes in general, but specially distinctive of the little nucleus. To be sure, if Madame Verdurin intercepted between a newcomer and one of the faithful a whispered speech which might let it be supposed that they were already acquainted, or wished to become more intimate, "On Friday, then, at so-and-so's," or "Come to my studio any day you like. I'm always there until 5 o'clock. I shall look forward to seeing you," agitated, supposing the newcomer to occupy a position which would make him a brilliant recruit to the little clan, the mistress, while pretending not to have heard anything, and preserving in her fine eyes, shadowed by the habit of listening to Debussy more than they would have been by that of sniffing cocaine, the extenuated expression that they derived from musical intoxication alone, revolved, nevertheless, behind her splendid brow, inflated by all those quartets and the headaches that were their consequence, thoughts which were not exclusively polyphonic, and unable to contain herself any more, unable to postpone the injection for another instant, flung herself upon the speakers, drew them apart, and said to the newcomer, pointing to the faithful one, "You wouldn't care to come and dine to meet him next Saturday, shall we say, or any day you like, with some really nice people? Don't speak too loud, as I don't want to invite all this mob," a word used to denote, for 5 minutes, the little nucleus, disdained for the moment in favour of the newcomer in whom so many hopes were placed. But this infatuated impulse, this need to make friendly overtures, had its counterpart. Assiduous attendance at their Wednesdays aroused in the Verdurins an opposite tendency. This was the desire to quarrel, to hold aloof. It had been strengthened, had almost been wrought to a frenzy during the months spent at La Raspallière, where they were all together, morning, noon, and night. Monsieur Verdurin went out of his way to prove one of his guests in the wrong, to spin webs in which he might hand over to his comrade spider some innocent fly. Failing a grievance, he would invent some absurdity. As soon as one of the faithful had been out of the house for half an hour, they would make fun of him in front of the others, would feign surprise that their guests had not noticed how his teeth were never clean, or how, on the contrary, he had a mania for brushing them 20 times a day. If anyone took the liberty of opening a window, this want of breeding would cause a glance of disgust to pass between host and hostess. A moment later, Madame Verdurin would ask for a shawl, which gave Monsieur Verdurin an excuse for saying in a tone of fury, "No, I shall close the window. I wonder who had the impertinence to open it," in the hearing of the guilty wretch who blushed to the roots of his hair. You were rebuked indirectly for the quantity of wine you had drunk. It won't do you any harm. Navvies thrive on it. If two of the faithful went out together without first obtaining permission from the mistress, their excursions led to endless comments, however innocent they might be. Those of M. de Charlus with Morel were not innocent. It was only the fact that M. de Charlus was not staying at La Respalière, because Morel was obliged to live near his barracks, that retarded the hour of satiety, disgust, retching. That hour was, however, about to strike. Madame Verdurins was furious, and determined to enlighten Morel as to the ridiculous and detestable part that M. de Charlus was making him play. "I must add," she went on, Madame Verdurins, when she felt that she owed anyone a debt of gratitude which would be a burden to him, and was unable to rid herself of it by killing him, would discover a serious defect in him, which would honourably dispense her from showing her gratitude. "I must add that he gives himself airs in my house which I do not at all like." The truth was that Madame Verdurins had another more serious reason than Morel's refusal to play at her friend's party for picking a quarrel with M. de Charlus. The latter, overcome by the honour he was doing the mistress in bringing to Quai Conti people who, after all, would never have come there for her sake, had, on hearing the first names that Madame Verdurins had suggested as those of people who ought to be invited, pronounced the most categorical ban upon them, in a peremptory tone, which blended the rancorous pride of a crotchety nobleman with the dogmatism of the expert artist in questions of entertainment, who would cancel his programme and withhold his collaboration sooner than agree to concessions which, in his opinion, would endanger the success of the whole. M. de Charlus had given his approval, hedging it round with reservations, to Santine alone, with whom, in order not to be bothered with his wife, Madame de Guermantes had passed from a daily intimacy to a complete severance of relations, but whom M. de Charlus, finding him intelligent, continued to see. True, it was among a middle-class set, with a cross-breeding of the minor nobility, where people are merely very rich and connected with an aristocracy whom the true aristocracy does not know, that Santine, at one time the flower of the Guermantes set, had gone to seek his fortune, and, he imagined, a social foothold. But Madame Verdurins, knowing the blue-blooded pretensions of the wife's circle, and failing to take account of the husband's position, for it is what is immediately over our head that gives us the impression of altitude, and not what is almost invisible to us, so far is it lost in the clouds, felt that she ought to justify an invitation of Santine by pointing out that he knew a great many people having married Mademoiselle. The ignorance which this assertion, the direct opposite of the truth, revealed in Madame Verdurins, caused the Baron's painted lips to part in a smile of indulgent scorn and wide comprehension. He disdained a direct answer, but as he was always ready to express, in social examples, theories which showed the fertility of his mind and the arrogance of his pride, with the inherited frivolity of his occupations, "Santine ought to have come to me before marrying," he said. "There is such a thing as social as well as physiological eugenics, and I'm perhaps the only specialist in existence. Saintine's case aroused no discussion. It was clear that in making the marriage that he made, he was tying a stone to his neck and hiding his light under a bushel. His social career was at an end. I should have explained this to him, and he would have understood me, for he is quite intelligent. On the other hand, there was a person who had everything that he required to make his position exalted, predominant worldwide. Only a terrible cable bound him to the earth. I helped him, partly by pressure, partly by force, to break his bonds. Now he has won, with a triumphant joy, the freedom, the omnipotence that he owes to me. It required perhaps a little determination on his part, but what a reward! Thus a man can himself, when he has the sense to listen to me, become the midwife of his destiny. It was only too clear that M. de Charlus had not been able to influence his own. Action is a different thing from speech, even eloquent speech, and from thought, even the thoughts of genius. But so far as I'm concerned, I live the life of a philosopher who looks on with interest at the social reactions which I have foretold, but who does not exist with them. And so I have continued to visit Saintine, who has always received me with the wholehearted deference which is my due. I have even dined with him in his new abode, where one is as heavily bored in the midst of the most sumptuous splendour as one used to be amused in the old days when, living from hand to mouth, he used to assemble the best society in a wretched attic. Him, then, you may invite. I give you leave, but I rule out with my veto all the other names that you have mentioned. And you will thank me for it, for if I am an expert in arranging marriages, I am no less an expert in arranging parties. I know the rising people who give tone to a gathering, make it go. I know also the names that will bring it down to the ground, make it fall flat. These exclusions were not always founded upon the Baron's personal resentments, nor upon his artistic refinements, but upon his skill as an actor. When he had perfected, at the expense of somebody or something, an entirely successful epigram, he was anxious to let it be heard by the largest possible audience, but took care not to admit to the second performance the audience of the first, who could have borne witness that the novelty was not novel. He would then rearrange his drawing-room simply because he did not alter his programme, and when he had scored a success in conversation, would, if need be, have organised a tour and given exhibitions in the provinces. Whatever may have been the various motives for these exclusions, they did not merely annoy Madame Verdurins, who felt her authority as a hostess impaired. They also did her great damage socially, and for two reasons. The first was that M. de Charlus, even more susceptible than Jupien, used to quarrel, without anyone's ever knowing why, with the people who were most suited to be his friends. Naturally, one of the first punishments that he could inflict upon them was that of not allowing them to be invited to a party which he was giving at the Verdurins. Now these pariahs were often people who are in the habit of ruling the roast, as the saying is, but who, in M. de Charlus' eyes, had ceased to rule it from the day on which he had quarrelled with them. For his imagination, in addition to finding people in the wrong in order to quarrel with them, was no less ingenious in stripping them of all importance as soon as they ceased to be his friends. If, for instance, the guilty party came of an extremely old family, whose dukedom, however, dates only from the 19th century, such a family as the Montesquieu. From that moment, all that counted for M. de Charlus was the precedence of the dukedom, the family becoming nothing. "They are not even dukes," he would exclaim. "It is the title of the Abbé de Montesquieu, which passed most irregularly to a collateral less than 80 years ago. The present duke, if duke he can be called, is the third. You may talk to me, if you like, of people like the Uzès, the La Trémouille, the Luynes, who are 10th or 14th dukes, or my brother, who is the 12th Duc de Guermantes and 17th Prince of Cordova. The Montesquieu are descended from an old family. What would that prove, supposing that were proved? They have descended so far that they have reached the 14th story below stairs." Had he, on the contrary, quarrelled with a gentleman who possessed an ancient dukedom, who boasted the most magnificent connections, was related to ruling princes, but to whose line this distinction had come quite suddenly, without any length of pedigree, a Luynes, for instance, the case was altered. Pedigree alone counted. "I ask you, Monsieur Albertine, who does not emerge from the mire until Louis XIII, what can it matter to us that favouritism at court allowed them to pick up dukedoms to which they have no right?" What was more, with M. de Charlus, the fall came immediately after the exaltation, because of that tendency peculiar to the Guermantes to expect from conversation, from friendship, something that these are incapable of giving, as well as the symptomatic fear of becoming the objects of slander. And the fall was all the greater the higher the exaltation had been. Now, nobody had ever found such favour with the Baron as he had markedly shown for the Comtesse Molé. By what sign of indifference did she reveal one fine day that she had been unworthy of it? The Comtesse always maintained that she had never been able to solve the problem. The fact remains that the mere sound of her name aroused in the Baron the most violent rage, provoked the most eloquent but the most terrible philippics. Madame Verdurins, to whom Madame Molé had been very kind, and who was founding, as we shall see, great hopes upon her, and had rejoiced in anticipation at the thought that the Comtesse would meet in her house all the noblest names, as the mistress said, of France and Navarre, at once proposed to invite Madame de Molé. "Oh, my God! Everyone has his own taste," M. de Charlus had replied. "And if you, Madame, feel a desire to converse with Madame Pipilet, Madame Gipoux, and Madame Joseph Prudhomme, I ask nothing better, but let it be on an evening when I am not present." I could see, as soon as you opened your mouth, that we do not speak the same language, since I was mentioning the names of the nobility, and you retort with the most obscure names of professional and tradespeople, dirty, scandal-mongering little bounders, little women who imagine themselves patronesses of the arts because they repeat, an octave lower, the manners of my Guermantes sister-in-law, like a jay that thinks it is imitating a peacock. I must add that it would be positively indecent to admit to a party which I am pleased to give at Madame Verdurin's a person whom I have with good reason excluded from my society. A sheep devoid of birth, loyalty, intelligence, who is so idiotic as to suppose that she is capable of playing the Duchesse de Guermantes and the Princesse de Guermantes, a combination which is in itself idiotic, since the Duchesse de Guermantes and the Princesse de Guermantes are poles apart. It is as though a person should pretend to be at once Reichenberg and Sarah Bernhardt. In any case, even if it were not impossible, it would be extremely ridiculous. even though I may myself smile at times at the exaggeration of one and regret the limitations of the other. That is my right. But that upstart little frog trying to blow herself out to the magnitude of two great ladies who, at all events, always reveal the incomparable distinction of blood, it is enough, as the saying is, to make a cat laugh. The mole! That is the name which must not be uttered in my hearing, or else I must simply withdraw, he concluded with a smile, in the tone of a doctor who, thinking of his patient's interests, in spite of that same patient's opposition, lets it be understood that he will not tolerate the collaboration of a homeopath. On the other hand, certain persons whom M de Charlus regarded as negligible might indeed be so for him, but not for Madame Verdurins. M de Charlus, with his exalted birth, could afford to dispense with people in the height of fashion, the assemblage of whom would have made Madame Verdurins' drawing-room one of the first in Paris. She, at the same time, was beginning to feel that she had already, on more than one occasion, missed the coach, not to mention the enormous retardation that the social error of the Dreyfus case had inflicted upon her, not without doing her a service all the same. I forgot whether I have mentioned the disapproval with which the Duchesse de Guermantes had observed certain persons of her world who, subordinating everything else to the case, excluded fashionable women from their drawing-rooms and admitted others who were not fashionable because they were for or against the fresh trial, and had then been criticized in her turn by those same ladies as lukewarm, unsound in her views, and guilty of placing social distinctions above the national interests. May I appeal to the reader as a friend with regard to whom one completely forgets at the end of a conversation whether one has remembered or has had an opportunity to tell him something important? Whether I have done so or not, the attitude of the Duchesse de Guermantes can be easily imagined, and indeed, if we look at it in the light of subsequent history, may appear from the social point of view perfectly correct. M. de Cambremer regarded the Dreyfus case as a foreign machination intended to destroy the intelligence service, to undermine discipline, to weaken the army, to divide the French people, to pave the way for an invasion. Literature being, apart from a few of La Fontaine's fables, a sealed book to the Marquis, he left it to his wife to prove that the cruelly introspective writers of the day had, by creating a spirit of irreverence, arrived by a parallel course at a similar result. Monsieur Reinach and Monsieur Hervieux are in the plot, she would say. Nobody will accuse the Dreyfus case of having premeditated such dark designs upon society. But there it certainly has broken down the hedges. The social leaders who refuse to allow politics into society are as foreseeing as the soldiers who refuse to allow politics to permeate the army. Society is like the sexual appetite. One does not know at what forms of perversion it may not arrive once we have allowed our choice to be dictated by aesthetic considerations. The reason that they were nationalists gave the Faubourg Saint-Germain the habit of entertaining ladies from another class of society. The reason vanished with nationalism, the habit remained. Madame Verdurins, by the bond of Dreyfusism, had attracted to her house certain writers of distinction, who for the moment were of no advantage to her socially, because they were Dreyfusards. But political passions are like all the rest. They do not last. Fresh generations arise which are incapable of understanding them. even the generation that felt them changes, feels political passions which, not being modelled exactly upon their predecessors, make it rehabilitate some of the excluded, the reason for exclusion having altered. Monarchists no longer cared, at the time of the Dreyfus case, whether a man had been Republican, that is to say a radical, that is to say anti-clerical, provided that he was an anti-Semite and a nationalist. Should a war ever come, patriotism would assume another form, and if a writer was chauvinistic, nobody would stop to think whether he had or had not been a Dreyfusard. It was thus that, at each political crisis, at each artistic revival, Madame Verdurins had collected, one by one, like a bird building its nest, the several items, useless for the moment, of what would one day be her salon. The Dreyfus case had passed, Anatole France remained. Madame Verdurins' strength lay in her genuine love of art, the trouble that she used to take for her faithful, the marvellous dinners that she gave for them alone, without inviting anyone from the world of fashion. Each of the faithful was treated at her table as Bergotte had been treated at Madame Swann's. When a boon companion of this sort had turned into an illustrious man whom everyone was longing to meet, his presence at Madame Verdurins had none of the artificial, composite effect of a dish at an official or farewell banquet cooked by Potel or Chabot, but was merely a delicious ordinary, which you would have found there in the same perfection on a day when there was no party at all. At Madame Verdurins, the cast was trained to perfection, the repertory most select. All that was lacking was an audience. And now that the public taste had begun to turn from the rational and French art of a Bergotte, and to go in, above all things, for exotic forms of music, Madame Verdurins, a sort of official representative in Paris of all foreign artists, was not long in making her appearance by the side of the exquisite Princess Yourbeletief, an aged fairy godmother, grim but all-powerful, to the Russian dancers. This charming invasion, against whose seductions only the stupidest of critics protested, infected Paris, as we know, with a fever of curiosity, less burning, more purely aesthetic, but quite as intense, perhaps, as that aroused by the Dreyfus case. There again, Madame Verdurins, but with a very different result socially, was to take her place in the front row. Just as she had been seen by the side of Madame Zola, immediately under the bench during the trial in the assize court, so when the new generation of humanity, in their enthusiasm for the Russian ballet, thronged to the opera, crowned with the latest novelty in aigrettes, they invariably saw in a stage box Madame Verdurins by the side of Princess Yourbeletief. And just as, after the emotions of the law courts, people used to go in the evening to Madame Verdurins to meet Picard or Laborie in the flesh, and what was more, to hear the latest news of the case, to learn what hopes might be placed in Zorlindin, Loubet, Colonel Jouot, the regulations, so now, little inclined for sleep after the enthusiasm aroused by Scheherazade or Prince Igor, they repaired to Madame Verdurins, where, under the auspices of Princess Yourbeletief and their hostess, an exquisite supper brought together every night the dancers themselves, who had abstained from dinner so as to be more resilient, their director, their designers, the great composers Igor Stravinsky and Richard Strauss, a permanent little nucleus around which as round the supper table of Monsieur and Madame Helvétius, the greatest ladies in Paris and foreign royalties were not too proud to gather. Even those people in society who professed to be endowed with taste and drew unnecessary distinctions between the various Russian ballets, regarding the setting of the Sylphide as somehow purer than that of Scheherazade, which they were almost prepared to attribute to Negro inspiration, were enchanted to meet face to face the great revivers of theatrical taste, who, in an art that is perhaps a little more artificial than that of the easel, had created a revolution as profound as Impressionism itself. To revert to M. de Charlus, Madame Verdurins would not have minded so much if he had placed on his index only Comtesse Molay and Madame Bontemps, whom she had picked out at Odette's on the strength of her love of the fine arts, and who, during the Dreyfus case, had come to dinner occasionally, bringing her husband, whom Madame Verdurins called lukewarm because he was not making any move for a fresh trial, but who, being extremely intelligent and glad to form relations in every camp, was delighted to show his independence by dining at the same table as Laborie, to whom he listened without uttering a word that might compromise himself, but managed to slip in at the right moment a tribute to the loyalty recognized by all parties of Jaurès. But the Baron had similarly prescribed several ladies of the aristocracy whose acquaintance Madame Verdurins, on the occasion of some musical festivity or a collection for charity, had recently formed, and who, whatever M. de Charlus might think of them, would have been, far more than himself, essential to the formation of a fresh nucleus at Madame Verdurins', this time aristocratic. Madame Verdurins had indeed been reckoning upon this party, to which M. de Charlus would be bringing her women of the same set, to mix her new friends with them, and had been relishing, in anticipation, the surprise that the latter would feel upon meeting at Quai Conti their own friends or relatives, invited there by the Baron. She was disappointed and furious at his veto. It remained to be seen whether the evening on these conditions would result in profit or loss to herself. The loss would not be too serious if only M. de Charlus' guests came with so friendly a feeling for Madame Verdurins that they would become her friends in the future. In this case, the mischief would be only half done. These two sections of the fashionable world, which the Baron had insisted upon keeping apart, would be united later on, he himself being excluded, of course, when the time came. And so Madame Verdurins was awaiting the Baron's guests with a certain emotion. She would not be slow in discovering the state of mind in which they came, and the degree of intimacy to which she might hope to attain. While she waited, Madame Verdurins took counsel with the faithful, but upon seeing M. de Charlus enter the room with Brichot and myself, stopped short. Greatly to our astonishment, when Brichot told her how sorry he was to learn that her dear friend was so seriously ill, Madame Verdurins replied, "Listen, I'm obliged to confess that I'm not at all sorry. It is useless to pretend to feel what one does not feel." No doubt she spoke thus from want of energy, because she shrank from the idea of wearing a long face throughout her party, from pride, in order not to appear to be seeking excuses for not having cancelled her invitations, from self-respect also, and social aptitude, because the absence of grief which she displayed was more honourable if it could be attributed to a particular antipathy suddenly revealed to the princess, rather than to a universal insensibility, and because her hearers could not fail to be disarmed by a sincerity as to which there could be no doubt. If Madame Verdurin had not been genuinely unaffected by the death of the princess, would she have gone on to excuse herself for giving the party by accusing herself of a far more serious fault? Besides, one was apt to forget that Madame Verdurin would thus have admitted, while confessing her grief, that she had not had the strength of mind to forego a pleasure, whereas the indifference of the friend was something more shocking, more immoral, but less humiliating, and consequently easier to confess than the frivolity of the hostess. In matters of crime, where the culprit is in danger, it is his material interest that prompts the confession. Where the fault incurs no penalty, it is self-esteem. Whether it was that, doubtless feeling the pretext to be too hackneyed of the people who, so as not to allow bereavement to interrupt their life of pleasure, go about saying that it seems to them useless to display the outward signs of a grief which they feel in their hearts, Madame Verdurin preferred to imitate those intelligent culprits who are revolted by the commonplaces of innocence, and whose defence, a partial admission, though they do not know it, consists in saying that they would see no harm in doing what they are accused of doing, although, as it happens, they have had no occasion to do it. Or that, having adopted, to explain her conduct, the theory of indifference, she found, once she had started upon the downward slope of her unnatural feeling, that it was distinctly original to have felt it, that she displayed a rare perspicacity in having managed to diagnose her own symptoms, and a certain nerve in proclaiming them. Anyhow, Madame Verdurin kept dwelling upon her want of grief, not without a certain proud satisfaction, as of a paradoxical psychologist and daring dramatist. "Yes, it is very funny," she said. "I hardly felt it. Of course, I don't mean to say that I wouldn't rather she was still alive. She was not a bad person." "Yes, she was," put in Monsieur Verdurin. "Ah, he doesn't approve of her because he thought I was doing myself harm by having her here, but he is quite pig-headed about that." "Do me the justice to admit," said Monsieur Verdurin, "that I have never approved of your having her. I always told you that she had a bad reputation." "But I've never heard of a thing against her," protested Sagnette. "What?" exclaimed Madame Verdurin. "Everybody knew. Bad isn't the word. It was scandalous, appalling." "No, it has nothing to do with that. I couldn't explain myself what I felt. I didn't dislike her, but I took so little interest in her that, when we heard that she was seriously ill, my husband himself was quite surprised and said, 'Anyone would think you didn't mind.' Why, this evening he offered to put off the party, and I insisted upon having it, because I should have thought it a farce to show a grief which I do not feel." She said this because she felt that it had a curious smack of the independent theatre, and was at the same time singularly convenient. For an admitted insensibility or immorality simplifies life as much as does easy virtue. It converts reproachable actions, for which one no longer need seek any excuse, into a duty imposed by sincerity. And the faithful listened to Madame Verdurin's speech with the blend of admiration and misgiving, which certain cruelly realistic plays that showed a profound observation used at one time to cause, and while they marvelled to see their beloved mistress display a novel aspect of her rectitude and independence, more than one of them, albeit he assured himself that after all it would not be the same thing, thought of his own death, and asked himself whether, On the day when death came to him, they would draw the blinds or give a party at Quai Conti. "I'm very glad that the party has not been put off for my guests' sake," said M. de Charlus, not realizing that in expressing himself thus he was offending Madame Verdurins. Meanwhile, I was struck, as was everybody who approached Madame Verdurins that evening, by a far from pleasant odour of rhinogomonol. The reason was as follows. We know that Madame Verdurins never expressed her feelings in a moral, but always in a physical fashion, so that they might appear more inevitable and more profound. So, if one spoke to her of Vinteuil's music, her favourite, she remained unmoved, as though she expected to derive no emotion from it, but after a few minutes of a fixed, almost abstracted gaze, in a sharp, matter-of-fact, scarcely civil tone, as though she had said to you, "I don't in the least mind your smoking, it's because of the carpet, it's a very fine one, not that that matters either, but it's highly inflammable, I'm dreadfully afraid of fire, and I shouldn't like to see you all roasted because someone had carelessly dropped a cigarette end on it." She replied, "I've no fault to find with Vinteuil. To my mind, he is the greatest composer of the age. Only I can never listen to that sort of stuff without weeping all the time." She did not apply any pathos to the word weeping. She would have used precisely the same tone for sleeping. Certain slandermongers used indeed to insist that the latter verb would have been more applicable, though no one could ever be certain, for she listened to the music with her face buried in her hands, and certain snoring sounds might, after all, have been sobs. "I don't mind weeping, not in the least, only I get the most appalling colds afterwards. It stuffs up my mucous membrane, and the day after I look like nothing on earth. I have to inhale for days on end before I can utter. However, one of Cotard's pupils, a charming person, has been treating me for it. He goes by quite an original rule, prevention is better than cure. And he greases my nose before the music begins. It is radical. I can weep like all the mothers who ever lost a child, and not a trace of a cold. Sometimes a little conjunctivitis, that's all. It is absolutely efficacious. Otherwise I could never have gone on listening to Vinteuil. It was just going from one bronchitis to another." I could not refrain from alluding to Mademoiselle Vinteuil. "Isn't the composer's daughter to be here?" I asked Madame Verdurins, "with one of her friends?" "No, I have just had a telegram," Madame Verdurins said evasively. "They have been obliged to remain in the country." I felt a momentary hope that there might never have been any question of their leaving it, and that Madame Verdurins had announced the presence of these representatives of the composer only in order to make a favourable impression upon the performers and their audience. "What, didn't they come then to the rehearsal this afternoon?" came with a feigned curiosity from the Baron, who was anxious to let it appear that he had not seen Charlie. The latter came up to greet me. I whispered a question in his ear about Mademoiselle Vinteuil. He seemed to know little or nothing about her. I signalled to him not to let himself be heard, and told him that we should discuss the question later on. He bowed, and assured me he would be delighted to place himself entirely at my disposal. I observed that he was far more polite, more respectful than he had been in the past. I spoke warmly of him, who might perhaps be able to help me clear up my suspicions, to M. de Charlus, who replied, "He only does what is natural. There would be no point in his living among respectable people if he didn't learn good manners." These, according to M. de Charlus, were the old manners of France, untainted by any British bluntness. Thus, when Charlie, returning from a tour in the provinces or abroad, arrived in his travelling suit at the Baron's, the latter, if there were not too many people present, would kiss him without ceremony upon both cheeks, perhaps a little in order to banish, by so ostentatious a display of his affection, any idea of its being criminal, perhaps because he could not deny himself a pleasure, but still more, doubtless, from a literary sense, as upholding and illustrating the traditional manners of France, and just as he would have countered the Munich or modern style of furniture by keeping in his rooms old armchairs that had come to him from a great-grandmother, countering the British phlegm with the affection of a warm-hearted father of the 18th century, unable to conceal his joy at beholding his son once more. Was there indeed a trace of incest in this paternal affection? It is more probable that the way in which M. de Charlus habitually appeased his vicious cravings, as to which we shall learn something in due course, was not sufficient for the need of affection, which had remained unsatisfied since the death of his wife. The fact remains that, after having thought more than once of a second marriage, he was now devoured by a maniacal desire to adopt an heir. People said that he was going to adopt Morel, and there was nothing extraordinary in that. The invert who has been unable to feed his passion save on the literature written for women-loving men, who used to think of men when he read Musset's Nuit, feels the need to partake, nevertheless, in all the social activities of the man who is not an invert, to keep a lover, as the old frequenter of the opera keeps ballet girls, to settle down, to marry, or form a permanent tie, to become a father. M. de Charlus took Morel aside on the pretext of making him tell him what was going to be played, but above all finding a great consolation, while Charlie showed him his music, in displaying thus publicly their secret intimacy. In the meantime, I myself felt a certain charm, for, albeit the clan included few girls, on the other hand, girls were abundantly invited to the big evenings. There were a number present, and very pretty girls too, whom I knew. They wafted smiles of greeting to me across the room. The air was thus decorated at every moment with the charming smile of some girl. That is the manifold, occasional ornament of evening parties, as it is of days. We remember an atmosphere because girls were smiling in it. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Captive by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Verdurins quarrel with M. de Charlus. 4. Many people might have been greatly surprised had they overheard the furtive remarks which M. de Charlus exchanged with a number of important gentlemen at this party. These were 2 dukes, a distinguished general, a great writer, a great physician, a great barrister. And the remarks in question were, "By the way, did you notice the footman? I mean, the little fellow they take on the carriage. At our cousin Garmont, you don't know of anyone?" "At the moment, no. I say, though, outside the door, where the carriages stop, there used to be a fair little person in breeches who seemed to me most attractive. She called my carriage most charmingly, I would gladly have prolonged the conversation. Yes, but I believe she's altogether against it. Besides, she puts on airs. You like to get to business at once. You'd loathe her. Anyhow, I know there's nothing doing. A friend of mine tried. That is a pity. I thought the profile very fine, the hair superb. Really, as much as that? I think if you had seen a little more of her, you would have been disillusioned. No, in the supper room, only 2 months ago, you would have seen a real marvel. A great fellow, 6'6", a perfect skin, and loves it too. But he's gone off to Poland. Ah, that is rather a long way. You never know, he may come back, perhaps. One always meets again somewhere. There is no great social function that does not, if, in taking a section of it, we contrive to cut sufficiently deep, resemble those parties to which doctors invite their patients, who utter the most intelligent remarks, have perfect manners, and would never show that they were mad, did they not whisper in our ear, pointing to some old gentleman who goes past, "That's Joan of Arc." I feel it is our duty to enlighten him, Madame Verdurins said to Brichot. Not that I have anything against Charlus, far from it. He's a pleasant fellow, and as for his reputation, I don't mind saying that it is not of the sort that can do me any harm. As far as I'm concerned, in our little clan, in our table talk, as I detest flirts, the men who talk nonsense to a woman in a corner instead of discussing interesting topics, I've never had any fear with Charlus of what happened to me with Swann and Esther and lots of them. With him I was quite safe. He would come to my dinners. All the women in the world might be there. You could be certain that the general conversation would not be disturbed by flirtations and whisperings. Charlus is in a class of his own. One doesn't worry. He might be a priest. Only he must not be allowed to take it upon himself to order about young men who come to the house and make a nuisance of himself in our little nucleus, or he'll be worse than a man who runs after women. And Madame Verdurins was sincere in thus proclaiming her indulgence towards Charlism. Like every ecclesiastical power, she regarded human frailties as less dangerous than anything that might undermine the principle of authority, impair the orthodoxy, modify the ancient creed of her little church. If he does, then I shall have to bare my teeth. What do you say to a gentleman who tried to prevent Charlie from coming to rehearsal because he himself was not invited? So he's going to be taught a lesson. I hope he'll profit by it. Otherwise, he can simply take his hat and go. He keeps the boy under lock and key, upon my word he does. And using exactly the same expressions that almost anyone else might have used, for there are certain not in common currency which some particular subject, some given circumstance, recalls almost inevitably to the mind of the speaker, who imagines that he is giving free expression to his thought when he is merely repeating mechanically the universal lesson. She went on, "It's impossible to see Morel nowadays without that great lout hanging around him like an armed escort." Monsieur Verdurins offered to take Charlie out of the room for a minute to explain things to him, on the pretext of asking him a question. Madame Verdurins was afraid that this might upset him, and that he would play badly in consequence. It would be better to postpone this performance until after the other, perhaps even until a later occasion. For however Madame Verdurins might look forward to the delicious emotion that she would feel when she knew that her husband was engaged in enlightening Charlie in the next room, she was afraid, if the shot missed fire, that he would lose his temper and would fail to reappear on the 16th. What ruined M. de Charlus that evening was the ill-breeding, so common in their class, of the people whom he had invited, and who were now beginning to arrive. Having come there partly out of friendship for M. de Charlus, and also out of curiosity to explore these novel surroundings. Each duchess made straight for the Baron, as though it were he who was giving the party, and said, within a yard of the Verdurins, who could hear every word, "Show me which is Mother Verdurin. Do you really think I need to speak to her? I do hope, at least, that she won't put my name in the paper tomorrow. Nobody would ever speak to me again. What? That woman with the white hair? She looks quite presentable." Hearing some mention of Mademoiselle Vinteuil, who, however, was not in the room, more than one of them said, "Ah, the Sonata man's daughter. Show me her." And each finding a number of her friends, they formed a group by themselves, watched, sparkling with ironical curiosity, the arrival of the faithful, able at most to point a finger at the odd way in which a person had done her hair, who, a few years later, was to make this the fashion in the very best society, and, in short, regretted that they did not find this house as different from the houses that they knew as they had hoped to find it, feeling the disappointment of people in society who, having gone to the boîte à Brouron in the hope that the singer would make a butt of them, find themselves greeted on their arrival with a polite bow instead of the expected "Ah, voyez, cette gueule, cette pinette! Ah, voyez, cette gueule qu'elle a!" M. de Charlus had at Balbec given me a perspicacious criticism of Madame de Vaugoubert, who, notwithstanding her keen intellect, had brought about, after his unexpected prosperity, the irremediable disgrace of her husband. The rulers to whose court M. de Vaugoubert was accredited, King Theodosius and Queen Eudoxia, having returned to Paris, but this time for a prolonged visit, daily festivities had been held in their honour, in the course of which the Queen, on the friendliest terms with Madame de Vaugoubert, whom she had seen for the last 10 years in her own capital, and knowing neither the wife of the President of the Republic nor those of his ministers, had neglected these ladies and kept entirely aloof with the ambassadress. This lady, believing her own position to be unassailable, M. de Vaugoubert, having been responsible for the alliance between King Theodosius and France, had derived from the preference that the Queen showed for her society a proud satisfaction, but no anxiety at the peril that threatened her, which took shape a few months later in the fact, wrongly considered impossible by the too confident couple, of the brutal dismissal from the service of M. de Vaugoubert. M. de Charlus, remarking in the Crawler upon the downfall of his lifelong friend, expressed his astonishment that an intelligent woman had not, in such circumstances, brought all her influence with the King and Queen to bear so as to secure that she might not seem to possess any influence, and to make them transfer to the wives of the President and his ministers a civility by which those ladies would have been all the more flattered, that is to say, would have made them more inclined, in their satisfaction, to be grateful to the Vaugoubert, inasmuch as they would have supposed that civility to be spontaneous and not dictated by them. But the man who can see the mistakes of others need only be exhilarated by circumstances in order to succumb to them himself. And M. de Charlus, while his guests fought their way towards him to come and congratulate him, thank him, as though he were the master of the house, never thought of asking them to say a few words to Madame Verdurin. Only the Queen of Naples, in whom survived the same noble blood that had flowed in the veins of her sisters, the Empress Elizabeth and the Duchesse d'Alençon, had made a point of talking to Madame Verdurin as though she had come for the pleasure of meeting her rather than for the music, and for M. de Charlus, made endless pretty speeches to her hostess, could not cease from telling her how long she had been wishing to make her acquaintance, expressed her admiration for the house, and spoke to her of all manner of subjects as though she were paying a call. She would so much have liked to bring her niece Elizabeth, she said, the niece who shortly afterwards was to marry Prince Albert of Belgium, who would be so sorry. She stopped talking when she saw the musicians mount the platform, asking which of them was Morel. She can scarcely have been under any illusion as to the motives that led M. de Charlus to desire that the young virtuoso should be surrounded with so much glory. But the venerable wisdom of a sovereign in whose veins flowed the blood of one of the noblest races in history, one of the richest in experience, scepticism, and pride, made her merely regard the inevitable defects of the people whom she loved best, such as her cousin Charlus, whose mother had been, like herself, a duchess in Bavaria, as misfortunes that rendered more precious to them the support that they might find in herself, and consequently made it even more pleasant to her to provide that support. She knew that M. de Charlus would be doubly touched by her having taken the trouble to come in the circumstances. Only, being as good as she had long ago shown herself brave, this heroic woman, who, as soldier queen, had herself fired her musket from the ramparts of Gaeta, always ready to take her place chivalrously by the weaker side, seeing Madame Verdurins alone and abandoned, and unaware, for that matter, that she ought not to leave the Queen, had sought to pretend that for her, the Queen of Naples, the centre of this party, the lodestone that had made her come, was Madame Verdurins. She expressed her regret that she would not be able to remain until the end, as she had, although she never went anywhere, to go on to another party, and begged that on no account, when she had to go, should any fuss be made for her, thus discharging Madame Verdurins of the honours which the latter did not even know that she ought to render. One must, however, do M. de Charlus the justice of saying that, if he entirely forgot Madame Verdurins and allowed her to be ignored to a scandalous extent by the people of his own world whom he had invited, he did, on the other hand, realize that he must not allow these people to display, during the symphonic recital itself, the bad manners which they were exhibiting towards the mistress. Morel had already mounted the platform. The musicians were assembling, and one could still hear the conversations, not to say the laughter, speeches such as, "It appears one has to be initiated to understand it." Immediately, M. de Charlus, drawing himself erect, as though he had entered a different body from that which I had seen not an hour ago crawling towards Madame Verdurins' door, assumed a prophetic expression, and regarded the assembly with an earnestness which indicated that this was not the moment for laughter, whereupon one saw a rapid blush tinge the cheeks of more than one lady thus publicly rebuked, like a schoolgirl scolded by her teacher in front of the whole class. To my mind, M. de Charlus' attitude, noble as it was somehow slightly comic, for at one moment he pulverized his guests with a flaming glare, at another, in order to indicate to them, as with a vade mecum, the religious silence that ought to be observed, the detachment from every worldly consideration, he furnished in himself, as he raised to his fine brow his white-gloved hands, a model, to which they must conform, of gravity, already almost of ecstasy, without acknowledging the greetings of latecomers so indelicate as not to understand that it was now the time for high art. They were all hypnotized. No one dared utter a sound, move a chair, Respect for music, by virtue of Palamède's prestige, had been instantaneously inculcated in a crowd as ill-bred as it was exclusive. When I saw appear on the little platform not only Morel and a pianist, but performers upon other instruments as well, I supposed that the programme was to begin with works of composers other than Vinteuil, for I imagined that the only work of his in existence was his sonata for piano and violin. Madame Verdurins sat in a place apart, the twin hemispheres of her pale, slightly roseate brow magnificently curved, her hair drawn back, partly in imitation of an 18th century portrait, partly from the desire for coolness of a fever-stricken patient whom modesty forbids to reveal her condition, aloof, a deity presiding over musical rites, a patron saint of Wagnerism and sick headaches, a sort of almost tragic Norn, evoked by the spell of genius in the midst of all these bores, in whose presence she would more than ordinarily scorn to express her feelings upon hearing a piece of music which she knew better than they. The concert began. I did not know what they were playing. I found myself in a strange land. Where was I to locate it? Into what composer's country had I come? I should have been glad to know, and seeing nobody near me whom I might question, I should have liked to be a character in those Arabian Nights which I never tired of reading, and in which, in moments of uncertainty, there arose a genie or a maiden of ravishing beauty, invisible to everyone else, but not to the embarrassed hero, to whom she reveals exactly what he wishes to learn. Well, at that very moment I was favoured with precisely such a magical apparition. As in a stretch of country which we suppose to be strange to us, and which, as a matter of fact, we have approached from a new angle, when, after turning out of one road, we find ourselves emerging suddenly upon another, every inch of which is familiar, only we have not been in the habit of entering it from that end, we say to ourselves immediately, "Why, this is the lane that leads to the garden gate of my friends, the X. I shall be there in a minute." And there indeed is their daughter at the gate, come out to greet us as we pass. So, all of a sudden, I found myself in the midst of this music that was novel to me, right in the heart of Vinteuil's sonata. And more marvellous than any maiden, the little phrase, enveloped, harnessed in silver, glittering with brilliant effects of sound, as light and soft as silken scarves, came towards me, recognizable in this new guise. My joy at having found it again was enhanced by the accent, so friendlily familiar, which is adopted in addressing me, so persuasive, so simple, albeit without dimming the shimmering beauty with which it was resplendent. Its intention, however, was this time merely to show me the way, which was not the way of the sonata, for this was an unpublished work of Vinteuil, in which he had merely amused himself by an allusion, which was explained at this point by a sentence in the programme, which one ought to have been reading simultaneously, in making the little phrase reappear for a moment. No sooner was it thus recalled than it vanished, and I found myself once more in an unknown world, but I knew now, and everything that followed only confirmed my knowledge, that this world was one of those which I had never even been capable of imagining that Bhante could have created. For when, weary of the sonata, which was to me a universe thoroughly explored, I tried to imagine others equally beautiful but different, I was merely doing what those poets do who fill their artificial paradise with meadows, flowers, and streams, which duplicate those existing already upon earth. What was now before me made me feel as keen a joy as the sonata would have given me if I had not already known it, and consequently, while no less beautiful, was different. Whereas the sonata opened upon a dawn of lilied meadows, parting its slender whiteness to suspend itself over the frail and yet consistent mingling of a rustic bower of honeysuckle with white geraniums, it was upon continuous level surfaces like those of the sea that, in the midst of a stormy morning, beneath an already lurid sky, there began, in an eerie silence, in an infinite void, this new masterpiece. And it was into a roseate dawn that, in order to construct itself progressively before me, this unknown universe was drawn from silence and from night. This so novel redness, so absent from the tender, rustic, pale sonata, tinged all the sky as the dawn does, with a mysterious hope. And a song already thrilled the air, a song on 7 notes, but the strangest, most different from any that I had ever imagined, from any that I could ever have been able to imagine, at once ineffable and piercing. No longer the cooing of a dove as in the sonata, but rending the air, as vivid as the scarlet tinge in which the opening bars had been bathed, something like the mystical crow of a cock, an ineffable but over-shrill appeal of the eternal morning. The cold atmosphere, soaked in rain, electric, of a quality so different, feeling so wholly other pressures in a world so remote from that virginal and endowed only with vegetable life of the sonata, changed at every moment, obliterating the empurpled promise of the dawn. At noon, however, beneath a scorching though transitory sun, it seemed to fulfill itself in a dull, almost rustic bliss, in which the peal of clanging, racing bells, like those which kindled the blaze of the square outside the church of Cambrai, which Bhante, who must often have heard them, had perhaps discovered at that moment in his memory, like a colour which the painter's hand has conveyed to his palette, seemed to materialize the coarsest joy. To be honest, from the aesthetic point of view, this joyous motive did not appeal to me. I found it almost ugly. Its rhythm dragged so laboriously along the ground that one might have succeeded in imitating almost everything that was essential to it by merely making a noise, sounds, by the tapping of drumsticks upon a table. It seemed to me that Bhante had been lacking here in inspiration, and consequently I was a little lacking also in the power of attention. I looked at the mistress, whose sullen immobility seemed to be protesting against the noddings in time with the music of the empty heads of the ladies of the Faubourg. She did not say, "You understand that I know something about this music, and more than a little. If I had to express all that I feel, you would never hear the end of it." She did not say this, but her upright, motionless body, her expressionless eyes, her straying locks said it for her. They spoke also of her courage, said that the musicians might go on, need not spare her nerves, that she would not flinch at the andante, would not cry out at the allegro. I looked at the musicians. The violoncellist dominated the instrument, which he clutched between his knees, bowing his head, to which its coarse features gave, in moments of mannerism, an involuntary expression of disgust. He lingered over it, fingered it with the same domestic patience with which he might have plucked a cabbage, while by his side the harpist, a mere girl, in a short skirt, bounded on either side by the lines of her golden quadrilateral, like those which, in the magic chamber of a sibyl, would arbitrarily denote the ether, according to the consecrated rules, seemed to be going in quest, here and there, at the point required, of an exquisite sound, just as though a little allegorical deity, placed in front of the golden trellis of the heavenly vault, she were gathering, one by one, its stars. As for Morel, a lock, hitherto invisible and lost in the rest of his hair, had fallen loose and formed a curl upon his brow. I turned my head slightly towards the audience to discover what M de Charlus might be feeling at the sight of this curl, but my eyes encountered only the face, or rather the hands, of Madame Verdurins, for the former was entirely buried in the latter. But very soon, the triumphant motive of the bells having been banished, dispersed by others, I succumbed once again to the music, and I began to realize that if, in the body of this septet, different elements presented themselves in turn to combine at the close, so also Vinteuil's sonata, and, as I was to find later on, his other works as well, had been no more than timid essays, exquisite but very slight, towards the triumphant and complete masterpiece which was revealed to me at this moment. And so, too, I could not help recalling how I had thought of the other worlds which Vinteuil might have created, as of so many universes, as hermetically sealed as each of my own love affairs, whereas, in reality, I was obliged to admit that in the volume of my latest love, that is to say, my love for Albertine, my first inklings of love for her, at Baalbec at the very beginning, then after the game of ferret, then on the night when she slept at the hotel, then in Paris on the foggy afternoon, then on the night of the Guermantes party, then at Baalbec again, and finally in Paris, where my life was now so closely linked to her own, had been nothing more than experiments. Indeed, if I were to consider not my love for Albertine, but my life as a whole, my earlier love affairs had themselves been but slight and timid essays, experiments, which paved the way to this vaster love, my love for Albertine. And I ceased to follow the music in order to ask myself once again whether Albertine had or had not seen Mademoiselle Vinteuil during the last few days, as we interrogate afresh an internal pain from which we have been distracted for a moment. For it was in myself that Albertine's possible actions were performed. Of each of the people whom we know, we possess a double, but it is generally situated on the horizon of our imagination, of our memory. It remains more or less external to ourself, and what it has done, or may have done, has no greater capacity to cause us pain than an object situated at a certain distance, which provides us with only the painless sensations of vision. The things that affect these people we perceive in a contemplative fashion. We are able to deplore them in appropriate language, which gives other people a sense of our kindness of heart. We do not feel them. But since the wound inflicted on me at Baalbek, it was in my heart, at a great depth, difficult to extract, that Albertine's double was lodged. What I saw of her hurt me, as a sick man would be hurt whose senses were so seriously deranged that the sight of a colour would be felt by him internally like a knife thrust in his living flesh. It was fortunate that I had not already yielded to the temptation to break with Albertine. The boring thought that I should have to see her again presently when I went home was a trifling matter compared with the anxiety that I should have felt if the separation had been permanent at this moment, when I felt a doubt about her before she had had time to become immaterial to me. At the moment when I pictured her thus to myself, waiting for me at home, like a beloved wife who has found the time of waiting long, and has perhaps fallen asleep for a moment in her room, I was caressed by the passage of a tender phrase, homely and domestic, of the septet. Perhaps everything is so interwoven and superimposed in our inward life. It had been inspired in Vinteuil by his daughter's sleep. His daughter, the cause today of all my troubles. When it enveloped in its quiet, on peaceful evenings, the work of the composer, this phrase, which calmed me so, by the same soft background of silence which pacifies certain of Schumann's reveries, during which, even when the poet is speaking, one can tell that the child is asleep. Asleep, awake, I should find her again this evening when I chose to return home, Albertine, my little child. And yet I said to myself, something more mysterious than Albertine's love seemed to be promised at the outset of this work, in those first cries of dawn. I endeavoured to banish the thought of my mistress, so as to think only of the composer. Indeed, he seemed to be present. One would have said that, reincarnate, the composer lived for all time in his music. One could feel the joy with which he was choosing a colour of some sound, harmonizing it with the rest. For, with other and more profound gifts, Vinteuil combined that which few composers, and indeed few painters, have possessed, of using colours not merely so lasting, but so personal, that just as time has been powerless to fade them, so the disciples who imitate him, who discovered them, and even the masters who surpass him, do not pale their originality. The revolution that their apparition has effected does not live to see its results merely unacknowledged in the work of subsequent generations. It is liberated. It breaks out again and alone whenever the innovator's works are performed in all time to come. Each note underlined itself in a colour which all the rules in the world could not have taught the most learned composers to imitate, with the result that Vinteuil, albeit he had appeared at his hour and was fixed in his place in the evolution of music, would always leave that place to stand in the forefront whenever any of his compositions was performed, which would owe its appearance of having blossomed after the works of other more recent composers to this quality, apparently paradoxical and actually deceiving, of permanent novelty. A page of symphonic music by Vinteuil, familiar already on the piano, when one heard it rendered by an orchestra, like a ray of summer sunlight, which the prism of the window disintegrates before it enters a dark dining room, revealed, like an unsuspected, myriad-hued treasure, all the jewels of the Arabian Nights. But how can one compare to that motionless brilliance of light What was life? Perpetual and blissful motion. This Vinteuil, whom I had known so timid and sad, had been capable, when he had to select a tone or to blend another with it, of audacities, had enjoyed a good fortune in the full sense of the word, as to which the hearing of any of his works left one in no doubt. The joy that such chords had aroused in him, the increase of strength that it had given him, wherewith to discover others, led the listener on also from one discovery to another. Or rather, it was the composer himself who guided him, deriving from the colours that he had invented a wild joy which gave him the strength to discover, to fling himself upon the others which they seemed to evoke, enraptured, quivering, as though from the shock of an electric spark, when the sublime came spontaneously to life at the clang of the brass, panting, drunken, maddened, dizzy, while he painted his great musical fresco, like Michelangelo strapped to his scaffold and dashing from his supine position the tumultuous brush strokes upon the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Vinteuil had been dead for many years, but in the sound of these instruments which he had animated, it had been given him to prolong, for an unlimited time, a part at least of his life. Of his life as a man merely? If art was indeed but a prolongation of life, was it worthwhile to sacrifice anything to it? Was it not as unreal as life itself? If I was to listen properly to this septet, I could not pause to consider the question. No doubt the glowing septet differed singularly from the candid sonata, the timid question to which the little phrase replied, from the breathless supplication to find the fulfilment of the strange promise that had resounded so harsh, so supernatural, so brief, setting athrob the still inert crimson of the morning sky above the sea. And yet these so widely different phrases were composed of the same elements. For just as there was a certain universe perceptible by us in those fragments scattered here and there in private houses, in public galleries, which were Elster's universe, the universe which he saw, in which he lived, so too the music of Vinteuil extended, note by note, key by key, the unknown colourings of an inestimable, unsuspected universe, made fragmentary by the gaps that occurred between the different occasions of hearing his work performed. Those two so dissimilar questions which commanded the so different movements of the sonata and the septet, the former breaking into short appeals, a line continuous and pure, the latter welding together into an indivisible structure, a medley of scattered fragments, were nevertheless one so calm and timid, almost detached, and as though philosophic, the other so anxious, pressing, imploring, were nevertheless the same prayer poured forth before different risings of the inward sun, and merely refracted through the different mediums of other thoughts, of artistic researches carried on through the years in which he had tried to create something new. A prayer, a hope which was at heart the same, distinguishable beneath those disguises in the various works of Vinteuil, and, on the other hand, not to be found elsewhere than in his works. For these phrases, historians of music might indeed find affinities, a pedigree in the work of other great composers, but merely for subordinate reasons, from external resemblances, from analogies which were ingeniously discovered by reasoning rather than felt by a direct impression. The impression that these phrases of Vinteuil imparted was different from any other, as though, notwithstanding the conclusions to which science seems to point, the individual did really exist. And it was precisely when he was seeking vigorously to be something new that one recognized beneath the apparent differences the profound similarities, and the deliberate resemblances that existed in the body of a work when Vinteuil repeated once and again a single phrase, diversified it, amused himself by altering its rhythm, by making it reappear in its original form. These deliberate resemblances, the work of the intellect, inevitably superficial, never succeeded in being as striking as those resemblances concealed, involuntary, which broke out in different colours between the two separate masterpieces. For then Vinteuil, seeking to do something new, questioned himself with all the force of his creative effort, reached his own essential nature at those depths where, whatever be the question asked, it is in the same accent, that is to say, its own, that it replies. Such an accent, the accent of Vinteuil, is separated from the accents of other composers by a difference far greater than that which we perceive between the voices of two people, even between the cries of two species of animal, by the difference that exists between the thoughts of those other composers and the eternal investigations of Vinteuil, the question that he put to himself in so many forms, his habitual speculation, but as free from analytical formulas of reasoning as if it were being carried out in the world of the angels, so that we can measure its depth, but without being any more able to translate it into human speech than our discarnate spirits when, evoked by a medium, he questions them as to the mysteries of death. And even when I bore in mind that the acquired originality which had struck me that afternoon, that kinship which musical critics might discover among them, it is indeed a unique accent to which rise and return, in spite of themselves, those great singers that original composers are, which is a proof of the irreducibly individual existence of the soul. Though Vinteuil might try to make more solemn, more grand, or to make more sprightly and gay what he saw reflected in the mind of his audience, yet, in spite of himself, he submerged it all beneath an undercurrent which makes his song eternal and at once recognizable. This song, different from those of other singers, similar to all his own, where had Vinteuil learned? Where had he heard it? Each artist seems thus to be the native of an unknown country, which he himself has forgotten, different from that which will emerge, making for the earth another great artist. When all is said, Vinteuil, in his latest works, seemed to have drawn nearer to that unknown country. The atmosphere was no longer the same as in the sonata. The questioning phrases became more pressing, more uneasy, the answers more mysterious. The clean-washed air of morning and evening seemed to influence even the instruments. Morel might be playing marvellously. The sounds that came from his violin seemed to me singularly piercing, almost blatant. This harshness was pleasing, and, as in certain voices, one felt in it a sort of moral virtue and intellectual superiority. But this might give offence. When his vision of the universe is modified, purified, becomes more adapted to his memory of the country of his heart, it is only natural that this should be expressed by a general alteration of the sounds in the musician as of colours in the painter. Anyhow, the more intelligent section of the public is not misled, since people declared later on that Vinteuil's last compositions were the most profound. Now, no programme, no subject supplied any intellectual basis for judgment. One guessed, therefore, that it was a question of transposition and increasing profundity of sound. This lost country composers do not actually remember, but each of them remains all his life somehow attuned to it. He is wild with joy when he is singing the airs of his native land, betrays it at times in his thirst for fame, but then in seeking fame turns his back upon it, and it is only when he despises it that he finds it when he utters, whatever the subject with which he is dealing, that peculiar strain, the monotony of which, for whatever its subject, it remains identical in itself, proves the permanence of the elements that compose his soul. But is it not the fact, then, that from those elements, all the real residuum which we are obliged to keep to ourselves, which cannot be transmitted in talk, even by friend to friend, by master to disciple, by lover to mistress, that ineffable something which makes a difference in quality between what each of us has felt and what he is obliged to leave behind at the threshold of the phrases in which he can communicate with his fellows only by limiting himself to external points common to us all and of no interest, art. The art of a Vinteuil, like that of an Elster, makes the man himself apparent, rendering externally visible in the colours of the spectrum the intimate composition of those worlds which we call individual persons, and which, without the aid of art, we should never know. A pair of wings, a different mode of breathing, which would enable us to traverse infinite space, would in no way help us, for if we visited Mars or Venus, keeping the same senses, they would clothe in the same aspect as the things of the earth everything that we should be capable of seeing. The only true voyage of discovery, the only fountain of eternal youth, would be not to visit strange lands, but to possess other eyes, to behold the universe through the eyes of another, of 100 others, to behold the 100 universes that each of them beholds, that each of them is. And this we can contrive with an Elster, with a Vinteuil. With men like these, we do really fly from star to star. The Andante had just ended upon a phrase filled with a tenderness to which I had entirely abandoned myself. There followed, before the next movement, a short interval, during which the performers laid down their instruments and the audience exchanged impressions. A duke, in order to show that he knew what he was talking about, declared, "It is a difficult thing to play well." Other, more entertaining people conversed for a moment with myself. But what were their words, which, like every human and external word, left me so indifferent compared with the heavenly phrase of music with which I had just been engaged? I was indeed like an angel who, fallen from the inebriating bliss of paradise, subsides into the most humdrum reality. And just as certain creatures are the last surviving testimony to a form of life which nature has discarded, I asked myself if music were not the unique example of what might have been if there had not come the invention of language, the formation of words, the the analysis of ideas, the means of communication between one spirit and another. It is like a possibility which has ended in nothing. Humanity has developed along other lines, those of spoken and written language. But this return to the unanalyzed was so inebriating that on emerging from that paradise, contact with people who were more or less intelligent seemed to me of an extraordinary insignificance. People, I had been able during the music to remember them, to blend them with it, or rather I had blended with the music little more than the memory of one person only, which was Albertine. And the phrase that ended the andante seemed to me so sublime that I said to myself that it was a pity that Albertine did not know it, and had she known it, would not have understood what an honour it was to be blended with anything so great as this phrase which brought us together, and the pathetic voice of which she seemed to have borrowed. But once the music was interrupted, the people who were present seemed utterly lifeless. Refreshments were handed round. M de Charlus accosted a footman now and then with, "How are you? Did you get my note? Can you come?" No doubt there was in these remarks the freedom of a great nobleman who thinks he is flattering his hearer and is himself more one of the people than a man of the middle classes. There was also the cunning of the criminal who imagines that anything which he volunteers is on that account regarded as innocent. And he added, in the Guermantes tone of Madame de Villeparisis, "He's a good young fellow, such a good sort. I often employ him at home." But his adroitness turned against the Baron, for people thought his intimate conversation and correspondence with footmen extraordinary. The footmen themselves were not so much flattered as embarrassed in the presence of their comrades. Meanwhile, the septet had begun again and was moving towards its close. Again and again one phrase or another from the sonata recurred, but always changed, its rhythm and harmony different, the same and yet something else, as things recur in life. And there were phrases of the sort which, without being able to understand what affinity assigns to them as their role and necessary home, the past life of a certain composer, are to be found only in his work, and appear constantly in it, where they are the fairies, the dryads, the household gods. I had at the start distinguished in the septet 2 or 3 which reminded me of the sonata. Presently, bathed in the violet mist which rose particularly in Vinteuil's later work, so much so that even when he introduced a dance measure, it remained captive in the heart of an opal, I caught the sound of another phrase from the sonata, still hovering so remote that I barely recognized it. Hesitating, it approached, vanished as though in alarm, then returned, joined hands with others, come, as I learned later on, from other works, summoned yet others, which became in their turn attractive and persuasive as soon as they were tamed, and took their places in the ring, a ring divine, but permanently invisible to the bulk of the audience, who, having before their eyes only a thick veil through which they saw nothing, punctuated arbitrarily with admiring exclamations a continuous boredom which was becoming deadly. Then they withdrew, save one which I saw reappear 5 times or 6, without being able to distinguish its features, but so caressing, so different, as was no doubt the little phrase in Swann's sonata, from anything that any woman had ever made me desire, that this phrase, which offered me in so sweet a voice a happiness which would really have been worth the struggle to obtain it, is perhaps this invisible creature whose language I did not know and whom I understood so well, the only stranger that it has ever been my good fortune to meet. Then this phrase broke up, was transformed, like the little phrase in the sonata, and became the mysterious appeal from the start. A phrase of a plaintive kind rose in opposition to it, but so profound, so vague, so internal, almost so organic and visceral, that one could not tell at each of its repetitions whether they were those of a theme or of an attack of neuralgia. Presently, these two motives were wrestling together in a close fight in which now one disappeared entirely and now the listener could catch only a fragment of the other. A wrestling match of energies only, to tell the truth. For if these creatures attacked one another, it was rid of their physical bodies, of their appearance, of their names, and finding in me an inward spectator, himself indifferent also to their names and to all details, interested only in their immaterial and dynamic combat, and following with passion its sonorous changes. In the end, the joyous motive was left triumphant. It was no longer an almost anxious appeal addressed to an empty sky. It was an ineffable joy which seemed to come from paradise, a joy as different from that of the sonata as from a grave and gentle angel by Bellini playing the theorbo would be some archangel by Mantegna sounding a trump. I might be sure that this new tone of joy, this appeal to a super-terrestrial joy, was a thing that I would never forget, but shall I be able ever to realize it? This question seemed to me all the more important, inasmuch as this phrase was what might have seemed most definitely to characterize, from its sharp contrast with the rest of my life, with the visible world, those impressions which at remote intervals I had recaptured in my life as starting points, foundation stones for the construction of a true life. The impression that I had felt at the sight of the steeples of Martinville, or of a line of trees near Baalbec. In any case, to return to the particular accent of this phrase, how strange it was that the presentment most different from what life assigns to us on earth, the boldest approximation to the bliss of the world beyond, should have been materialized precisely in the melancholy, respectable little old man whom we used to meet in the month of Mary at Cambrai. But stranger still, how did it come about that this revelation, the strangest that I had yet received, of an unknown type of joy, should have come to me from him, since it was understood when he died he left nothing behind him but his sonata, all the rest being non-existent in indecipherable scribblings. Indecipherable they may have been, but they had nevertheless been in the end deciphered by dint of patience, intelligence, and respect, by the only person who had lived sufficiently in Vinteuil's company to understand his method of working, to interpret his orchestral indications, Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend. Even in the lifetime of the great composer, she had acquired from his daughter the reverence that the latter felt for her father. It was because of this reverence that in those moments in which people run counter to their natural inclinations, the two girls had been able to find an insane pleasure in the profanations which have already been narrated. Her adoration of her father was the primary condition of his daughter's sacrilege, and no doubt they ought to have foregone the delight of that sacrilege, but it did not express the whole of their natures. And what is more, the profanations had become rarefied until they disappeared altogether, in proportion as their morbid carnal relations, that troubled, smouldering fire, had given place to the flame of a pure and lofty friendship. Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend was sometimes worried by the importunate thought that she had perhaps hastened the death of Vinteuil. At any rate, by spending years in poring over the cryptic scroll left by him, in establishing the correct reading of those illegible hieroglyphs, Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend had the consolation of assuring the composer, whose grey hairs she had sent in sorrow to the grave, an immortal and compensating glory. Relations which are not consecrated by the laws establish bonds of kinship as manifold, as complex, even more solid than those which spring from marriage. Indeed, without pausing to consider relations of so special a nature, do we not find every day that adultery, when it is based upon genuine love, does not upset the family sentiment, the duties of kinship, but rather revivifies them? Adultery brings the spirit into what marriage would often have left a dead letter. A good-natured girl who, merely from convention, will wear mourning for her mother's second husband, has not tears enough to shed for the man whom her mother has chosen out of all the world as her lover. Anyhow, Mademoiselle Vinteuil had acted only in a spirit of sadism, which did not excuse her, but it gave me a certain consolation to think so later on. She must indeed have realized, I told myself, at the moment when she and her friend profaned her father's photograph, that what they were doing was merely morbidity, silliness, and not the true and joyous wickedness which she would have liked to feel. This idea that it was merely a pretence of wickedness spoilt her pleasure. But if this idea recurred to her later on, as it had spoiled her pleasure, so it must then have diminished her grief. It was not I, she must have told herself. I was out of my mind. I myself mean still to pray for my father's soul, not to despair of his forgiveness. Only it is possible that this idea, which had certainly presented itself to her in her pleasure, may not have presented itself in her grief. I would have liked to be able to put it into her mind. I'm sure that I should have done her good, and that I should have been able to re-establish between her and the memory of her father a pleasant channel of communication. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Captive by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Verdurins quarrel with M de Charlus. 5. As in the illegible notebooks in which a chemist of genius, who does not know that death is at hand, jots down discoveries which will perhaps remain forever unknown, Mademoiselle Vinteuil's friend had disentangled, from papers more illegible than strips of papyrus, dotted with a cuneiform script, the formula eternally true, forever fertile, of this unknown joy, the mystic hope of the crimson angel of the dawn. And I, to whom, albeit not so much perhaps as to Vinteuil, she had been also, she had been once more this very evening, by reviving afresh my jealousy of Albertine, she was above all in the future to be the cause of so many sufferings. It was thanks to her, in compensation, that there had been able to come to my ears the strange appeal which I should never for a moment cease to hear, as the promise and proof that there existed something other, realizable no doubt by art, than the nullity that I had found in all my pleasures and in love itself, and that if my life seemed to me so empty, at least there were still regions unexplored. What she had enabled us, thanks to her labour, to know of Vinteuil was, to tell the truth, the whole of Vinteuil's work. Compared with this septet, certain phrases from the sonata, which alone the public knew, appeared so commonplace that one failed to understand how they could have aroused so much admiration. Similarly, we are surprised that, for years past, pieces as trivial as the Evening Star or Elizabeth's Prayer can have aroused in the concert hall fanatical worshippers who wore themselves out in applause and in crying encore at the end of what after all is poor and trite to us who know the Tristan, the Rheingold, and the Meistersinger. We are left to suppose that those featureless melodies contained already, nevertheless, in infinitesimal, and for that reason perhaps more easily assimilable quantities, something of the originality of the masterpieces which, in retrospect, are alone of importance to us, but which their very perfection may perhaps have prevented from being understood. They have been able to prepare the way for them in our hearts. Anyhow, it is true that if they gave a confused presentiment of the beauties to come, they left these in a state of complete obscurity. It was the same with Vinteuil. If at his death he had left behind him, excepting certain parts of the sonata, only what he had been able to complete, what we should have known of him would have been, in relation to his true greatness, as little as, in the case of, say, Victor Hugo, if he had died after the Pas d'armes du Roi Jean, the Fiancée du Tambalier, and the Sarah la Bagneuse, without having written a line of the Légende des siècles or the Contemplation. What is to us his real work would have remained purely potential, as unknown as those universes to which our perception does not attain, of which we shall never form any idea. Anyhow, the apparent contrast, that profound union between genius, talent too, and even virtue, and the sheath of vices in which, as had happened in the case of Vinteuil, it is so frequently contained, preserved, was legible as in a popular allegory, in the mere assembly of the guests among whom I had found myself once again when the music had come to an end. This assembly, albeit limited this time to Madame Verdurins' drawing-room, resembled many others, the ingredients of which are unknown to the general public, and which philosophical journalists, if they are at all well informed, call Parisian or Panamiste or Dreyfusard, never suspecting that they may equally well be found in Petersburg, Berlin, Madrid, and at every epoch. If, as a matter of fact, the Under-Secretary of State for Fine Arts, an artist to his fingertips, well-bred and smart, Several duchesses and 3 ambassadors with their wives were present this evening at Madame Verdurin's. The proximate, immediate cause of their presence lay in the relations that existed between M. de Charlus and Morel, relations which made the Baron anxious to give as wide a celebrity as possible to the artistic triumphs of his young idol, and to obtain for him the Cross of the Legion of Honour. The remoter cause which had made this assembly possible was that a girl living with Mademoiselle Vinteuil, in the same way as the Baron was living with Charlie, had brought to light a whole series of works of genius, which had been such a revelation that before long a subscription was to be opened under the patronage of the Minister for Education, with the object of erecting a statue of Vinteuil. Moreover, these works had been assisted, no less than by Mademoiselle Vinteuil's relations with her friend, by the Baron's relations with Charlie, a sort of crossroad, a shortcut, thanks to which the world was enabled to overtake these works without the preliminary circuit, if not of a want of comprehension, which would long persist, at least of a complete ignorance, which might have lasted for years. Whenever an event occurs which is within the range of the vulgar mind of the moralizing journalist, a political event as a rule, the moralizing journalists are convinced that there has been some great change in France, that we shall never see such evenings again, that no one will ever again admire Ibsen, Renan, Dostoevsky, D'Annunzio, Tolstoy, Wagner, Strauss. For moralizing journalists take their text from the equivocal undercurrents of these official manifestations in order to find something decadent in the art which is there celebrated, and which, as often as not, is more austere than any other. But there is no name among those most revered by these moralizing journalists which has not quite naturally given rise to some such strange gathering, although its strangeness may have been less flagrant and better concealed. In the case of this gathering, the impure elements that associated themselves with it struck me from another aspect. To be sure, I was as well able as anyone to dissociate them, having learned to know them separately. But anyhow, it came to pass that some of them, those which concerned Mademoiselle Vinteuil and her friend, speaking to me of Combray, spoke to me also of Albertine, that is to say, of Balbec, since it was because I had long ago seen Mademoiselle Vinteuil at Montjouvaine, and had learned of her friend's intimacy with Albertine, that I was presently, when I returned home, to find, instead of solitude, Albertine awaiting me, and that the others, those which concerned Morel and M. de Charlus, speaking to me of Balbec, where I had seen on the platform at Doncières their intimacy begin, spoke to me of Combray and its 2 ways. For M. de Charlus was one of those Guermantes, counts of Combray, inhabiting Combray without having any dwelling there, between earth and heaven, like Gilbert the Bad in his window. While, after all, Morel was the son of that old valet who had enabled me to know the lady in pink, and had permitted me, years after, to identify her with Madame Swann. M. de Charlus repeated, when, the music at an end, his guests came to say goodbye to him, the same error that he had made when they arrived. He did not ask them to shake hands with their hostess, to include her and her husband in the gratitude that was being showered on himself. There was a long queue waiting, but a queue that led to the Baron alone, a fact of which he must have been conscious, for, as he said to me a little later, the form of the artistic celebration ended in a few words in the vestry touch that was quite amusing. The guests, even prolonged their expressions of gratitude with indiscriminate remarks, which enabled them to remain for a moment longer in the Baron's presence, while those who had not yet congratulated him on the success of his party hung wearily in the rear. A stray husband or two may have announced his intention of going, but his wife, a snob as well as a duchess, protested, "No, no, even if we are kept waiting an hour, we cannot go away without thanking Palamede, who has taken so much trouble. There is nobody else left now who can give entertainments like this." Nobody would have thought of asking to be introduced to Madame Verdurins, any more than to an attendant in a theatre to which some great lady has for one evening brought the whole aristocracy. "Were you at Eliane de Montmorency's yesterday, cousin?" asked Madame de Mortemart, seeking an excuse to prolong their conversation. "Good gracious, no. I like Eliane, but I can never understand her invitations. I must be very stupid, I'm afraid," he went on, parting his lips in a broad smile, while Madame de Mortemart realized that she was to be made the first recipient of one of Palamede's, as she had often been of one of Oriane's. "I did indeed receive a card a fortnight ago from the charming Eliane. Above the questionably authentic name of Montmorency was the following kind invitation: 'My dear cousin, will you please remember me next Friday at 9:30. Beneath were written two less gratifying words: check quartet. This seemed to me incomprehensible, and in any case to have no more connection with the sentence above than the words, 'My dear,' which you find on the back of a letter with nothing else after them, when the writer has already begun again on the other side, and has not taken a fresh sheet, either from carelessness or in order to save paper. I am fond of Eliane, and so I felt no annoyance. I merely ignored the strange and inappropriate allusion to a check quartet, and as I am a methodical man, I placed on my chimney-piece the invitation to remember Madame de Montmorency on Friday at 9:30. Although renowned for my obedient, punctual, and meek nature, as Buffon says of the camel." At this, laughter seemed to radiate from M. de Charlus, who knew that, on the contrary, he was regarded as the most impossible person to live with. "I was a few minutes late. It took me a few minutes to change my clothes, and without any undue remorse, thinking that 9:30 meant 10, at the stroke of 10, in a comfortable dressing-gown, with warm slippers on my feet, I sat down in my chimney-corner to remember Eliane, as she had asked me, and with a concentration which began to relax only at 10:30. Tell her, please, that I complied strictly with her audacious request. I'm sure she will be gratified." Madame de Mortemart was helpless with laughter, in which M. de Charlus joined. "And tomorrow," she went on, forgetting that she had already long exceeded the time that might be allotted to her, "are you going to our La Rochefoucauld cousins?" "Oh, that now is quite impossible. They have invited me, and you too, I see, to a thing that is utterly impossible to imagine, which is called, if I am to believe their card of invitation, a dancing tea. I used to be considered pretty nimble when I was young, but I doubt whether I could ever decently have drunk a cup of tea while I was dancing. No, I have never cared for eating or drinking in unnatural positions. You will remind me that my dancing days are done, but even sitting down comfortably to drink my tea, of the quality of which I am suspicious, since it is called dancing, I should be afraid lest other guests, younger than myself, and less nimble possibly than I was at their age, might spill their cups over my clothes, which would interfere with my pleasure in draining my own. Nor, indeed, was M. de Charlus content with leaving Madame Verdurins out of the conversation, while he spoke of all manner of subjects, which he seemed to be taking pleasure in developing and varying, that cruel pleasure which he had always enjoyed of keeping indefinitely on their feet the friends who were waiting with an excruciating patience for their turn to come. He even criticised all that part of the entertainment for which Madame Verdurins was responsible. But talking about cups, what in the world are those strange little bowls which remind me of the vessels in which, when I was a young man, people used to get sorbets from poire blanche? Someone said to me just now that they were for iced coffee. But if it comes to that, I have seen neither coffee nor ice. What curious little objects, so very ambiguous. In saying this, M. de Charlus had placed his white-gloved hands vertically over his lips, and had modestly circumscribed his indicative stare, as though he were afraid of being heard or even seen by his host and hostess. But this was a mere feint, for in a few minutes he would be offering the same criticisms to the mistress herself, and a little later would be insolently enjoining, "No more iced coffee cups, remember. Give them to one of your friends whose house you wish to disfigure. But warn her not to have them in the drawing-room, or people might think that they had come into the wrong room. The things are so exactly like chamber pots." "But, cousin," said the guest, lowering her own voice also, and casting a questioning glance at M. de Charlus, for she was afraid of offending not Madame Verdurins, but him. "Perhaps she doesn't quite know yet." "She shall be taught." "Oh," laughed the guest, "she couldn't have a better teacher. She is lucky. If you are in charge, one can be sure that there won't be a false note." "There wasn't one, if it comes to that, in the music." "Oh, it was sublime. One of those pleasures which can never be forgotten. Talking of that marvellous violinist," she went on, imagining in her innocence that M. de Charlus was interested in the violin pure and simple, "do you happen to know one whom I heard the other day playing too wonderfully a sonata by Fauré? His name is Franck." "Oh, he's a horror," replied M. de Charlus, overlooking the rudeness of a contradiction which implied that his cousin was lacking in taste. "As far as violinists are concerned, I advise you to confine yourself to mine." This paved the way to a fresh exchange of glances, at once furtive and scrutinous, between M. de Charlus and his cousin, for, blushing and seeking by her zeal to atone for her blunder, Madame de Mortemart went on to suggest to M. de Charlus that she might give a party to hear Morel play. Now, so far as she was concerned, this party had not the object of bringing an unknown talent into prominence, an object which she would, however, pretend to have in mind, and which was indeed that of M. de Charlus. She regarded it only as an opportunity for giving a particularly smart party, and was calculating already whom she would invite and whom she would reject. This business of selection, the chief preoccupation of people who give parties, even the people whom society journalists are so impudent or so foolish as to call the elite, alters at once the expression and the handwriting of a hostess more profoundly than any hypnotic suggestion. Before she had even thought of what Morel was to play, which she regarded, and rightly, as a secondary consideration, for even if everybody this evening, from fear of M. de Charlus, had observed a polite silence during the music, it would never have occurred to anyone to listen to it. Madame de Mortemart, having decided that Madame de Valcourt was not to be one of the elect, had automatically assumed that air of conspiracy, of a secret plotting, which so degrades even those women in society who can most easily afford to ignore what people will say. "Wouldn't it be possible for me to give a party for people to hear your friend play?" murmured Madame de Mortemart, who, while addressing herself exclusively to M. de Charlus, could not refrain, as though under a fascination, from casting a glance at Madame de Valcourt, the rejected, in order to make certain that the other was too far away to hear her. "No, she cannot possibly hear what I am saying," Madame de Mortemart concluded inwardly, reassured by her own glance, which, as a matter of fact, had a totally different effect upon Madame de Valcourt from that intended. Why, Madame de Valcourt had said to herself when she caught this glance, Marie-Thérèse is planning something with Palamède, which I am not to be told. "You mean my protégé?" M. de Charlus corrected, as merciless to his cousin's choice of words as he was to her musical endowments. Then, without paying the slightest attention to her silent prayers, as she made a smiling apology, "Why, yes," he said in a loud tone, audible throughout the room, "although there is always a risk in that sort of exportation of a fascinating personality into surroundings that must inevitably diminish his transcendent gifts, and would, in any case, have to be adapted to them." Madame de Mortemart told herself that the aside, the pianissimo of her question, had been a waste of trouble after the megaphone through which the answer had issued. She was mistaken. Madame de Valcourt heard nothing, for the simple reason that she did not understand a single word. Her anxiety diminished, and would rapidly have been extinguished, had not Madame de Mortemart, afraid that she might have been given away, and afraid of having to invite Madame de Valcourt, with whom she was on too intimate terms to be able to leave her out if the other knew about the party beforehand, raised her eyelids once again in Edith's direction, as though not to lose sight of a threatening peril, lowering them again briskly so as not to commit herself. She intended, on the morning after the party, to write her one of those letters, the complement of the revealing glance, letters which are supposed to be subtle, and which are tantamount to a full and signed confession. For instance, "Dear Edith, I'm so sorry about you. I did not really expect to see you last night." How could she ever have expected me, Edith would ask herself, since she never invited me? "As I know that you are not very fond of parties of that sort, which rather bore you, we should have been greatly honoured, all the same, by your company." Never did Madame de Mortemart employ the word honoured, except in the letters in which she attempted to cloak a lie in the semblance of truth. "You know that you are always at home in our house. However, you are quite right, as it was a complete failure, like everything that is got up at a moment's notice." But already the second furtive glance darted at her had enabled Edith to grasp everything that was concealed by the complicated language of M. de Charlus. This glance was indeed so violent that, after it had struck Madame de Valcourt, the obvious secrecy and mischievous intention that it embodied rebounded upon a young Peruvian, whom Madame de Mortemart intended, on the contrary, to invite. But being of a suspicious nature, seeing all too plainly the mystery that was being made, without realizing that it was not intended to mystify him, he at once conceived a violent hatred of Madame de Mortemart, and determined to play all sorts of tricks upon her, such as ordering 50 iced coffees to be sent to her house on a day when she was not giving a party, or when she was, inserting a paragraph in the newspapers announcing that the party was postponed, and publishing false reports of her other parties, in which would figure the notorious names of all the people whom, for various reasons, a hostess does not invite or even allow to be introduced to her. Madame de Mortemart need not have bothered herself about Madame de Valcourt. M. de Charlus was about to spoil, far more effectively than the others' presence could spoil it, the projected party. "But, my dear cousin," she said in response to the expression, adapting the surroundings, the meaning of which her momentary state of hyperesthesia had enabled her to discern, "we shall save you all the trouble. I shall undertake to ask Gilbert to arrange everything." "Not on any account, all the more as he must not be invited to it. Nothing can be arranged except by myself. The first thing is to exclude all the people who have ears and hear not." M. de Charlus' cousin, who had been reckoning upon Morel as an attraction in order to give a party at which she could say that, unlike so many of her kinswomen, she had had Palamède, carried her thoughts abruptly from this prestige of M. de Charlus to all sorts of people with whom he would get her into trouble if he began interfering with the list of her guests. The thought that the Prince de Guermantes, on whose account partly she was anxious to exclude Madame de Valcourt, whom he declined to meet, was not to be invited, alarmed her. Her eyes assumed an uneasy expression. "Is the light, which is rather too strong, hurting you?" inquired M. de Charlus, with an apparent seriousness, the underlying irony of which she failed to perceive. "No, not at all. I was thinking of the difficulty, not for myself, of course, but for my family, if Gilbert was to hear that I had given a party without inviting him, when he has never had a cat on his housetop without—" "Why, of course, we must begin by eliminating the cat on the housetop, which could only meow. I suppose that the din of talk, which has prevented you from realizing that it was a question not of doing the civilities of a hostess, but of proceeding to the rites customary at every true celebration." Then, deciding not that the next person had been kept waiting too long, but that it did not do to exaggerate the favours shown to one who had in mind not so much Morel as her own visiting list, M. de Charlus, like a physician who cuts short a consultation when he considers that it has lasted long enough, gave his cousin a signal to withdraw, not by bidding her good night, but by turning to the person immediately behind her. "Good evening, Madame de Montesquieu. Marvellous, wasn't it? I have not seen Hélène. Tell her that every general abstention, even the most noble, that is to say, her own, must include exceptions, if they are brilliant, as has been the case tonight. To show that one is rare is all very well, but to subordinate one's rarity, which is only negative, to what is precious, is better still. In your sister's case, and I value more than anyone her systematic absence from places where what is in store for her is not worthy of her, here tonight, on the contrary, her presence at so memorable an exhibition as this would have been a precedence, and would have given your sister, already so distinguished, an additional distinction." Then he turned to a third person, M. d'Argencourt. "I was greatly astonished to see in this room, as friendly and flattering towards M. de Charlus as he was severe with him elsewhere, insisting upon Morel's being introduced to him, and telling him that he hoped he would come and see him, M. d'Argencourt, that terrible scourge of men such as M. de Charlus. At the moment he was living in the thick of them. It was certainly not because he had in any sense become one of them himself, but for some time past he had practically deserted his wife for a young woman in society whom he adored. Being intelligent in herself, she made him share her taste for intelligent people, and was most anxious to have M. de Charlus in her house. But above all, M. d'Argencourt, extremely jealous and not unduly potent, feeling that he was failing to satisfy his captive, and anxious at once to introduce her to people and to keep her amused, could do so without risk to himself, only by surrounding her with innocuous men, whom he thus cast for the part of guardians of his seraglio. These men found that he had become quite pleasant, and declared that he was a great deal more intelligent than they had supposed, a discovery that delighted him and his mistress. The remainder of M. de Charlus' guests drifted away fairly rapidly. Several of them said, "I don't want to call at the vestry," the little room in which the Baron, with Charlie by his side, was receiving congratulations, and to which he himself had given the name, "but I must let Palamede see me, so that he shall know that I stayed to the end." Nobody paid the slightest attention to Madame Verdurins. Some pretended not to know which was she, and said good night by mistake to Madame Cotard, appealing to me for confirmation with a "That is Madame Verdurins, isn't it?" Madame d'Arpajon asked me, in the hearing of our hostess, "Tell me, has there ever been a Monsieur Verdurins?" The duchesses, finding none of the oddities that they expected in this place, which they had hoped to find more different from anything that they already knew, had made the best of a bad job by going into fits of laughter in front of Elster's paintings. For all the rest of the entertainment, which they found more in keeping than they expected with the style with which they were familiar, they gave credit to M. de Charlus, saying, "How clever Palamede is at arranging things! If he were to stage an opera in a stable or a bathroom, it would still be perfectly charming." The most noble ladies were those who showed most fervour in congratulating M. de Charlus upon the success of his party, of the secret motive of which some of them were by no means unaware, without, however, being embarrassed by this knowledge. This class of society, remembering perhaps certain epochs in history when their own family had already arrived at an identical stage of brazenly conscious effrontery, carrying their contempt for scruples almost as far as their respect for etiquette. Several of them engaged Charlie on the spot for different evenings on which he was to come and play them Vinteuil's septet, but it never occurred to any of them to invite Madame Verdurins. This last was already blind with fury when M. de Charlus, who, his head in the clouds, was incapable of perceiving her condition, decided that it would be only decent to invite the mistress to share his joy, and it was perhaps yielding to his literary preciosity rather than to an overflow of pride that this specialist in artistic entertainments said to Madame Verdurins, "Well, are you satisfied? I think you have reason to be. You see that when I set to work to give a party, there are no half measures. I do not know whether your heraldic knowledge enables you to gauge the precise importance of the display, the weight that I have lifted, the volume of air that I have displaced for you. You have had the Queen of Naples, the brother of the King of Bavaria, the 3 premier peers. If Vinteuil is Mahomet, we may say that we have brought to him some of the least movable of mountains. Bear in mind that to attend your party the Queen of Naples has come from Neuilly, which is a great deal more difficult for her than evacuating the two Sicilies, he went on, with a deliberate sneer, notwithstanding his admiration for the Queen. It is an historic event. Just think that it is perhaps the first time that she has gone anywhere since the fall of Gaeta. It is probable that the dictionaries of dates will record as culminating points the day of the fall of Gaeta and that of the Verdurins party. The fan that she has laid down, the better to applaud Vinteuil, deserves to become more famous than the fan that Madame de Metternich broke because the audience hissed Wagner. Why, she has left it here, said Madame Verdurin, momentarily appeased by the memory of the Queen's kindness to herself, and she showed M. de Charlus the fan, which was lying upon a chair. "Oh, what a touching spectacle!" exclaimed M. de Charlus, approaching the relic with veneration. "It is all the more touching. It is so hideous. The poor little Violette is incredible." And spasms of emotion and irony coursed through him alternately. "Oh dear, I don't know whether you feel this sort of thing as I do. Swann would positively have died of convulsions if he had seen it. I'm sure, whatever price it fetches, I shall buy the fan at the Queen's sale, for she's bound to be sold up. She hasn't a penny," he went on, for he never ceased to intersperse the cruellest slanders with the most sincere veneration, albeit these sprang from two opposing natures, which, however, were combined in himself. They might even be brought to bear alternately upon the same incident. For M. de Charlus, who, in his comfortable state as a wealthy man, ridiculed the poverty of the Queen, was himself often to be heard extolling that poverty. And when anyone spoke of Princess Murat, Queen of the two Sicilies, he would reply, "I do not know to whom you are alluding. There is only one Queen of Naples, who is a sublime person, and does not keep a carriage, but from her omnibus she annihilates every vehicle on the street, and one could kneel down in the dust on seeing her drive past. I shall bequeath it to a museum. In the meantime, it must be sent back to her, so that she need not hire a cab to come and fetch it. The wisest thing, in view of the historical interest of such an object, would be to steal the fan. But that would be awkward for her, since it is probable that she does not possess another," he added, with a shout of laughter. "Anyhow, you see that for my sake she came. And that is not the only miracle that I have performed. I do not believe that anyone at the present day has the power to move the people whom I have brought here. However, everyone must be given his due. Charlie and the rest of the musicians played divinely. And, my dear mistress," he added condescendingly, "you yourself have played your part on this occasion. Your name will not be unrecorded. History has preserved that of the page who armed Joan of Arc when she set out for battle. Indeed, you have served as a connecting link. You have made possible the fusion between Vinteuil's music and its inspired interpreter. You have had the intelligence to appreciate the capital importance of the whole chain of circumstances which would enable the interpreter to benefit by the whole weight of a considerable, if I were not referring to myself, I would say providential, personage whom you were clever enough to ask to ensure the success of the gathering, to bring before Morel's violin the ears directly attached to the tongues that have the widest hearing. No, it is not a small matter. There can be no small matter in so complete a realization. Everything has its part. The Dura was marvellous. In fact, everything. That is why, he concluded, for he loved to administer a rebuke, I set my face against your inviting those persons, devisors, who, among the overwhelming people whom I brought you, would have played the part of the decimal points in a sum, reducing the others to a mere fractional value. I have a very exact appreciation of that sort of thing. You understand, we must avoid blunders when we are giving a party which ought to be worthy of Vinteuil, of his inspired interpreter, of yourself, and, I venture to say, of me. You were prepared to invite the Mollet, and everything would have been spoiled. It would have been the little contrary, neutralizing drop which deprives a potion of its virtue. The electric lights would have fused, the pastry would not have come on time, the orangeade would have given everybody a stomachache. She was the one person not to invite. At the mere sound of her name, as in a fairy tale, not a note would have issued from the brass. The flute and the hautboy would have been stricken with a sudden silence. Morel himself, even if he had succeeded in playing a few bars, would not have been in tune, and instead of Vinteuil's septet, you would have had a parody of it by Beckmesser, ending amid catcalls. I, who believe strongly in personal influence, could feel quite plainly in the expansion of a certain largo, which opened itself right out like a flower in the supreme satisfaction of the finale, which was not merely allegro, but incomparably allegro, that the absence of the Mollet was inspiring the musicians and was diffusing joy among the very instruments themselves. In any case, when one is at home to queens, one does not invite one's whole portress. In calling her the Mollet, as for that matter, he said quite affectionately, Verdurins, M de Charlus was doing the lady justice, for all these women were the actresses of society, and it is true also that, even regarding her from this point of view, Comtesse Mollet did not justify the extraordinary reputation for intelligence that she had acquired, which made one think of those mediocre actors or novelists who, at certain periods, are hailed as men of genius, either because of the mediocrity of their competitors, among whom there is no artist capable of revealing what is meant by true talent, or because of the mediocrity of the public, which, did there exist an extraordinary individuality, would be incapable of understanding it. In Madame Mollet's case, it is preferable, if not absolutely fair, to stop at the former explanation. The social world being the realm of nullity, there exist between the merits of women in society only insignificant degrees, which are at best capable of rousing to madness the rancours or the imagination of M. de Charlus. And certainly, if he spoke as he had just been speaking, in this language which was a precious alloy of artistic and social elements, it was because his old womanly anger and his culture as a man of the world furnished the genuine eloquence that he possessed, with none but insignificant themes. Since the world of differences does not exist on the surface of the earth, among all the countries which our perception renders uniform, all the more reason why it should not exist in the social world. Does it exist anywhere else? Vinteuil's septet seemed to tell me that it did. But where? As M. de Charlus also enjoyed repeating what one person had said of another, seeking to stir up quarrels, to divide and reign, he added, "You have, by not inviting her, deprived Madame Mollet of the opportunity of saying, 'I can't think why this Madame Verdurins should invite me. I can't imagine who these people are. I don't know them.' She was saying a year ago that you were boring her with your advances. She's a fool. Never invite her again. After all, she's nothing so very wonderful. She can come to your house without making a fuss about it, seeing that I come here. In short," he concluded, "it seems to me that you have every reason to thank me, for, so far as it went, everything has been perfect. The Duchesse de Guermantes did not come, but one can't tell. It was better, perhaps, that she didn't. We shan't bear her any grudge, and we shall remember her all the same another time. Not that one can help remembering her. Her very eyes say to us, 'Forget-me-not,' for they are a pair of myosotis." Here I thought to myself, how strong the Guermantes spirit, the decision to go to one house and not to another, must be to have outweighed in the Duchess's mind her fear of Palamede. In the face of so complete a success, one is tempted, like Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, to see everywhere the hand of Providence. The Duchesse de Duras was enchanted. She even asked me to tell you so, added M. de Charlus, dwelling upon the words, as though Madame Verdurins must regard this as a sufficient honour. Sufficient, and indeed barely credible, for he found it necessary, if he was to be believed, to add, completely carried away by the madness of those whom Jupiter has decided to ruin, "She has engaged Morel to come to her house, where the same programme will be repeated, and I even think of asking her for an invitation for Monsieur Verdurins." This civility to the husband alone was, although no such idea even occurred to M. de Charlus, the most wounding outrage to the wife who, believing herself to possess, with regard to the violinist, by virtue of a sort of ukase which prevailed in the little clan, the right to forbid him to perform elsewhere without her express authorization, was fully determined to forbid his appearance at Madame de Duras' party. End of section 17.